You know, our intro song has the same melody as ga 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 ga. Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector, and joining me tonight is Reese753.
That's me.
With an elegantly long Christmas hat, Santa hat. Meanwhile, with his short circumcised Santa hat is Footnote.
Hello, and Christmas came early.
And
we came early.
He's overcompensating with his neck.
And yeah, the neck is where most of the length went. And with jiggle physics simulated, it's Randy 11.
Yeah. Perfectly proportioned Randy 11.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad to see that you got the drones taken care of.
Yes.
So jumping right in.
We passed an ordinance that banned the drones. See?
Oh, and just magically like
EMP
everything, huh?
Yeah.
We passed an ordinance. It was signed like this, like a Looney Tunes style TNT explosion, blows up all the drones. All right. So, I just changed it. There we go. We give gifts to the naughty list. All right. So let's jump right in. If you guys like to support the OCA podcast, I would like to tell you various amazing ways you can do that. One way is going to patreon.com/OCA podcast. Oh, that felt great. This is one of the best ways you can give to us because I routinely forget that it's making money. And then when I remember, it brings me joy. So that's a good way. Also, there's the Anime Collector Patreon. Has not charged anybody anything in 6 years. Then there's also ocpodcast.com/support. Now, one of the things that you'll find in here, other than being able to donate directly to us, is our affiliate links. And something you should do, because they're all, well, actually, the Right Stuff one specifically is always in the description of the episode. If you were to just, click on that bad boy, just every night that we do a show, right? It'll install a tracking cookie in your browser so that even if you don't buy from Right Stuff / the Crunchyroll store that night, if you do buy within a month, we'll get a cut, possibly, perhaps, unless you overwrite it with somebody else's cookie.
Like if you have the honey extension installed.
Right. Don't do that. Don't burn us like that.
Uninstall the honey extension. I can't believe people. I don't know if you guys saw this, but I
did see that video actually today, and I thought to myself, how did people not know this is exactly what it was doing the whole time?
That was my reaction to it. Like, maybe it's because I have experience with affiliate codes, but it was, people are like, oh, it's a scam. It's scamming influencers and stealing their money.
It's not a scam to the consumer.
That's the feature.
It's a scam. Yeah, it's a scam to the affiliates or the people they were sponsoring.
Yeah.
Basically, no, it's also a scam to the consumer because they can cater specific discounts to you that are actually worse than the ones that you can just find online.
There was one thing that got brought up in the video where they said that brands are working directly with Honey to suppress sharing coupon codes that they don't want to be shared.
So they could, in theory, just axe you from having any coupon codes shared, and then even if there are some, to scum you of money.
Yeah. So you still had to go look for coupons
sure.
They've trained people not to. So
to bring the audience up to speed on what we're talking about, just so you know, when you click on a link, for example, if you go to the description of the video right now, you will see links to Crunchyroll / what we call Right Stuff on the description. And when you click that link, it will load in your browser, and it will. You'll notice that there's like a query string. Actually, it doesn't actually show on once you've clicked on it. Like you'll notice this changes after I click on it. So it's going to load through our normal link, and then it's going to switch over to the main link. If you keep your eye right here as this slow ass internet loads. I didn't even notice it do anything. What is this going to? If you look at the bottom, God, it doesn't even show. Okay, copy link address, paste. All right, so you'll see this here that there's a query string here with our ID for our affiliate link. So when you go to this URL, which ironically is rightstuffanime.com instead of Crunchyroll store, because I set it up with that store thing. Maybe that's why it's not been working for us, and I should change that.
It's still. I clicked on the one from the YouTube, and it's still switched over to store.crunchyroll.com.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that because I set it up while this was in effect, the Right Stuff Anime one, I think it's possible that it's actually it actually might just be using the Right Stuff one, and then it's forwarding from Right Stuff, and therefore not giving us the affiliate, and that might be why it hasn't given us any.
Oh, answered the question I was
telling
ask.
people to go use
Or
it.
even asked it.
But now that we're on this whole other tangent about honey, just so that we're clear, if this were the official correct one, that code right there would install a cookie in your browser that would expire after roughly a month. And that would tell the website when you check out, even if you don't check out the moment you clicked it, if you keep it for like a week or a month and then you eventually do check out, they'll still credit the original source that got you to click on the link to go to the website. So in the case of us, if you clicked on the link in the description, it would take you to Right Stuff /Crunchyroll, and it would track that the purchases you make were a result of us telling you something about the site and got you to go there, right? So what I'm suggesting is, and now I'm noticing that I probably have to update this because I think it is actually using the old Right Stuff code instead of the updated one that we now have for Crunchyroll. But it's still in the description. If you go to the portion for affiliates for the Watch Club, you can click that link. It's the one closer to the top, right underneath the highlights, where it says tonight on episode yada yada yada, we're going to discuss this, and then it says Watch Club may contain affiliate links, and it goes Amazon Canada, and then Right Stuff. If you click on that one, that should take you to the right place because I make that one routinely. And then that'll store the thing in your browser so that if you do purchase from Right Stuff within 30 days, and again, if you're doing it every single week that we do a podcast, it'll keep it in your thing so that when you do check out, we get a piece of that. Thank you so much. Make sure you spend all the money. So anyway, what Honey was doing, and this was obvious to everybody with a brain, is when you would go to a thing and you'd click on the little plugin thing for Honey that said check for coupon codes, it would actually briefly open a new tab that had a code for Honey. And so if you came from another, content creator to go to the website, and then Honey's like, hey, by the way, you want me to check to see if there's any savings I can give you? And then you say, yeah, sure, let's check. What Honey's actually doing is stealing the affiliate code from them and applying it to Honey, so that when you check out, the person you originally clicked the link through to go to the site with doesn't get any commission, but Honey now takes all of it, right?
So why don't you and Random 11 make the viral video?
Because it was obvious to me.
Because it didn't seem like the place where it matters is not for the consumer. The place where it matters is for the people being sponsored by Honey. I am not being sponsored by Honey. Although at one point, back when Honey first came out, I did consider making a tip video about Honey with the intention that if you say, because I was using Honey back then to like get better deals on pizza delivery, right? Like stupid stuff like that. But all those little things add up to buying more anime. So it seemed like a no-brainer to me, but it also seemed so far outside the realm of what the channel was about that I didn't bother to make that video. Thank God, wouldn't I look stupid right now? I've done that a million other ways. So maybe it wasn't that much of a safety thing.
Is he frozen
Anyway.
for you guys?
No, I'm not frozen.
Yeah,
my internet bar is showing me that it is not doing so hot.
Yeah, your audio is fine, but your Your video is
if we
crashing
can
hard.
reset the router.
You're more
Oh, that's
censored
not gonna
than
help the
What?
you're
problem.
more censored than Ice cleavage.
Damn it. Oh, all right. Well, let's just keep going. Tell me if it gets worse. How about that?
Yeah.
All right. So you could also, the other wonderful place that you, oh my God, I need it. Julie, look. Wait, where's the,
We're still looking at Crunchyroll.
look at what we can buy. You're not looking at Crunchyroll. Are you guys looking at Crunchyroll
Yeah.
right now?
We are, yeah.
It's showing me Tenga. Now, I closed the
Now we're looking
Crunchyroll
at
tab.
Ruby. Now we're looking at Ruby's smirk.
Why am I looking at this?
There it is.
Oh yeah, okay. So I want the Taco-san Tenga. The Taco-san Tenga shirt with the little takoyaki Tenga.
Hmm. You don't want the hat tissue holder?
Professional gooning gear. Only available at tenga.com/OCA podcast. All right, now that we're a good 10 minutes into this, yeah, let's get on with this. So anyway, hello chat. Hello. Short hair, long neck. Oh, for Funum.
That
Okay.
actually says short, hair long neck.
Yes,
That's true.
That's what the comments were.
you're right. Okay, so
Got him.
let me jump right in here and say that I think it was last podcast I offhandedly joked about China is now available in, or pardon, OnlyFans is now available in China. I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't work. So I misread this when I that was in my brain. It actually says OnlyFans is no longer accessible in China. So
Which is shocking that it was to begin with.
just correcting that. Now the article does go on to state that it had become accessible only a month prior. So it was still pretty recent. Except then at the very bottom of the article, it says, update, actually it's been accessible since 2020. So sorry. Old news, wrong all around, and a big failure.
Nobody liked that.
So OnlyFans prematurely finished in China.
Next, he says, if OnlyFans was available in North Korea, the whole country would flood. My friend, OnlyFans is available in North Korea. Just nobody has a computer or internet.
Just for Kim Jong-un.
They need electricity first.
That
So-
too.
They also need money to tip the thoughts.
Last podcast, I noticed midway through that all my pickups I forgot to show. And I have them here. So I am going to start with the... Oh, God damn it! Could you pick it up?
Oh, this is a bad time to show pickups, I guess.
Oh, jeez.
Pressing charges.
Well, let me just put it this way.
You may want to just skip pickups for this
AC
week.
coming at you from Christmas 2006 internet right now.
Shall I run upstairs and flip the switch on that router?
Does anyone else have pickups?
In the Discord.
Reese, can I trust you to Discord share while I run upstairs and fix the router?
Un momento, por favor.
Footnum and or Random 11, can I trust you?
I believe Reese is working on it.
Yeah, I think he'll be done.
Are the
before we
laziest stacks of poop. I'll be back in a second.
Lazy?
Reese is
Reese
going to
said
get
he'd
it done
do it.
before I can get it open.
I got to move it to the new
Oh,
window.
God.
Now. I forgot I had to do that. Move tab. Hold on! Stop looking at me. I'm hideous. Not now. No, not video file. Stream. Discord. Pickups. There! Here's our sexy pickups. Alright. Can you guys see my pickups?
Yes. Well, they're not.
Big.
Not. Yeah. We got a lot of room to play with here with your browser bar, but whatever. We can see them. That's the main
Okay,
point.
so so when I bought the sword, I also got a free OTF knife, which is out short for out the front, and that was this gray one here. And I liked it so much, so I bought another one.
What?
And then
Why do you need two?
What?
I said, why do you need two?
Well, because I one for here and one for another place.
One for my left wrist, one for my right.
Yeah. And then I also
And
saw
one to
the
shove up your dick.
That's this one.
Oh,
I saw the baby knife, which just I was like, I need it. I need it. So that's a micro SD card. In case nobody's seen a micro SD card.
it looks
But,
just
yeah.
like a macro SD card, though.
I've never seen one of those before.
I know,
I only
right?
deal with big SD cards.
Yeah. And then I also saw this one, the Batman knife. I thought it was pretty neat, but the logo's off center, which kind of sucks. But
Why would
Was it
Batman even put
Batarang?
his logo on the Batarang? His Batarang
It is
is the
the
logo.
I don't know. Oh, that was pretty cool, but I don't need it. Whatever.
Does it bang? A batarang? Freudian
I'll
slip.
try it. And I also picked up Blue Exorcist, Shimani,
Aniplex
Illuminati Saga, Black Lagoon 13, and March Comes in Like a Lion, Volume 3.
3?
What?
You're only that shallow? I thought you coomed over the series.
What? What do you mean
March
shallow?
Comes Like a Lion. I would have
Yeah.
expected you to have more than 3.
Well, that's the only one that's come out so far. That just came out. What are you talking about?
Oh, it is?
Fourth won't come out until February.
Wow, I thought it would have been out for years at this point.
No. That's why, like, when we covered Volume 2 coming up with the slipcover or with the Kentaro Miura's artwork, that was
How
literally when
long
Volume
ago
2
was
came out.
that? That felt like ages ago.
Yeah, I know. So,
I got Demolition Man 4K release with the Pizza Hut alternative scene.
Hmm.
That's the main reason I wanted it.
is it all on one disc or is it separate discs?
I've not opened it. I think the alternate scenes are like all built into the one disc.
Oh, okay, so it's like a seamless branching.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And the Digimon movie. Zzz.
Yes.
Cool. And then
Which I have
and
not
Rift.
opened.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I haven't opened it yet.
All right.
I'm
And-
sad that there is no Angela Anaconda.
Anaconda.
I
Yeah.
hated that part. And then
Part of
Enric
the
picked up
movie.
Morbito, Made in Abyss, the theatrical collection. Food Wars, the fifth plate. Made in Abyss, Golden City of the Scorching Sun.
Which I guess never got a limited edition.
I think there's one coming.
Wait, oh my god, that's forever ago.
And then Cutie Honey Universe. And
Wow, those
Aura-
tits are pokey. Like that.
They're
You could do it.
aligned.
You could do like a snowboard jump off those.
Synchronized titties.
I like how these are more rounded.
Yeah, the
Mm.
one rounded boob.
Those are the
Everyone
fakes.
else.
And Aura Battler Dunbine.
Good choice.
And then Chihaya Fuyu Season 2.
Chihaya Furu.
Uru.
Chihaya Fuyu.
Well, I'll be damned, Reese. It does say limited edition coming soon, but this came out in what? 2023 June?
Yeah, something like that.
Like it's
Can't
over
believe
a
it.
year ago.
I have the LE.
Of Made in Abyss Season 2?
No. Or Chihaya Furu.
The Emerson
Those are some boobs. Like,
Chivalry of a Failed Knight,
You should see the Steelbook.
and then The Evanescent Shadows Season 2, and
Damn, it's already
then
out.
Mother of the Goddess Dormitory.
Mother of the Watermelons.
should be molestation in the goddess dormitory.
I still don't
she's
have
best
that
girl.
one.
Holy
She's
cow.
best girl by far.
Her boobs almost look like an ass. If you crop the head off.
Boobs are the cop
Man.
ass. Didn't you watch Prison School? Jeez.
Yeah.
Reese, you've been called out
For what?
with your name being spelled incorrectly.
My name's been spelled incorrectly? How?
Round
Round
breasts are the
breasts.
mark of a female. Even I know that females have inward knees and forward feet. Reese would know that. Thanks,
Wow.
Luigi.
Well, maybe Reese, the company that makes chocolate.
Yeah,
Okay?
maybe Reese's peanut butter cups would
They
know
make
that.
round peanut butter cups, so
They know
would
their way around a cup. Okay.
Isn't
Yeah,
Reese?
they know their cup sizes.
Isn't that spelled with an S though?
Yeah, Reese's.
2 E's and an E at the
No,
end.
that's the apostrophe. Or you Reeses? Is that what you mean?
Apostrophe S. And we've also picked up Teen Titans, the complete series. We're okay.
There is no C in Reese's.
You're correct.
Damn it. No, he did a typo of the chocolate.
And then Beyond Good and Evil.
We got the
20th
20th anniversary of this fucking game before the sequel came out. The
Damn.
sequel was announced like a couple years after the first one.
And now it's
Limited Run
development hell.
Games.
Hmm.
Was it on a CDR?
It's a Switch
On
game.
a
It
Switch
was
game?
a joke. It was a joke. Okay.
AC, you want to take over?
Yes.
Oh, I'm
As
getting called
in. Oh,
Why don't
as
you
in
finish the Discord pickups?
out. AC finished the Discord pickups.
Man.
Really putting him on the spot like that, Reese.
I want to finish eating this pie, okay?
Ah, can't fucking. I don't even know where you left off.
Boom, right there.
Oh yeah. Okay, Footnum. You couldn't have asked Footnum to do it. All right, so Footnum, you picked up UK release, UK
Kisniver.
release, UK release, UK release.
They're all UK, spoiler.
Wow.
The first one is Kisniver limited edition, which was out of print for years now, but somehow magically they had them back in stock. Same with Roka. So I snagged those. And then there's Nadia, which was on a flash sale. Normally it's like 125 or whatever pounds, which translates to infinite dollars. Wow.
I also got Roka, and it's about the same value as yours because mine's the Chinese release.
Oh, I was gonna say because yours humbled off the desk 4 or 5 times.
I think yours lost value there, buddy. No. But what is it? So the neat thing about this Roka, unlike the Pony Canyon triple $90 releases, this has the dub on it in a complete collection.
Didn't Sentai
What is it?
get Roka, or was that another one?
That was Pony Canyon.
No. Sentai got something from Pony Canyon.
Are you thinking of what's that sound euphonium for Crunchyroll?
No. Sentai got something.
Well, you can look that up while we're
I
waiting.
am right now.
Nadia, The Secrets of Blue Water or whatever. This is the 4K release, limited
I think
edition.
it's pronounced Secret Blue Water.
What is that? The opening or something?
It's like the commercial break thing. It's like Secret of Blue Water. Like it's just like the most annoying way to.
So
end.
I should watch in Japanese, is what you're saying.
I think that's from the Japanese version. I don't think.
Oh
it's,
no! So I
I
have
don't
to
think
watch
it's
the
any
dub with
better.
the French accents.
What the yeah.
But anyway, so that one went on a flash sale for literally like an hour or two. So I'm like, oh, I guess I have to make an order. So that's kind of what put me on this order spree.
Mhm.
So that's got the normal Blu-ray in it. It's got the 4K Blu-ray in it too, so that's really cool. And it apparently came with an art book because the Ultimate Edition, a full-size one that you'll see in the.
I'm just gonna make them full screen so you have an easier time seeing them.
The final pick. Yeah. And apparently it came with a replacement disc, which I didn't even know was a thing. But that's a replacement disc for the normal Blu-ray, which is really weird. I'm still going to hold on to my Sentai one and do a comparison because I don't know if there's DNR on it or something. So anyway, got those 3 limited editions. Then Penguin Drum, another thing that came back in stock. Sentai has not had this in stock for years, and the price has gone up. So that was a really good opportunity to get it. And I got Recycled Penguin Drum. They're both limited edition as well. Shirobako, I had the subs releases. So this was on sale. I got this one has the dub and an art box, as you can see. And then if you go to the next pick.
Man, if you ever move to the UK, your collection's gonna like have such a good head start.
I could just use my PC. Then I got what I consider an upgraded Utena, as you'll see in the next images. Then there's Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. And I thought, hey, that's pretty close to what I've been waiting for, besides, I guess, a 4K, right? And Venus Wars, because Sentai Steelbook sold out pretty quickly, and I didn't care enough to jump on it, so that's my redemption arc. And then to complete my what?
Welcome to the bathroom.
I guess it does kind of look like that at a glance, but what is it? To complete my saga, to live up to my profile picture's sake, I got Welcome to the Ballroom. They were like $8 a thing, so I'm like, hey,
welcome to the balls room.
You know what's crazy though? Your Lion April has been out since it came out in 2016 and magically came back in stock like those other 2. So I jumped on it. It was only like 35 or whatever. So that is a steal, and it's a
Wouldn't
really
it be
nice
funny if the 1-to-1 bootleggers were just moving over to the UK releases?
Yeah,
magically back in stock.
they sell right to the distributors themselves. It's like, oh, dude, we had some of these from your con. That's why there's the price tag on it for $25. And then on the next,
they're getting
picture,
crafty.
You can see the spines. And
I remember hearing somebody say, all the anime's gotten way better. They don't look disgusting and crap.
For the limited editions, which, by the way, place promised on our universe, place further from the universe, whatever that show's called. That limited edition looks beautiful on the spine. Reese is on crack. But
I was looking at the standard edition because that's the only one available still.
Haha, get fucked.
No one cares about a standard edition if there's a limited edition. But anyway, you'll notice how beautiful these spines are. And then on the next pick, oh, sorry, I gotta address the standard editions. There was the 2-for-1, so I threw in the Gundam.
I found the one I was thinking of. It was Yuki Yuna is a hero. Sorry.
Yuki Yuna is a hero. I mean, that's a good value. All the 3 seasons or whatever.
Yeah, that was the one. That's the one from Pony Canyon that Sentai picked up. Sorry.
Yeah, and it's all 3 seasons, whereas Pony Canyon's like, yeah, to get the first season, you gotta get like 3 $90 editions that are like the size of a house.
I find it a little funny that you subconsciously tried to line up this line.
No, that was actually a mistake. Oh, sorry.
Subconsciously.
But what is it? So there was a 2-for-1. So the Mobile Suit Gundam and I think the Planet Hez was the 2-for-1. Maybe it was Violet Evergarden, because Violet Evergarden has the extended version of that episode or something, which isn't on the Region A or whatever.
Director's cut.
The last episode of the TV series, episode 13.
Dylan G.
Yeah, it's something like that. So I'm like,
the secret blue water. Just like...
What's so secret about this water you speak of? This fluid. And then I got Your Lie in April Part 2. so I have the complete thing.
Mhm.
And then Gundam F91, because that's one of the few Gundams I don't have that was on the pile. So I'm like, okay. And then Planet Tez, because we learned that the North American version sucks compared to this one still. So that was nice. And then the next slide, you'll see. Oh yeah, okay. The full size art book that it comes with. I'm like, hey, I mean, as much as I don't like being forced to pay extra for it, since I have it, it is a nice big art book.
I forget, was it Miyazaki or Hideaki Anno that was involved in this?
Anno.
It's probably
It's
Anno
Anno, right?
because it's Gainax.
Okay.
I
That's
thought
what
you
thought.
said the limited editions weren't aged. What's that big ass 12 thing doing on the cover?
That's a sticker, Reese.
Oh,
Or should I say Reese Tard?
thank
You know what stickers
correcting
are?
me.
You know stickers that come off, or are you going to start scrutinizing Crunchyroll? Oh, I can't buy the Crunchyroll releases. They have the digital
So,
copy last
They're so
generation.
nice to give you the opportunity. Do you want an AIDS sticker, or do you want to pull it off and reveal the lion's nutsack? Like,
Oh my god. Pick your poison. My brother was going through the art book and he's like, what are these like rats with balls? And I'm like, oh, is that the lion thing? And he's like, no, they're like rat robots with balls. And I looked at it, I'm like, hot damn, they are like rat robots with balls. So I don't know what this series has with this ball thing, but I'll have to find out in 4K.
balls
And
are
then,
funny.
of course, the final one. Now, some might call this a downgrade, but I
Come
consider
on,
this.
you don't like the dark Manga themed Utena box set with black on black? Like, that's not.
That I
Black
can
on
barely
black
make
spines.
out, and that I have to put in reverse because it doesn't have it on the actual spine. So I see this ugly overlap, and
Yep.
it takes up 6 spaces.
What are you
This
gonna do
was
with
the
it? Sell
year that I stopped enjoying being an anime fan or an anime collector. Like, when this happened, I was just like, I'm so tired. Like,
That's when
So what do you-
Nozomi lost credibility.
So what are you gonna do with it? The Nozomi one. Sell it?
At some point, maybe.
he's giving
Probably.
it to Santa Ace.
So you bought another edition so that Utena takes up more space on your shelf.
Wait, what?
So you bought
He's
another
saying,
set.
he's saying that because you bought another one, it actually isn't an upgrade because it just made it even longer since you didn't get rid of the old one.
Yeah.
Well, no, the old one's going to go in the secondary collection in a box until I sell it.
This one goes in the quirky oddity collection of things I laugh at for being ridiculous and not European.
That sounds like projection goods, sir. You want to show us your box of
I'd like to show you
mentionables?
my pickups. Let's show you my pickups now. How about that?
Yes.
So last podcast, I forgot to show you the pickups I got from Book Off. One of them was Sandland on PS5.
Only 35. Damn.
Yeah,
that
pretty
went-
good, right? And then I also picked up. I was shocked to see that because I thought I had this, so I looked at my app and didn't see it. Giant Robo in the Ginray special. And the reason I was
Oh.
shocked to see I didn't own this was because I'm the reason that the Ginray trailer is on the Blu-ray released by Discotech, because I gave Brady the ISO file for a disc that had it. It was one of the rare, I think it was Anime Works. It was a rare title from Anime Works that had a specific trailer for Ginray that was only on that title, and I happened to have it. So I thought I had it.
Damn.
I was like, oh no, it was the other thing that had a trailer for it. So anyway, I picked this up, right? It's in decent condition considering. And then I also picked up, because you guys talk about it a lot and I haven't watched it, Barakamon.
Okay, that's
Right?
cool.
Right?
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
There's
Okay.
also a spin-off series called Honda-kun.
I thoroughly enjoyed that one.
Yeah. So, in addition to that, Free Run arrived.
Yeah.
And then wouldn't you flip and know it? So did
You didn't
Just in
get the holographic one?
You did.
For shame.
It's really hard to tell,
Just
but
bad
it
lighting.
is.
Oh.
It is
okay.
in fact a little shiny. Reese may have
it's-
oversold it a little bit.
It's not coming through at all.
All right, and then I also got the Attack on Titan steelbooks for seasons 1, 2,
Wow,
and
you
3.
just went right into them.
Right on time, huh?
I just want to know, like, they're not going to do one for season 4. I just know it.
Yeah, just to fuck you.
Knowing them, yeah, that's gonna be what happens.
Like,
and also,
just
I
because-
looked on eBay just to see how much they were going for, and someone was selling every single limited edition except for the final part. And I'm like, someone's gonna convert to the steel books. I can
Like,
sense
just
it.
because they fucked unless
Stupid
Unless-
idiots. They could have just bought it and sold a complete
whole
collection for another $100 more.
Exactly.
unless they reauthor the discs for the final chapters and put those 2 episodes on 1 disc, and then they could do a 6-disc steelbook. That's the only way they would do it.
Why is that out of the cards? It's Attack on Titan. This is like this is no
But
ordinary
they
series.
never
Cash cow on
reauthored.
Titan.
They never reauthor discs for re-releases.
Never. Not once.
Even though Sentai will constantly reauthor discs just
That's
for their
Sentai.
new
That's not
sub-release.
Funimation
Okay.
Crunchyroll.
I
addition-
didn't say this was Sentai, Reese. I'm just mentioning the other company and saying
Oh, yeah.
these dumbasses do it all the time.
I am not done.
Thanks, Reese.
Fight.
Full screen me.
I wanted to see a fight.
Do you recall Truck Coon?
Yes.
That's the book off that's right next to the Tokyo store. This one says
That box looked huge. I thought it was a serious box sitting next to you.
When it was like right next to the camera, like right when it was sitting up there, that looked huge.
I legitimately
that's
thought it was
right.
a serious.
I forgot they came with little gums I didn't eat before.
Put the
I
gum
got this
on that box and see
I
how
got
big
this-
it gets.
taxi, which
Taxi Goon.
quite frankly
Odd taxi.
ruins the immersion of Truck Coon because of how. What the fuck?
That's a big ass taxi.
Right? It's the Uber
It's a
XL of
pickup taxi.
taxis. Okay, and then what else?
That's
is
the Shack taxi.
yeah.
Shaxi.
Okay, and then they also have these, which come with like little pieces of road. So I got like 2 of these.
I remember that video you made about the difference between hoarding and collecting. I'm seeing the thin line here.
Says the guy that's keeping 2 copies of a DVD.
Mhm.
I said I'll probably sell it.
Probably is not a definitive term.
I need to
Alright.
see if there's any value to extract from it.
I got a Japanese police car. And by I got, I mean probably my kids will be playing with.
You can put it on
It's
a
like
keychain.
Japanese Lego. It's actually a
It
Tony
is.
car. That's the
Put that on a
Tomica.
keychain.
Yep. Anyway, and then watch me get a second of the exact same thing. Oh. No, I got the one pictured on the cover of the box. The blue car. This is probably the undercover cop, right? I won't waste our time on these. I just take out
Does the
this.
initial D car in that pool?
Well, I mean, one can hope. All right, and then there's this one, which looks just like the other ones, except it's green instead of yellow.
You get
And
fire
then-
truck coon.
Fire truck.
I have never
well, I got
watched
some-
Initial D, but I would want a little Initial D car.
It's
Yeah.
a bus.
Nice.
Speed coon, or as it's known in Norway.
Strap a
fart.
bomb to it.
Isn't that right? Isn't that the Norwegians have some? I saw a TikTok or something recently where they were talking about like the translation of the word speed in like Norwegian is the word fart. So like the posters for Keanu Reeves' Speed just says fart.
Sorry.
All right.
You need to get that movie poster and just put it on your wall.
Okay, man, I got so much gum now. It's almost going to be like a normal gum. Okay, now we're into the real thing. Okay, I want to know.
Gum.
I want to know if I'm going to, Julie. Let's podcast magic this now.
It's not gonna happen.
Julie, urinal man, right? Moment of truth.
Urinal
Let's find out if
man?
we got tile man or the guy with the piece of poop on his head.
Isn't he like a toilet?
Oh no, I got the kendo guy.
Kento.
Damn, I wanted tile
Arguably
man.
the worst one.
Yeah, look at they individually wrapped the piece of gum inside the plastic twice.
Well, there is
All
a
right.
hole.
Now there's one
When
more.
there's a hole, there's a way.
What cute anime girl with ballistics do I end up with? Let's find out. Oh,
Dog man.
gum right on top. Nice.
I
Oh,
take it
dear
this is the
God.
same company, right?
If
Or is
it's-
it like
if
that's their
it's-
loophole?
Holy
If it's either one, you got the best one. You got to put it together.
It's freaking. It's
A model kit?
what's
A
the name of
cardboard
the
model
game
kit?
that's like the ships? The girls are all ships. What's that called?
That's what
Contact
you-
collection?
Yeah.
Azure Lane?
Concalling.
Azure Lane. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Oh, Azure
So,
Lane.
the actual
What did you
thing I
say?
got was a stupid card, and then like, hey, build a ship, right? Like,
You thought you would get a
Japanese.
girl?
Yeah,
That's cool.
I thought that box was a little too skinny.
Reese, did you
I-
say it's called Kantai Kale?
No, it's a Concalling.
I'm pretty sure Kale is just short for collection, last I
Yeah,
checked.
Concalling, Kantai Collection.
all right. Well, sadness. Here's my giant canoe. No, I think it's the bottom of the whatever this is. Anyway, we're not gonna get hung up on this. We have a major topic to get into.
42 minutes in.
That's the fault of the guy who couldn't shut up about British anime. That's somebody else's fault, is what I. Oh
Look,
dear
it's my
God! This
bi-yearly
looks,
pickup at this rate.
this looks like such a nightmare to put together. So I'm just gonna shove that over there.
You should send it to me because I gunplot. I could
Yeah,
put
you
it
could-
together for you.
Yeah,
Just,
and then I'll just
send it
I'll
to
just
me, and then I'll send it to Footnum.
I'll just take this bookmark. Oh, nice. So at least we've got confident and half undressed.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, you get 2 whole cards with that?
Yeah, I don't know where they go though. Like what the I don't understand. Now I've just made a huge mess. Let's get on with the show. Get over there. All right. All right, here we go.
That's the problem
Oh.
for tomorrow's me.
Is Japanese Lego cars going to be the new thing? We jumping on this? No, they're Tomy car or whatever they're called. Right? What are they called? Yeah, Tomy car. It just looks like the Lego logo, but it says Tomika, and it's the Takara Tomy or whatever that company's called. It's their version of Hot
Shikar
Wheels.
Tomy. Okay.
Yeah, Anno directed it, but the original concept was Miyazaki. Oh, regarding Nadia. There you go. So I was right on both
So
accounts.
it's incest.
It's great to be double right. Okay, here we go. All right, let's talk about some stuff. So we've been covering this topic a little bit. Sony wanted to buy Kadokawa, or at least that was the rumor. Sony has since come out and said, yes, we do in fact want to buy Kadokawa. And people for some reason thought that meant, yes, we did in fact buy Kadokawa. But actually what happened was not that. Sony has become the largest shareholder of Kadokawa Corp, though. So Sony's entered a strategic capital and business alliance agreement with Kadokawa Corporation to acquire a large number of Kadokawa shares next month in January 2025. Luigi Mangione, if you escape, there is still time. The new capital and business agreement will see Sony acquiring 12,054,100 new Kadokawa shares for approximately 50 billion yen, or roughly $319,447,500 US dollars. By the way, for all the busybodies out there, it was a joke. Mangione does not have access to Wi-Fi in the holding cell. So there's no choice of reporting us. Or 10% of Kadokawa shares. So which I find crazy, by the way. Let's address this for a minute.
Well, they already own 3%, so I think
they're willing to spend almost $320 million for a 10% stake in Kadokawa.
7%.
They spent $143 million to own all of Funimation outright. Just to put that into perspective a little bit. The new agreement will make Sony the largest shareholder of Kadokawa, all of which includes their shares acquired back in 2021. I think that's what I mean. According to the new agreement, Sony is not seeking to get more Kadokawa shares. Sony is not seeking to get more shares. Here's Sony's blurb on acquiring the new Kadokawa shares. Kadokawa and Sony historically have collaborated on various projects, and through this capital and business alliance, intend to further strengthen our collaboration to maximize both companies' IP value globally and facilitate wider and deeper collaboration. I'm just saying, so far, every single company since we've been hosting the podcast that Sony has acquired, their IP value has gone down, not up. Right? Can you think of a single thing for which you hold in greater regard now that Sony owns it?
No.
Definitely, it's Morbin time, right? Right? Like, that's it. That's the only thing that has more value now is Jared Leto's career. Globally, and facilitate wider and deeper collaborations, such as potential joint investments in the content field, joint discovery of new creators, and joint promotion of further media mixes of both companies' IP. In the future, the two companies plan to discuss specific initiatives for collaboration, such as initiatives to adapt Kadokawa's IP into live action films and TV dramas globally. Wow. Live action Steins Gate, here we come. Live action Elden Ring, coming to you in 3 years probably. Co-produce anime works, expand global distribution of Kadokawa's anime works through the Sony Group, and further expand publishing of Kadokawa's games, and develop human resources to promote and expand virtual production. Don't know what that means. So we're gonna talk about this a little bit more in depth. I think the reason that they are trying to go to the source and buy anime might be that, or like buy production companies and stuff, might be to give themselves a backdoor access to getting those things onto Crunchyroll, as opposed to them going to Netflix or Disney Plus. And we'll look at that in a minute.
I do want to clarify.
You go ahead.
They owned 2% before, so they have now raised that to 10%. They didn't buy 10% now.
Yes,
they just bought 8%.
Does that substantially change anything that I said in regards to how much they were willing to spend to acquire 10% versus what they spent to acquire Funimation?
No, It does not change that. I'm
Okay.
just clarifying the facts.
All
So
right.
we are all in true fact area.
We're in fact area. Nice. Okay.
We've reached the fact zone.
We've achieved factual. we're over here occupying Factganistan, right? This hat is really doing me dirty. That's the best thing. Okay. Quote, we are very pleased to conclude this capital and business alliance agreement with Sony, said Kadokawa Corp CEO Takeshi Natsuno. Quote, isn't that the guy that they're all like, get him out! Fuck that guy!
Imagine all those people that came out before and were like, yeah, we really want him to go. Yeah, buy a Sony. And now it's like, oh, God damn it. That's awkward
Sony's
Monday.
Sony's like, our first order of business is that our CEO is stepping down, and Takeshi Natsuno is now going to oversee all of Sony. Like, you know, I don't think it was the CEO though; it was the president, right? That they hated at Kadokawa. Anyway, so this alliance is expected to not only further strengthen our IP creation capabilities, but also increase our IP media mix options with Sony's support for global expansion, allowing us to deliver our IP to more users around the world. So just let's think about this for a minute. I mean, the math is actually pretty easy if you think about it. But if they bought 10% and it's valued at $319,447,500, and we were to multiply that by 10 to find out how much it would cost to have 100% ownership in Kadokawa, that would be $3,194,000,000. You're telling me you couldn't have afforded that, Sony? Is it perhaps because Concord failed so hard?
The crazy thing is, like, it's only 3 billion.
Yeah, that is kind of nuts, right?
Like with Funimation, they own nothing, right? With Crunchyroll, they own nothing. They own a website.
Mm-hmm. But they paid 1.2 billion for Crunchyroll.
Kadokawa owns IP. Like they own things.
Like they literally spent more than 10 times the amount of Funimation to buy Crunchyroll. And now, you know, yes, like now they legitimately could be an owner of the actual thing that makes all the money. And instead they've invested most of their money in the thing that just distributes the thing that makes all the money.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, I forgot where I left out. We are confident that this will greatly contribute to maximizing the value of our IP and increasing our corporate value in the mid to long term. We intend to do our utmost to ensure that our collaborative efforts with Sony produce great results in the global market. Sony President, COO, and CFO Hiroki Totoki added, quote, through this capital and business alliance, we will become the largest shareholder of Kadokawa, which consistently creates a wide variety of IP, including publications and books, such as light novels and comics, as well as games and anime. By combining Kadokawa's extensive IP and IP creation ecosystem with the strengths of Sony, which has promoted the global expansion of a wide range of entertainment, including anime and games, we plan to work closely together to realize Kadokawa's global media mix strategy aimed at maximizing the value of its IP and Sony's long-term vision, creative entertainment vision. I remember when your long-term vision was that Concord was the future of Sony and PlayStation. So I don't know if I trust your judgment there. Now, with that in mind,
they've got that other game still coming down the pike.
What other game?
Fair Game.
Oh, right.
The heist game.
Is that a Sony first-party Sony thing though?
Yeah, I think so.
So, Bloomberg wrote an article.
Second party, maybe.
Bloomberg wrote an article here called "Sony's Crunchyroll finds its early lead in anime under attack. And for some reason, this has been championed as proof that Sony is going to die. And I'm struggling to understand how that conclusion has been made. So we're going to read this and determine what we think as we go. So first and foremost, get out of here. So at first glance, Sony Group Corp's $1.2 billion acquisition of the anime streaming site Crunchyroll in 2021 looks like a success. Subscribers to the $8 a month service have tripled to 15 million since then. So I'm guessing it started at 5 million, now it's at 15 million. And the number of new shows has doubled to more than 50 every quarter. So you double your output, but you triple your takings. That seems like a good place to be, right?
Yeah, they're like strangling Sentai in the process.
So the rising popularity of anime has attracted competition. Netflix, Disney, and Amazon are all digging into their deep pockets to license shows, making it more expensive for Crunchyroll to compete and giving fans less reason to subscribe to the niche service. Internally, employee support for management and its vision has trailed downward in recent months. Expensive forays into video games, Concord, and e-commerce aren't going well. What was the e-commerce? What do they do with e-commerce? Oh, I guess that's the right stuff, right? And the company's ambitious goals, 4 new subscriber additions, seem unlikely to be met. There's growth in casual anime viewers, but not core anime fans, says this analyst. Those people will tend to watch it on Netflix or Amazon Prime, which are more mainstream. So I'm guessing they're basing their whole idea for this like theory that it's Sony's going to go out of business and Crunchyroll's the reason. They're basing that idea on the concept that because Crunchyroll is sort of exclusive to the anime world, that just because they've grown to 3 times what they had before isn't keeping in pace with what they would need to be at for them to be a major competitor to Disney, Amazon, and Netflix. And in the meantime, what they're suggesting is that people who have a Netflix account are choosing to watch anime on Netflix because they've already got a Netflix account. But people aren't making the leap to get a Crunchyroll account to watch anime there because despite the, quote unquote anime going mainstream, really what's happened is that mainstream platforms just happen to host anime and so people can watch it there, right? And that's why we have a bunch of normies who don't appreciate it for the art form that it is. Hentai. Crunchyroll declined to make any of its executives available for their story on Bloomberg here, which is based on interviews with 18 current and former employees, all of whom asked not to be identified discussing internal matters. In an emailed statement, Crunchyroll said its exclusive titles, theatrical releases, events, merchandise, and games offer everything an anime enthusiast could want. Do you know what's not on that list? Titties. Anime titties are not on that list. And that is something that most anime enthusiasts would want. And Sony is saying no. So, not so fast, right? Quote, there's never been a more exciting time to be an anime fan, and we are strategically feeding a pipeline of anime content and experiences that fuels that fandom, deepens the love of anime, and exposes more audiences to the medium. The Crunchyroll business is outperforming our financial expectations, and the company is well positioned to continue to grow alongside the rising global demand for anime. Since its founding in 2006, Crunchyroll has been the go-to destination for Western anime viewers. Originally a site for pirated content, The company over time licensed almost all of the major anime programs from Japanese studios. Along the way, it also became a special place to work for anime lovers. Crunchyroll employees cut deals for new shows and monitored viewer data out of the offices themed with characters from the programs. From the programs, where was I? They enjoyed a culture where they felt heard by their bosses. In bad moments, employees joked, quote, "At least we don't work at Funimation," their main rival, which was owned by Sony. But then Sony bought Crunchyroll. Boy, I wish Greenlight was here for this. Tension between the camps arose almost immediately. In a Zoom meeting announcing the decision, Funimation workers accused Crunchyroll of being pirates. So literally, when Sony made the decision to buy Crunchyroll, Crunchyroll's like, oh, fuck, no, we're going to be owned by Funimation. And Funimation's like, oh, ew, we're going to own Crunchyroll. Disgusting. Not a good sign, right? Alluding to the site's history, according to two people who were present, Crunchyroll Chief Executive Officer Colin Decker and General Manager Joanne Wage left in the ensuing months. Forced out, I would say.
Can you imagine if Kiss Anime tried to buy Funimation instead?
That would be funny. And honestly, because of how cheap it was to buy Funimation, it seems doable.
They might have been able to do it.
Current or former employees describe Crunchyroll's new management primarily from Funimation. Notice that? Green line when you watch this back. Current or former employees describe Crunchyroll's new management primarily from Funimation as out of touch with employees and the anime fans the company once prioritized. Damn! It's almost like we experienced all of that live
in real time
on the show in real time as we covered how they floundered in dealing with the Vic Mignogna stuff. Isn't that incredible? How they totally made themselves the enemies of the fandom and said, fuck all the fans for not liking us because we decided to do a internal investigation that was dubious at best, and then just decided to get rid of somebody and then silently support the people who ousted him from the industry unfairly. Isn't that what we just kind of experienced over those years? So
no.
Some executives write off anime as kids' cartoons, they said, and resist hiring job candidates who describe themselves as fans. Customers weren't too happy either. Some were furious when Crunchyroll announced that digital copies of anime they had purchased through Funimation wouldn't survive the transition to the new platform. Buy physical, bitch. Since the acquisition, the company has undergone at least 3 rounds of layoffs. Current employees said Crunchyroll's strategy is unclear, resulting in a climate of uncertainty and confusion. Just 39% of its workers surveyed recently said management has communicated a strategy that motivates them. According to internal poll data seen by Bloomberg, that was down from 51% in the previous poll. Another reorganization is planned for early 2025. Apocalyptic, right? In terms of like the internal structure of everything that they've built is collapsing because they can't manage it properly, right? And there is a tipping point in a company where your employees stop to see the future as looking bright. And as soon as that happens, and as soon as you reach that tipping point, which I hate to say it, I feel like they have, all of a sudden, it's going to take greater and greater and more expensive maneuvers in order to right the ship. Because I would describe this as taking on water, right? Like you've hit the iceberg, you're currently taking on water, you aren't dead in the water yet. But if you're not making very deliberate moves going forward, you will be. Right. And I do think that that's part of the reason why people are incorrectly looking at what's written here and being like, oh, Sony's done, right? Sony's not done. Sony is absolutely not done, right? Crunchyroll might be in trouble, but Sony themselves would just as quickly cut off that limb and be like, well, guess that didn't work out, and keep going. Like, they're not done yet. And I think Crunchyroll, worst case scenario, what would happen, and this is honestly, let's be real, best case scenario is that Crunchyroll gets sold to Gen Fukunaga, who renames it Funimation, right? Right? We all know that's where that's going, right? In response, Crunchyroll said its staff has grown by 27%. See, I like to think, what if Gen Fukunaga got paid in Bitcoin? Because the amount of increase in the value of Bitcoin, he easily could turn around and buy Crunchyroll now, back from Sony, right? Like, legitimately, he probably could. Anyway, so in response, Crunchyroll said its staff has grown by 27%, but wouldn't clarify since when or whether Funimation staff were counted towards that increase, right? So again, Crunchyroll says its staff has grown, but they wouldn't, answer the follow-up question of, did it grow because you guys are counting the staff of Funimation that now works at Crunchyroll as the increase? And did it grow by last week? Like, you hired one employee, or did you, kind of thing. So anyway, so the company said it has over 100 open positions at offices around the world. Crunchyroll's internal growth plan includes an initiative called 25 by 25, meaning, and again, remember, they're currently at 15 media, meaning 25 million subscribers by the end of 2025. The goal the company has said in internal documents is to give it a large enough base of subscribers to compete for new shows with more mainstream services such as Netflix and HBO Max, right? Warner Brothers Discovery's HBO Max. The company isn't likely to meet that target, according to insiders who spoke with Bloomberg. The goal wasn't based on rigorous analysis of the markets, but instead designed to project a big, catchy number, they said. The projections call for tripling subscribers in India and Southeast Asia, for example. Yet, in the second half of fiscal 2024, only one of the 6 major regional markets that Crunchyroll set targets for was on pace to meet its goal. And that market was Latin America. And honestly, Malay might be the reason for that, that taking portions of Latin America out of poverty, and riding the ship on the inflation and stuff occurring there might be the reason why people now see the luxury of being able to afford a Crunchyroll subscription. Anyway, Crunchyroll's expanding into new markets, including India, to draw in potential long-term subscribers. The service is available there for about $1 a month, a price that's likely too low to be profitable, according to 5 current and former employees. So I want to take a brief moment here to show you 2 other articles that I meant to cover before, but we've pushed them off for weeks now. This was published August 23rd. Crunchyroll CEO, anime must remain inherently Japanese. Agreed.
Well, you put out High Guardian Spice and all those other ones.
Well, that was before it got bought by Sony, right? And the new
guess that's
CEO, Rahul Parini, right? So this was published August 23rd on CBR, right? Anime must remain inherently Japanese. Comicbook.com, a week later on August 29th, Crunchyroll wants to make a new anime series with Indian stories, CEO shares. Also, just a reminder, the CEO is Rahul Parini. Sounds a bit Indian to me. But also, if we're taking this into consideration, they seem to be wanting to, in order to expand their subscriber base in India, they want to make shows that will be appealing to Indians. Which I mean, judging by what we've seen from Indians, that just means normal anime, right?
That time I got reincarnated as an Indian.
That time I got reincarnated as a big titty anime girl, Indian edition.
Didn't we? I don't know if we covered it, but was there also that story of the?
That,
How
that's
dare
also that time I got reincarnated as Papa Squat.
Stop making horrible fucking noises, and I'll stop muting you. But
What horrible noises.
I don't know. You tell me. That's what we hear. So yeah, I mute you. Wasn't there another story where someone was saying that Japan has to, like, the exact same thing happened where they said, like, Japan has to stay Japanese, but we need to import more foreigners from India and shit.
I mean, I do have, if you're going to bring that up, almost seemingly as a wink, wink, nudge, nudge for me to grab it from off screen. Actually, that's in. That's.
Grab it from off screen.
I think that's in Misk News. Hold on, I'll grab it. I mean, I do have. He said stalling his ass off. Right here, this one. I do have this, if this is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Indian-born CEO, Japanese company says nation needs immigration to thrive. Yeah, and then immediately upon saying this, the stock price of that group. Damn. I mean, it's 3.38%. Not apocalyptic, but you know, it is indicative of the trend of how people feel. Like, no, fuck you. Japan will stay Japanese. Anyway, so back to the main article here. Crunchyroll is also increasing the percentage of anime it dubs in Hindi. The company said it subtitles or dubs shows in 12 languages, including Hindi, Telugu, and Tamil for India. So are those 3 languages they do for India? And then the other, like, you know, 9 would be like English, Spanish, or do they mean they do 12 languages just for India and 3 of them are listed, right?
I think that's unfair. I think they need to translate more English languages to make up for it.
Yeah, do an Australian dub.
Yeah, I want Australian. I want Canadian.
I want
the abouts. I want the abouts.
This is the one place where equity matters. Give us Ocean Group dubs for every anime that comes out. Just
that hoser almost killed me, eh?
Yeah.
I want to hear Luffy say that.
So, yet Crunchyroll struggling to hang on to subscribers, with insiders saying its 2025 target has been pushed to year end. According to an internal document, the company aims to cap monthly churn or customer turnover at 8.5%. That suggests the actual rate could be higher and well above the 5% churn rate that's typical at streaming services. Current and former employees are concerned. Let's see if I get this chair a little higher. There we go. Man, my hips feel like they're about to pop out of their sockets. Current and former employees are concerned that mainstream streamers are closing in on Crunchyroll's territory. Shortly after the Sony acquisition, Netflix licensed JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Suddenly, one of Crunchyroll's most popular series was also available on the world's largest streaming service, and its next season was exclusively on Netflix. With their great reach and higher licensing budgets, Netflix and Disney are vacuuming up hit anime programs like Delicious in Dungeon and Little Witch Academia from key Crunchyroll suppliers. Disney purchased the exclusive rights to the second season of Tokyo Revenger's Tenjiku arc, another popular show, last year. Well, I mean, I can't imagine Disney releasing that with the swastikas all over the outfits. Did Disney know when they bought it? Is Disney going to have their animators hand animate those swastikas to be like a "We Love Jews" sign? Once again, it's not actually a swastika; it's a manji. But I don't. Something tells me that Disney isn't going to release those episodes without major adjustments. Yeah, Disney Plus going full manji. Let's see. So, according to a survey of over 4,000 Americans earlier this year by Polygon, 76% of Gen Z anime fans watch shows on Netflix compared to 58% on Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll argues that sharing shows with Netflix and Disney's Hulu broadens consumer interest in anime and will bring more subscribers to its service. The company has also created free ad-supported channels for its programming on Roku and Pluto. Producing anime normally costs around $200,000 to $300,000 per episode on average, a sum anime studios easily cover through deals with Western distributors. Due to the new competition, license fees for popular Japanese programs are, quote, going through the roof. Rising fees may impact the profitability of Crunchyroll. So again, just so we're clear here, we've talked about this a lot over the years, but Netflix in particular highly overbids for shows. So we talked about when Gen Fukunaga was still in charge, he did an interview regarding Netflix acquiring Evangelion and talked about how when a show goes up on Netflix, it just pops up there. No fanfare. When Funimation gets a show, that show gets the marketing it deserves. People know that it's up there and, you know, they make something out of it, right? When ADV had Evangelion, they were trying to churn out 3 live action movies, right? If I remember correctly. I know there's at least one. I think they had 3 though, that they were trying to get off the ground with Weta Digital in New Zealand, doing the designs for them. So now with companies being able to overbid, and it's kind of like this. Let me put it this way. In the business world, when Amazon first sort of came onto the scene, I guess it wasn't like right away, but early on in Amazon's like business life, they started selling diapers at $100 million loss per year. But the reason they did that is that they were driving out the competition for budget diapers available in other platforms. And by doing that, they drove them out of business. And now you really don't have a choice if you want to buy diapers online, but to get them from Amazon. So once they drove the competitors out of business, they could jack the prices back up, right? And because there was nobody competing with them, you basically had to get it, or you'd have to get in your car and go to the store and buy diapers that way, right? And of course, Amazon's got subscribe and save and stuff like that makes it, as it for a new parent, really, really convenient to be able to have diapers delivered weekly or monthly or whatever you need, right? So in a similar vein, currently companies are doing the same thing. They are overpaying for the license for the shows and the production. In the case of these production committees, they're overpaying in order to secure those rights so that they can harm their competitors. But what they're doing in doing that is they are creating an ecosystem where they have to keep pace going forward. They can't do what Amazon did, because if you drive up the value of things and then decide now that I've basically crippled Crunchyroll, I want to start paying a more reasonable price, all of a sudden the studios go out of business because they grew to a bloated degree based off of the income they were getting, and they were budgeting shot by shot to be, you know, more Sakuga scenes and more, you know, more crazy value added rather than just the reasonable range that anime was at. And now the expectation from the consumer is that anime is going to have even better quality animation, more post effects, more lens flares, more Sakuga scenes per episode, more full, camera moves and whatnot, which are very difficult to do in two-dimensional space, right? And so by creating the expectation that anime is going to always be at the level of, let's say, Chainsaw Man or something, Jujutsu Kaisen, whatever the thing is currently being seen as, like One Punch Man a couple years ago, right? That by setting the bar that high, you create a world in which people expect that, and in order for them to continually come to your streaming service and experience shows that don't bore them, they need to keep hitting that level or exceeding it, right? So there's going to come a time where all of a sudden the money dries up. Even if Crunchyroll goes out of business, Netflix is not going to be continually producing, that stuff at that level. And for example, one of the things that Crunchyroll's got going for it is the volume, the quantity of shows that they have on their platform. And Netflix would never be able to take over everything that Crunchyroll has if Crunchyroll goes out of business, because if they did, they wouldn't be able to pay the rates they're paying that the suppliers would be expecting to all of those shows, right? So anyway, all I'm trying to say here is that it's creating a sort of a ticking time bomb, in the sense that over time they're creating expectations they're not going to be able to fulfill in perpetuity, right? So Toho and Toei, two big anime producers, are interested in licensing to competitors with more potential to reach general audiences. Netflix is streaming Toho's Beastars, for example. Toho is now distributing films on its own in the US and recently bought the animation distributor G-Kids, right? So it's funny that we are thrilled at the idea of Japanese companies coming in and buying American distributors, but we are dismayed at a formerly largely Japanese company, Sony, buying Japanese studios. You know what I mean? Like that's we're going in the wrong direction there. Toei announced last year that it will team up with Netflix to produce and distribute a new anime series of the popular franchise One Piece. This is the one that they're reanimating it with Wit Studio, right? That's what they're talking about there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. So after the pair collaborated on a successful live-action series that ran on Netflix, right, regarding the live-action One Piece, which hilariously, seemingly erased the bad taste in everybody's mouth from live-action Cowboy Bebop, which only worsened the taste in everybody's mouth from live-action Death Note, right? Like, it's amazing. It really only takes one hit to turn things around, which is why, for example, I don't look at this as like Crunchyroll is doomed, because quite frankly, it really just takes, public opinion can be swayed pretty significantly with the right move, right? And obviously Sony, you may be tempted to think that, they just got to replace the CEO of Crunchyroll. It's like, honestly, they got to replace the CEO of Sony is what they probably need to do in order for things to go right. Because Sony keeps doing stupid shit like Concord, which they've described as the future of PlayStation, right? Like they're so short-sighted and stupid, like legitimately actually just retarded.
Well, no, they're accurate. That's the future of PlayStation. It's going to be in the dumpster.
Yeah, well, it doesn't. Thankfully, it seems that because Concord lasted 2 weeks, seems like that.
The future is here, and it is retarded.
All right, so it gets worse. Crunchyroll management figured that they could hook Crunchyroll subscribers on mobile games based on their favorite anime shows like One Punch Man. But that initiative has struggled. Over the past 2 years, 3 games have shut down, including one based on Princess Connect Redive. To which you might ask yourself, why did you pick that? Why would you make a mobile game for that? Like, I kind of understand One Punch Man, but like Princess Connect Redive, definitely a winner. You should have gone with that for sure. So they've shut down Princess Connect Redive while the company has launched 4 others. Last month, all of the games except one brought in sales of less than $5,000 each on the iOS or Android platforms. Now, that's, to me, the biggest red flag, because guaranteed you're spending at least $1 million, or bare minimum you're spending, you know, 300,000-400,000 to produce a mobile game. I mean, because there are like 5 staple mobile games that there are millions of reskins of, right? Like different types of games, like where it's literally you're playing the exact same game, maybe even from the exact same company, but just called something else, you know? And you've all seen the ads where they have like the girl in the snow with like the wind chill, and you know, like you have to pull out the pins and let the money flow through or whatever. Like, and there's like 57 billion of that same exact game from different companies with different names, you know, and stuff like that. So it's like, unless you're doing that, where you're literally just reskinning something with One Punch Man, you can expect it to cost a pretty penny in order to get sound effects, music, you know, character models. All of that shit is going to cost, you know, significant chunks of change. And if you're bringing in less than $5,000 a month, like, ain't no way those games are ever going to become profitable. And there ain't no way that, like, even the server cost just to have users using the game is going to exceed what you're getting back from the revenue of them doing it. Like, at a certain point, you got to ask yourself, is it worth it? Am I actually keeping people on at Crunchyroll, where I'm making 15 million per month times $8, right? Like, is it worth it? You know, like, does this translate properly? So although Crunchyroll invested a large sum developing its One Punch Man World game, the US license for the show was snagged by Hulu. The game hasn't received an update in months, spurring fans to complain online. The company has added more than 30 titles to its Game Vault offering, which is included in some Crunchyroll subscriptions. So on top of all that, what does this mean? 30 titles to its Game Vault offering? Like, are you playing the mobile games through the Crunchyroll app? Do you have to buy the One Punch Man game? Or is it like, do you get like a season pass for having a Crunchyroll account?
I think you get like access to the Game Vault with like the premium or something.
I mean, if you were going to do something like, you know, the $9.99 a month for a season pass, but if you already have a Crunchyroll subscription, then you get those perks where you don't have to watch ads or whatever when you're playing the game. Like, that might be there might be some value in that to the consumer, but also, wouldn't you want them to just be, you know, using Crunchyroll instead of just trying to babysit them with a mobile game or something, you know? Anyway, so executives also hoped merchandising, and this is the problem also with subscriptions, right? Is that, you know, we talked in the past about how Netflix is less concerned about other streaming services and more concerned with how much time people are playing Fortnite, right? And the idea is that if you're playing Fortnite, you're not watching Netflix. So Netflix, since then, has attempted to get in that gaming realm, where now there's like games on Netflix that you could even play with your stupid Apple TV remote, you know? And so it seems like, shit, I totally just lost my train of thought. What was I saying?
Fortnite,
The Game Vault.
TV.
Yeah. So the problem with subscriptions is that a person can pay for a subscription without even using the service, right? Like, you might buy a subscription to Crunchyroll and watch every single day, you know, 10 different anime. But if you still have your subscription to Netflix and watch it once a month, or even not at all, but you're still paying for it, you're not attacking the market share of Netflix, right? And people are still paying for it instead of giving that whatever dollar amount per month to you, right? So anyway, so executives also hoped merchandising would help retain subscribers and boost revenue. Current and former employees have said viewers could binge on manga comic books, cringe at that phrasing, between anime seasons instead of pausing their monthly fee or purchase collectible figures of their favorite anime characters, but with no anime titties. So what's the point, right? Am I right? After taking over the anime merchandise retailer Right Stuff for an undisclosed sum in 2022, Crunchyroll's online store was poised to offer manga, DVDs, and toys. The business has shrunk since the acquisition. Yeah, because Right Stuff don't exist anymore. Among the reasons, Sony asked Crunchyroll to pull their racier adult manga and toys that formed, wait for it, about 5% of Right Stuff's revenue. Yeah. Over the summer, Crunchyroll laid off employees working on its video games and e-commerce initiatives. By the way, we're going to return to the topic about Right Stuff when we get to the Right Stuff news. Don't worry. One concern among Crunchyroll employees and licensors is the marketing, overseen by Marcus Geerdeman. Let's call him Geerdeman, a senior vice president. He was hired by Funimation after marketing several popular Netflix shows like Unorthodox. Now, I just want to say, there's a lot of Netflix shows that I've never seen. I've never even heard of Unorthodox. And if you hired a guy who marketed that show and I've never heard of it, that's a bad sign, right? Like, you want to hire the guy, even if you didn't watch it. Everybody knew that Jack Ryan was on Amazon because every time you bought an Amazon package, it had tape around it advertising the Jack Ryan show.
Dude, it was on the homepage of Amazon's app.
Yeah.
Like, that's how bad it was.
Like, they got right now they have like that Beast Games thing on like the app and the Amazon thing.
Oh, Mr. Beast? Yeah, the Mr. Beast games? Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah, so it's that thing where it's like, even if I never watch it, I know it exists because at least Amazon is good at marketing, and they've got multiple attack vectors to market with, right? Crunchyroll, not so good. And Unorthodox, never heard of it. Not a good sign that you hired that guy, So anyway, so Funimation apparently hired them after marketing several popular Netflix shows like Unorthodox, but had little experience with anime. Marcus Geerdeman did. So Geerdeman brought in a cadre of former advertising agency colleagues whom Crunchyroll employees came to refer to as the Boys Club. Okay. 7 current and former employees said Geerdeman isn't experienced enough for the role, overseeing changes in strategy that cost the company money. In the past year, he has angered both Toei and Toho, according to current and former employees. In July, for example, Toei representatives were underwhelmed at a Crunchyroll concert for anime hit One Piece held on the San Diego Bay during Comic-Con. The signature ship from the program sailed by, but wasn't lit up, so many of those in attendance couldn't even see it. Oof. Literally just buy one of those, like you see on TikTok, like the flashlight that they turn it on is like the entire mountain's lit up, right? The ship catches fire as you just like, well, at least you can see it.
That would have been a better show.
Geerdeman oversaw the event. Then in October, Geerdeman sent an email to staff asking them not to promote the important Toho title Dandadan. Quote, due to ongoing acquisition discussions, we decided not to further lean into the promotion of Dandadan. Question, everyone. What is currently perhaps the most popular anime of the season? What's that?
Dandadan.
Is it Dandadan? The show was also streaming on Netflix, where it debuted as the second most viewed non-English show. Yeah.
I think the issue there is that the first episode got some
Banana
death threats
organ.
thrown at-
blowback from
Yeah.
some spicy, but not, they don't really go full, but they go pretty far in
They don't
one of
go
the scenes.
full enough.
They don't go full Goblin Slayer, but they go partial Goblin Slayer. Is what you're saying?
They only talk
Yeah.
about taking the banana. They never actually grasped it. Like-
Anyway, so there was a small group of people on TikTok that were freaking out and saying that we should boycott, like people should boycott Dan, and it's
You know who
sick
those
and
people
gross
are?
and stuff.
Not anime fans.
Yeah, well, the
core anime audience. You know,
the thing is, it's not the core audience that
Yeah.
would
Yeah.
care. It's the stock price,
It's
right?
the
If they're
tourists.
thinking about acquisitions, they want to make sure that their stock price doesn't take a nosedive because people get skittish on an anime, just as they're in talks to buy Kadokawa, right?
So
Which
do you
would
think
rely
it
on their
might-
stock price being at a certain, like Sony's stock price staying level, because most of that buyout is probably going to be
I
by
don't know.
leveraging
See,
their own
if
stock.
Sony actually gave
The
a
same
shit,
thing
they would have
happened with
handled
Disney.
things very different with Vic.
Well, the same thing happened with Disney and firing James Gunn when all the James Gunn shit hit the fan, right? Because they were in talks to buy Fox and they didn't want the James Gunn crap to tank their own stock because it would have made buying Fox that much more expensive. So
Yeah.
I think that's the strategy that
I
although
guess
it's
part of that-
stupid.
Part of that is the valuation of selling chunks of your stock to have the cash liquid enough to be able to buy another company's stock.
Well, and if they were going to do a full buyout as opposed to
Mhm.
just the 10% stock purchase, most of that buyout probably would have been in stock options for Kadokawa, right? So, like, they don't necessarily have to liquidate, but they want to make sure that the value stays up so that they can say, we're going to give you X number of, like, $1 billion of Sony stock.
You know,
right,
I
or
just
whatever.
find it to be so funny, you know, and this is the thing is like we've never on this channel. I mean, I think Augie did a couple times advocated for anime becoming mainstream, but like that's never been the goal here, right? And it has only brought heartache because once a company is thinking about, you know, like I guess I would put it this way, and we're going to talk a little bit about this tonight with different topics that are going to come up, but basically, you want this art form to be celebrated as an art form, not as a money-making endeavor, right? And so anime, when it became popular, was built off the blood, sweat, and tears of animators doing incredible things you'd never seen before and storytelling that you couldn't get anywhere else. But nowadays, it is sort of a you know, like almost a paint by numbers. You know, there's too many shows coming out every season and everything for anybody to keep up with anyway. And a lot of them are completely uninspired and just remind you of shows that were better, you know? And so when you are in that sort of realm of doing things, you've got like all of these companies who are making all their skittish decisions based on like Randy is saying, their stock value, right? And so ultimately what anime fans want, you know, the people who actually spend money on this stuff, is we want the shows to be like racy as all hell and unabashedly, you know, true to the core of what makes anime what it is, right? Yeah. But all these companies just want to turn it into something safe and tame and lowest common denominator so that they can maximize the reach. But the problem is you can't also maximize the value that an individual person puts on the IP. That's the problem, right? So as an anime fanatic, there will be some shows for which you're like, yeah, I would easily drop $3,000 on, you know, like a figure from this show that's like featuring my favorite moment or whatever. You know, I would drop $3,000 on a well-designed figure that captured my favorite moment because it means something to me and touched me inappropriately, right?
And I touched it inappropriately too.
Yeah, but
Did it touch you in the no square?
but if you make everything tame, like for example, Dragon Ball Daima is coming out now, and it just feels like the show has gotten further and further away from its roots, you know. And Dragon Ball Daima is a horrible example in a sense that like there's probably much better ones that were, you know, as you know, how many times did an actual honest to goodness hentai get turned into an actual anime? You know what I mean? Like it literally started there, and then now we've got the tame shit. You know what I mean? And so what you do by neutering stuff like that or trying to mass market appeal.
I saw something. Sorry to interrupt you, but just on that note, I saw something that Night Shift Nurses is now a new remastered game that's not a porn game.
Yeah, completely censored on Steam. That's not cool.
Isn't Fate Stay Night in the same boat?
Yeah, like nobody would even want to buy a notorious title like Night Shift Nurses if you've removed all the notoriety from it. So what I'm getting at here is like there's some level of fanaticism amongst anime fans where you are willing to spend money. And the example I use is $3,000 for a statue. Maybe it's not even that. Maybe you're just going to be like us. And like, for example, when it comes to Lupin, I own every single iteration of Lupin that's come out. Right. The only one I don't have, and it was a choice not to get this, was the save edition of The Woman Called Fujiko Mine, because
Classics edition.
Save edition is gross, and B,
it was
Fujiko Mine is gross, right? Or is it Classics? Whatever, one of those.
Yeah, it still had the slipcover with the picture. So
the point is that I will go out of my way, and I'll buy it, and then when it gets re-released, I'll buy it again. Like that's me, my fandom, and my value of that show is that I will continually support it, right? So when it comes to mass market appeal, though, what you end up doing is you not only, like in your effort to expand the amount of people willing to put a dollar amount towards what they value the show at, you also dramatically lower that dollar amount. And in the case of anime, we've seen over and over again that every effort to do that has instead resulted in a net negative because you ruined the core fans, right? They no longer want anything to do with the show, just like with Lord of the Rings and Rings of Power, right? Like you think, like the corporate mindset is, well, shit, let's throw $1 billion at the Lord of the Rings and capitalize on that tremendous love people had for the Peter Jackson trilogy. But instead, you now make people hate the franchise. Like you've left a bad taste in their mouth. They're going to stick with the box set they have of the Peter Jackson trilogy, and they're never going to watch anything that you produce. You know, and that's the level we're at with this approach of trying to capitalize on anime, because all businesses like this, especially super mega multinational corporations, they're only interested in the quick dollar, right? They are only interested in what can I produce that will return a 10x on my investment. Let's greenlight it today and get moving on it. Get to work. Daddy needs a new, yacht or whatever the fuck,
The mass appeal thing definitely reminds me of kind of how I was talking to someone a couple days ago about some other game, but I was comparing it to how Dragon Age Veilguard, it's like their art style has now become a safe art style or whatever, with the Fortnite look. Like the creepy creatures look like a joke that looks, you find in Fortnite.
To quote Asmongold, it looks lower quality than Raid Shadow Legends.
Yeah.
Like the level of quality, the only thing that game really graphically has going for it is it has a pretty fucking robust hair engine. And it's actually distracting. Like my wife was in the character creator and gave her character long hair. And then you do like this turn and like the hair literally is like, whoosh, 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 it's fucking all over the place to the point where she's like, maybe I'm going to play a short. Just because it got distracting.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Like I almost want to call it China safe because it's like, China, you can't
and that's
have,
a big part of
for
it.
example, you can't have skulls in China, right?
And as discussed in my first impressions, the original first impressions I did with Mr. Nice Guy of Ghost in the Shell, the reason that things went the way that they did in these different corporate decisions is because in order to appeal to the Chinese market, like people want to make movies that won't get banned in China. That's why you'll avoid, mentioning Taiwan, which in most cases is easy to do, right? People don't usually think about Taiwan that often in their daily lives, right? So you're not necessarily making movies where you have to like go out of your way to not mention Taiwan, because most of the time you're not going to. But just as an example, like for example with Black Panther, in the American poster, you see the actor playing Black Panther, but in the Chinese poster, they put Black Panther's mask on because the Chinese are kind of racist against black people, and so they want to see the superhero, or like it would deter people from going to see the movie if they knew going in that the main character was black, right? Stuff like that. But the idea is the reason you want to get into the Chinese market is because there's 1 billion people in there. Same reason they want to get into the Indian market. There's 1 billion people in India and 1 billion people in China, right? So if you can corner those markets, especially if you can get in there before Netflix gets popular, which good luck because they got every Bollywood film in the world on their fucking thing. But if you can get in there and corner that market, that gives you a huge leg up. And then it doesn't matter. Fuck, man. If you got all 1 billion Indians on Crunchyroll, who cares that they're only paying $1 a month? That's $12 billion a year from India. You know what I mean? Like, so obviously that's the reason people want to get in there. Let me,
before we get too far away from it, I want to bring up the, another potential reason to, stop promoting Dan to Dan would be they don't want to promote something that they don't own. Because Dan to Dan was licensed by G-Kids.
Well, obviously they're salty.
You don't
over the
have
fact
to
that
guess though.
But they're saying here,
literally says due to an ongoing acquisition discussion, we decided.
And it says
not to
the show was also streaming on Netflix. So is it not also streaming on Crunchyroll?
Yeah. And
it is, right?
I think Dragon Ball Diamond's also streaming on Netflix.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And I'm just saying that there's an obvious reason why you would try to downplay it, right? But the show itself is, the hit of the season. So you are trying to take a shit on somebody else's pie instead of
while still reaping the rewards of serving it.
No, but see, the thing is that you're not. Like, all you have to do is promote the value of watching it on Crunchyroll. Hello, Green Line. Yeah, you just have to market it differently. Like where, for example, at the end of every clip about it, it's like watch it on Crunchyroll, or like highlight even the fact that a Crunchyroll subscription, or that it can be watched for free with ads on Crunchyroll versus Netflix where you pay more, kind of thing, right? Or end it with Crunchyroll, the home of anime. There's ways to subtly drive people, especially because this is actually a really good example, because Dan to Dan is one of the most popular shows currently coming out, right? So everybody is seeing shit from it, regardless if they're watching it. So then you want to be promoting it available to watch on Crunchyroll, so that the people who are like, oh yeah, I keep seeing that girl, getting groped by the alien guys. Like, what's that about? Should I check this out? It's like, oh, it's on Crunchyroll. It's on Crunchyroll because I saw that fucking ad. So of course go there. You're literally giving it away. The show is becoming a breakout hit. And instead of saying like, come watch it on Crunchyroll, pretend it doesn't exist. Don't promote it. And it's like, so when people Google Don, what comes up? Oh, it's on Netflix. I'm going to watch it there. Good thing I already had an account.
Dude, the natural evolution of this will be that they'll experiment with like, wait, people like people getting sexually exploited by aliens? What if we put tentacle rape from space up next? And then
You
they
know
just
what we
go
haven't
hard
seen in
into
anime
hentai.
recently? Tentacle rape. Bring back tentacle rape.
What happened to tentacle rape? Let's merge the buy anime store back with
it was
Crunchy
in
store. Why don't
Diver.
we?
It was in To Love
Goon
Ru.
Line, when's the last time you saw tentacle rape?
Oh goodness,
Last night.
it's been a year. We're hoping to get a new episode of that like cruise ship one. I think it's
What?
gosh, what's the name of it? There's one where they're
There's
on like a cruise
there's
ship.
that Reagan one that just came out.
We're waiting for episode 2 apparently, but
Are you talking about why can't I remember the name of it? Is it on Disney Plus? Blue.
I think he's talking about real hentai because
Oh,
are you
That's
talking
not
about
the delusion, the
anime?
delusional whatever
Heavenly
anime.
Delusion?
Yeah, that's
Heavenly
not on a
Delusion?
cruise ship.
What?
I want to say that's on Hulu.
Okay. Anyway.
Heavenly Delusions is on Disney Plus. Or well, yeah.
I'm thinking of that other show that has all the murder.
That's not on a
in it.
cruise ship.
And it has the girl with the blue hair, and Disney has censored out panty shots.
Summertime rendering. Yeah, that's the one I thought.
That one, yeah.
All right. Anyway, so let's kind of catch up on chats.
Hold on, scroll up a little bit in this article. Okay. Then in October, just literally like 2 lines. Then in October, Girdman sent an email to staff saying, due to an ongoing acquisition discussions, we're not going to talk about Dandadan. So I don't think we have to like guess as to why they're not talking about Dandadan and like, oh well, it might be because they don't own it or whatever. They literally said it's because of the acquisition.
It's ongoing.
No, but what this means is that they're sharing distribution. They aren't solely distributing it. So because it's visible on Netflix or Crunchyroll, they don't want to drive people to go watch it on Netflix by promoting it.
So okay, that's fair. I guess. So I took this as acquisition of Kadokawa, but you're talking about acquisition of licensing. You think
the license for Dandadan, because Dandadan is by Science Saru. It's not connected to Kadokawa.
Okay, fair enough.
And
like I said, my whole thought process was they're talking about acquiring Kadokawa entirely. Therefore, they need their stock price up.
They want their stock price. They want their stock price down. Like if Dandadan was a Kadokawa property, you'd want it to fail so that the value of the stock would go down.
No, they want their own stock price up so that they can use their own stock as leverage.
Yes.
But yes, if we take it as he's talking about acquiring licenses, like, hey, for season 2 we could do more for you. Although, but
we can pull it out from underneath G-Kids' feet.
It seems silly to purposely tank your own metrics on a series to then go around and use that as leverage in an acquisition for some licensing. Like, oh yeah, Netflix really killed us on Dandadan because we didn't promote it. But maybe if you give us season 2, we'll promote it and it'll do better on Crunchyroll. Like if you give it exclusive to Crunchyroll, like I don't know. I'm gonna make the assumption he was talking about buying Kadokawa and not licenses. It just I don't see the game plan on if that's talking about buying licenses and how crushing Dandadan on their own platform when it's on Netflix helps them in any world. I don't see that game plan.
I didn't even know it was on Netflix, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it got leaked beforehand, and that's how everybody else watched it. So, all right. So let's address some of the chats here. So, Kotichi says Sony ruined Firewalk. Firewalk, was that the studio that made Concord that they bought and then shut down?
So. Yeah.
Shift Up went public during the Sony collab. Yep. Hello, Mirage. How you doing? Sony is a huge corporation. They are coping. Seems like it. Isn't the point of Crunchyroll to recycle pre-made content? I mean, to a degree, sure. Xbox buys Crunchyroll, then closes it down a month later. Let's do it. Go for it, Xbox. CEO farts loudly. Stock takes a dip. Disney Plus going full manji. Crunchyroll sponsored by Pfizer. Is it overbid if the money is inflated? I mean, that's a good question. The diaper seller should just buy from Amazon and sell them. It's a good strategy, actually. Stupid idiots. Should have thought of that. Yeah, so I think, I don't remember if we talked about this on stream, but Postmates and like Uber Eats, they offer like buy one, get one free offers for different restaurants, and the effort is that like they offer discounts on your food and they pay the difference. So it's not actually something where you're giving the food away at that price at your restaurant. They're actually paying you the difference that from what the customer paid, right? And so there was a story about a guy, I think he was a pizza place in Chicago, that found out that Postmates was doing that. So they started buying their own pizza through Postmates in order to pocket the money and then just take the pizza they were buying and using it to fulfill orders in the actual restaurant. Or even just buying pizza and not making it, kind of thing, just to deliver it to themselves with their own Uber drivers and whatnot or whatever. Ronan Joss says, good morning. Sawadi Cup. I don't know what. I'm going to Bangkok with my mom and dad. I like to pray for my mom's medical checkup. Wow. Good luck. From what I've heard, there's a lot of really good doctors in Bangkok, but unfortunately, most of them are removing things from urethras, from what I've read on this podcast. So I hope that's what she needs and that she finds a good doctor. Crunchyroll censors their games, and that caused instant boycotting. Did they censor the games? Because they were making the games. So the censorship, if I don't think we covered it, but I feel like I want to say that they were like adding additional clothes to characters from One Punch Man, doing stuff like that. Good riddance to Crunchyroll. That's what they get for screwing Vic, Allison Victorin, Kyle McCarley, Eric Roland, and now David Wall. Justice for them. Yeah, I don't know that many of those guys actually need justice. David Wald and Kyle McCarley specifically seem like they made their own beds.
I must have forgotten what happened with Allison Victor, and I didn't realize she got cringed by them.
I think he might be thinking of...
Rachel
first of
Ellis.
all, if you're still listening, please tell us what you mean by Allison Victorin. But I think he might be thinking of what's her name instead of Allison Victorin. The voice of Jess, Jessie from Pokemon. What's her name?
Rachel
the one
Lillis?
who died. Rachel Lillis? Yeah, the one who died
killed her?
recently. No, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, he might be thinking
So
of that. That's
what
he's
I
saying.
heard from Allison Victorin
Victorin?
is that she had like political leanings that they didn't agree with, and so
Really?
that they kicked her out. Yeah, I can't verify.
Can
that.
I
That's
hire
what I
her?
heard.
Sounds
that
like
she
you're
just
So-
wanted to like.
Just
She
saying,
also
Vic and Eric Rollon also fit in there off that list, but Kyle McCarley and David Wall.
Can we get that Conan dub that we wanted all on our own?
Yes, please, Allison, talk to me.
Yeah,
let's
make
get
our
let's get a non-cringe Detective Conan dub.
our dark web dub of it.
Hashtag bring back gatekeeping. Hold on. I used to fly drones. This is the comment I wanted to get to. I used to fly drones, and the laws were lax. Once it became popular, the regulations became ridiculous. Yeah. So, when drones, like civilian drones that you could like record video and stuff with, first came out, that shit was fucking amazing. I mean, you'd spend like $2,000 on a Phantom DJI or whatever drone, but you got incredible footage that dramatically improved the value of the content you were producing. When we were running CalJam, which I'm wearing the shirt from, we did like drone footage inside the facility, like literally inside the opera house kind of thing. We would fly around. And we got some great ass footage. But then the regulations started to catch up. And now, if you're anywhere near an airport, and I mean near as in like within 100 miles, they're like, can't fly. As soon as the drone takes off and it connects to the internet, it comes right back down.
Yeah.
Sony wanted to buy From Software. Seems that way, referring to the Kadokawa stuff. Crypto was awesome until it became popular, and now people keep saying that they were scammed because their risks didn't pay off. Well, yeah, and the fact that every fucking meme coin that people decide to try to buy thinking they're going to be rich.
Like the Hawk coin?
The Hawk coin, yeah. I also recall the drama with Sony decades ago to promote their streaming and TV with PSN. They gave out Queen's Blade for free to watch. That caused parents to complain to Sony about this years ago. Wow. Queen's Blade, huh? Sony didn't even have that. Did they? Isn't Queen's Blade an Anime Works title?
Yeah, but digital licensing
Yeah.
I think is different because Xbox Video also had a bunch of anime from Funimation and stuff. Which I remember back when they gave away like free seasons and episodes, and I redeemed them on Xbox.
Cool Tucci says they want to stop physical media, so we have no option, but they're sanitized slop. Yeah. Unfortunately for them, when the apocalypse happens, my DVD collection will be worth its weight in gold.
We need unsanitized slop, okay?
Lady Phoenix says, so there is a patch on the publisher's page for that Night Shift Nurses game on Steam to make it 18+. Oh. Was that
okay? So that I'm pretty sure Steam does that with like every like erotic game.
Hold on. Just for the audience. If you have felt some sense of FOMO over Night Shift Nurses because you want to know what all the fuss is about, let me invite you to not play it. Because, quite frankly, the fuss is that they force a character to eat shit in this game. I've ruined it for you, but also I kind of saved your ass, right? So, the anime adaptation is better. I'll take your word for it. I haven't bothered to enjoy that.
It's just bad. The spin-offs are better, but like the original.
Oh, so Allison Victorin retired after supporting January 6th. Damn.
Whoa.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, Cool 2T. Do it yourself drone. Get me one of them. Yeah, for sure. Oh my god. I'm not even going to bother with this Luigi comment. The level of autism infecting your dictionary, your mental dictionary, is too high for me to bother with. Anyway. Okay, so back to this. At least 2 people who worked for Girdman filed complaints to Human Resources about his management, one of them alleging sexist behavior, and the other accusing him of creating a hostile work environment. Sony investigated the allegations of sexism, and Girdman was cleared. 7 people
You
speaking.
You mean
with
he
Bloomberg.
wasn't fired right off the bat?
Well,
And
so
tweets put out saying
Yeah.
we don't condone
we don't condone
sexual
it of any kind.
harassment.
Yeah. So here's the thing, though, just so we're clear, he's not being accused of sexual harassment. He's being accused of sexism, meaning prioritizing male employees for positions or stuff like that instead of females, right? And they also didn't find that to be the case. They said, no, you dumb bitch, you're fired anyway. Like you're not worthy of that job you want.
You're not worthy.
7 people speaking with Bloomberg said Girdman has negatively impacted employee morale. Japanese manga publishers such as Shogakukan, which is should be Shogakukan, good job there, Bloomberg, Shueisha
Shogakukan.
and Kodansha are also unhappy with how Crunchyroll manages merchandise rights. The company often makes and sells merchandise or collectibles, such as figures or posters, in ways that the publishers don't approve, according to both Crunchyroll employees and staffers in the Japanese publishing industry. Let me guess. You gave them nice heaving breasts, and they took those and covered them up? Is that maybe perhaps what they did? I don't know. They put the logo over the panty shot for the show, like High School of the Dead, right over the butt, kind of thing. Reports from Crunchyroll detailing sales for revenue sharing purposes aren't considered trustworthy. 3 Japanese anime industry employees said the U.S. company's attitude made some heavyweight manga authors upset as their characters were used in ways they didn't want. Meanwhile, Sony just announced that it increased its stake in Kadokawa, which we already looked at, one of the major Japanese anime creators, to 10% as part of a broader business relationship with the company. Sony has long had a strong position distributing anime outside of Japan, but doesn't own much of the content. The company said they plan to invest in properties jointly and market them globally through Sony's distribution network. Their strengthened alliance could also give other Japanese studios more incentive to find different distribution partners. Sony shares rose 2% on Friday. Oh, good for them. Anyway, do you guys have any more? So I'm thinking more of the like the wall scrolls and posters and stuff. Or like, for example, like what we've seen a lot of. Good.
I was going to let you finish your thought because I'm thinking something slightly different than that. But
well, just to finish my thought, then I'm thinking of similar stuff to the Deedlit. What's the name of that Record of Lodos War game with Deedlit's Labyrinth or something, right? Where they re-released the game in order to censor the cleavage on the cover. Stuff like that's how I'm picturing why a company would be unhappy with how they treated it. Or like you drew special art for the box art of the 30th anniversary and they choose not to use it because it's too lewd or something, right? Whereas
Also,
sometimes like, give it here, please. Let us put that on it.
Like they do reissue figures sometimes, but like it's not odd if a figure doesn't get reissued. So if they just happen to not reissue all the naughty ones and all of the other ones that they would have, maybe been naughty, maybe they're a little less naughty, right? Or the box art is less naughty or something, right? So it's a lot harder to tell that censoring is happening in the figure market and also it's not like generally what they do for figures is at least unlicensed ones, like not based on a current franchise, is there'll be like a drawing that they either commission or they go find, I guess, and then they say, okay, we're gonna build a figure based off this art.
All things we've learned from Greenline's pickups, as well as that they don't include the mosaic on the figure.
Yeah. So it's so if they find an art piece that's too lewd for them, they just won't make that figure. And the person that made the art isn't going to be like, well, they didn't make my fig. I'm trying to put out a figure and they didn't make it for me. That's
So-
not what they're going to say. So, my point is, it's just, I assume it's a lot harder to notice censorship, or it's a lot easier to get away with censoring the figure market as opposed to the anime and video game market.
I have a different kind of theory on what's going on. Because for one, I don't think they're making figures. I think they are licensing, like the anime. They're licensing figures that anime companies or figure companies, excuse me, are making.
Well, Kadokawa
Like,
does. They are the like the only brand. It's not like it's Kadokawa by good, or like Good Smile by Kadokawa or whatever. Like
right.
they do have figures under their own brand.
Right. But think about, like, if, okay, we will license these out to you. We'll let you have your stock of these figures. And let's say they're more racy. Some of them are more racy than Crunchyroll would like. And so they kind of put them on the back burner of the website. They're like, they don't promote them, so to speak.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's different. The
Add
sorry,
to the fact. What were we going to say?
I was just gonna say there's a difference between the Right Stuff buyout and them censoring the whole side of Right Stuff that had racy figures, and
I was about to
the
get to
Kadokawa
get to that.
purchasing.
Remember what happened with Right Stuff. They had to ditch a shit ton of their figures to buy anime. They had to get rid of that entire stock, basically.
Just a heads up, like I don't mean to tell you that if you've got something that's on the front of your mind, you can't bring it up right now. But we are going to look at this topic again in Right Stuff News regarding that exact thing. So we'll have an opportunity
I'll
to
leave it alone,
discuss
then.
more. But if you want to wrap up a thought before you
like a couple, I just thought that maybe their handling of, like, let's say, like the binding figures that I sometimes get, or because these are still owned by like companies that have a stake in certain things, and so it's like, well, when Crunchyroll, Sony buys out Right Stuff, it's like, well, okay, but we had like X amount of stock we gave you X amount of stock to sell, which you had to like liquidate almost, it feels like, for them to
the real question is, how well is Buy Anime doing, or whatever that.
I hadn't have any problems with them, but bear in mind I've only received like my one previous Right Stuff order from them, my old Right Stuff order, but that went through fine as far as I'm aware. I haven't really ordered from them after that.
Yeah, Greenline has more cultured websites he typically gets his goon stuff from.
So just to put a bow on what I was trying to say is there's two issues, right, with the figure censorship. One is Right Stuff getting bought out and then that business getting sold off, and then Crunchyroll store not featuring figures that would have been featured on Right Stuff and sold off.
Yeah, on their front page of their figure stuff. Yeah.
But then also them buying 10% of Kadokawa and having more sway on Kadokawa, are they going to influence Kadokawa's decision on making the figures themselves? And that's what I was talking about, where that kind of censorship, it's almost going to be impossible to tell that kind of censorship is happening.
Censorship,
like
on the drawing board.
Is he like
we don't have like,
or just me?
Just you.
Just you then.
We don't have the same kind, like we don't have figure designers coming out and saying, I've made this figure, I want to sell it through Kadokawa. That's just not how that pipeline works. So we don't have the same opportunities to get the signals that, hey, there's censorship happening here, right? It would have to be like a year out, like, and then someone go back and look through and say, look, Kadokawa's making, way less figures that are boobies, and then we'll figure out, oh yeah, okay, I guess they're clamping down on the boobies.
Yes.
Did your hat take Viagra?
Viagra? Yeah. Yes. Thank you for noticing. All right.
If
we're about to make up
stuck
a
like
lot
that
of lost time.
For
more than 4 hours,
for 4 hours, you got to call the doctor, right?
Yeah. All right. Here we go. You guys ready to move on and come back to this topic in like an hour?
Yes.
Cool. That's what we're going to do. All right. So, Reese, I saw this before podcast. Thieving Thieves Christmas Cookie Collection. If you squint real hard.
I see it. Dear God.
Yeah.
Wow.
No,
Is
it's
it
not
just
Lupin.
the outlines, or you
It's
have to
not
pay them in?
Lupin. No, it's not. These are
No, it's
these
a
are pins.
pin.
They're pins.
Oh, they're pins. Okay.
Yeah, they're enamel pins. But here's the thing: they're not Lupin characters. They're Thief
thieves.
Cookie, Gunman Cookie, Femme Fatale Cookie, Samurai Cookie, Inspector Cookie, and Officer Cookie. Just to make sure you know, we are not in violation of copyright from TMS.
That must be Yata.
What's
I
the
have no
last
idea
one?
who Yata is. Who's Yata? Can you inform me?
He's Zenigata's partner in part 5
woman
and
called
6.
Fujiko Mine.
1650 to get
No, not that's Oscar. That's
Oscar.
Oh,
that's
okay.
right. That's right.
It's
Yeah,
not
the
the
woman,
kid-
yeah,
it's not
that is a different guy. And the woman called
Yata's a good one. Yata's the good one.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I just thought that was
you're
funny.
backing this?
No. You know
Oh, you're
why?
not?
Because each
Why?
individual pin is $15. To
Holy
get all
shit.
6, it's $80.
What
Like,
the
fuck
fuck?
that.
What does it say at the top? It says 1650.
And they're like, look, we're gay. We're totally gay.
They give you.
Oh, okay, that
yeah.
ruins it. Oh, okay.
Never mind.
I don't know. If
I
you
would
heard
rather
from them,
just bootleg their icing, their icing
Boot-
pattern on a
bootleg
real
the
gingerbread.
bootleg.
Anyway.
What's the $16 tier?
1650. Like at the very bottom of the characters, it says 1650, like in the pictures. So, like, is that saying you don't even get all of the pins?
So
unlocked it.
they only unlock at the different. They have to get $900 before you could even get.
It's
the
only
Fujiko
2
one.
pins until the 900. It's not even 900 yet.
Yep.
What a scam! Imagine backing the $80 tier and they
The funny
only
thing
released
about
the
this
2.
is that they've already fucking designed them. They're right there. You clearly have the vector designs ready to go, ready to ship off to the enamel pin manufacturer.
No,
You
that's their
already
AI
have them.
generation, and they have to actually
No.
manually make it after the fact.
100%,
Concept
they
art.
already have them. I just thought it was funny that they're like going out of their way to make sure you
Why
know
does
that
it
they're
say free vinyl stickers now? Now they're scamming us by
not.
saying
It
it's
says
free.
plus free vinyl stickers. That's what these things are at the bottom, I think.
Oh, so the gay ones are the
Yep.
free ones.
Oh no! My hat reaction.
Start the timer again. It's a new day.
I almost busted. Let the edging recommence.
Put 4 hours on the clock.
There we go. Put it right there. Nice. All right. Going for the record. All right. Anyway, no. I need a chin strap for this baby. Oh, fuck it. All right. So there was an alleged attempted murder at the Anime Song Festival. That suspect has not been charged.
Was this the one that was criticized for using AI art on their poster?
Oh, I think it might have been actually. Interesting. So the Nagano District Public Prosecutor's Office stated last Friday that it will not charge a 38-year-old suspect arrested for an alleged stabbing at the Nagano Ani-Era Festival.
Alleged, okay.
Yeah.
We don't know if it was a
bleeding
stabbing
right now.
Yeah.
We don't know if it was a stabbing. It's only alleged.
Yeah, it could have been a mistake. They could have tripped and fell and landed on something sharp.
Yeah, who knows?
Look,
Who knows?
my stomach is just on its time of the month right now. Okay.
Yeah, the jury,
Maybe
the jury's
maybe
still
someone
out.
took flu powder and apparated and said the wrong word, and the knife that they were happened to just hold to go to their kitchen, flew off and stabbed someone.
Blue powder, huh? Okay.
You-
All right,
Harry Potter?
I'm
No?
not following that reference.
Diagon Alley.
All right. Anyway,
People who are Harry Potter fans, Reese would get that.
I still don't get what you're saying.
I'm not going to explain it.
All right. Oh God. Get back.
You're not a real Harry Potter fan, Reese. You disappoint me.
Say again. I wasn't listening.
No,
He said,
go back, watch the VOD.
He was talking about flu powder, and over here I'm thinking he's talking about like that stuff that spies throw in their mouth and then vomit right away so that they can distract people.
Nah, it was the powder that they used in the fireplace to teleport places, and you have to say the place that you were gonna go. And Harry fucked up and said Diagon Alley or whatever instead of
Diagonally.
the proper thing, and then he ended up in the wrong spot.
Fucking idiot.
You went to knock him
Well,
down
he
instead.
caused someone to get stabbed at this market.
Oh, okay. Still don't get the reference. All right. So anyway, so there's an alleged stabbing. The suspect was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. The suspect underwent psychological evaluation for the past 2 months since October to determine criminal liability, which ultimately led to him not being charged. So effectively what they're saying is, well, yeah, he did try to stab this bitch. And
so then it's not an alleged stabbing then.
Yeah, he did stab her, but he was also mentally retarded. So he thought he thought he was doing a magic trick with a collapsible knife that just happened to be real. You know, something dumb like that. The suspect underwent psychological evaluation for the past 2 months, determining criminal liability, which ultimately led to him not being charged. According to the police at the time of the arrest, the suspect stabbed the victim multiple times following a dispute over having the same favorite voice actor.
Holy shit.
You know, at this point...
Alleged. Oh my God.
But just think about it for a minute. This is what happens when you close the insane asylums. Well, I guess he's going to let you off. Like,
did you guys hear about the guy that lit the person on fire in the New York subway?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But don't worry, because Kathy Hochul made the subway safe again.
There's a video of this. They're gonna arrest him and be like, not guilty. It was an alleged.
The worst thing about that entire video is that I saw was some guy just walk by and do nothing.
Yeah, why do you think that is? Why do you think a person passing by on a New York subway would choose to do nothing? Why do you think that is?
It's almost like you get punished for stopping crime.
It's almost like they just barely got away with Daniel Penny and Jordan Neely's thing. Like, it's almost like that just fucking happened, and people are like, I ain't gonna risk it. You know, like, come on.
Yeah. Especially when you're dealing with crazy people.
Like, you didn't even look at him.
If you try and help the woman, then he turns around and starts trying to throw fire on you. Yeah.
Get fired, bitch. Anyway.
And then if you happen to get the gas and light him on fire, then you get arrested for burning him. Like, it's.
I need.
On a side note, I went to go see Sonic the Hedgehog.
Of course,
you do that when the Sonic topic comes up.
No, it's topical now.
Of course,
when Shadow burnt down the city and got away with it.
Did somebody get set on fire in the theater?
I'm massively girthy now.
I was waiting.
Did I completely derail you?
Yeah. I was seeing what the fuck you're doing. I didn't know that was a water bottle.
Yeah.
So I was waiting outside the bathroom after the film had finished to wait for my friends to get out of the bathroom. And some guy, me and another person were sitting there talking about the movie. And some guy randomly walked past us, turned around, and then interjected himself into our conversation and was like, "Oh, did you see this movie?" and pointed to the Lord of the Rings Rohirrim poster. And we're like, "No, we just came out of Sonic." And he's like, "Oh, Sonic's good. You should watch that movie." And I'm like, "Yeah, we just came out of the movie. We finished watching it."
Maybe you're saying Rohirrim.
Can I have some of whatever you're having, young man? Like,
Yeah, no, he was special. And then he turned around and tried to leave, and we're like, okay, good. Tried is what I said, because he then decided, no, I'm gonna turn around again and talk some more, and went on about Sonic some more. And I was like, you're very special, sir. You can end this conversation anytime you want.
Cool 2T answered my question, even though I didn't acknowledge it when I was saying why would they be afraid to turn around and help the burning woman. Also, Sonic did 9/11. Thanks for giving me something to shoot for the thumbnail here. All right.
Spin
So anyway,
ball.
back to this. So
You could do Sonic on the one building and Shadow on the other building.
I just think it'd be funnier with
And
like
Tails
Sonic
recording
standing
it.
on Tails' plane, going into the building.
Oh, you could do that too, yeah. Well, you could do that for Sonic, and then Shadow be the other building anyway.
One
The
tail
amount-
per tower.
The amount
two
of
planes.
thumbnails that I've been, working on that include some form of 9/11 imagery is a
9/11?
little too high. But thus is the show. So as I was saying before, though, this is what happens when you close down all the insane asylums. Is that you have
Yeah, you get random people talking to you at the movie theater.
or mentally retarded individuals stabbing people for liking the same voice actor,
Or awkwardly talking about you or to you at the movie theater.
yes, or that
equally bad. Equally bad in my opinion.
Yeah, that was basically terrorism what you experienced there.
That was your own personal 9/11, huh?
His random 11.
The problem with my hat hair is
Dude,
that it's very Hitlerian.
Dude, you look like Bully Maguire there. You need to keep it.
Do the dance, do the dance, do the dance.
I don't know the dance. What's the dance like? Is that one right?
Actually,
yeah.
you're doing
Yeah.
that better than your Trump dance. Come on. How is that possible?
I have a lot of practice with this dance.
Only 2 kids? Are you really practicing?
All right, anyway. So as I was saying, when you close down insane asylums, you just let the people who should be in those insane asylums go free because they can't go into the prison. So I say we bring back the insane asylums, and then we can really clean up the streets here. So the suspect reportedly
in the asylum.
Say what?
It's racist to put them in the insane asylum now.
Trump's
white
president, bro. I don't think it is. I think we can get away with it finally. The suspect reportedly confessed that he intended to kill the man. Damn. Allegedly stabbed him off. However, according to the investigators, he may have intended to target a different person whom he had a long grudge against, but mistakenly attacked the victim.
Imagine.
I'm trying
Well,
to stab you.
Listen, Your Honor, you don't understand. I did mean to kill someone. It just wasn't that guy. Well, you're free to go then. I don't know if you heard him, jury. He said, and I quote, "There is a mistake." Like,
Clearly, there was someone at this music event that liked the same voice actor he did.
it's funny.
So
the
they had to
judge-
die.
It's funny.
You
the
can't
judge
blame
is-
him for getting the wrong guy. Like,
the
come
judge
on.
That's
is
the only
probably
acceptable
thinking
way to deal
himself,
with it.
"Oh, you're talking about Tanaka? Yeah, fuck that guy. You know what? You're free to go." Make sure you get the real Tanaka next time. Right? Like, all right. So, the Nagano District Public Prosecutor's Office stated on Friday reports that the victim had bullied the assailant. Turned out to be false. Oh. The Nagano Ani
As if that would justify.
Second day
So,
of
like-
the incident and offered refunds. Fuck, man.
He was bullied. That's why he got stabbed.
Anyway, let's catch up on some of this now. Son, you turn that shit down. Your boy Kongming has got a live action movie slated for April 25, 2025.
I'm not feeling the same
How
amount
many
of Riz
times?
as the anime.
Holy shit! How many times can you put this image in the article? 1, 2, 3, 4. One more for good measure. Ah. Anyway, so yeah, there's a live action your boy Kongming. There's also a live action Onigoroshi or Demon City coming out. So I think this is going to be on Netflix. Yep, Netflix Japan.
Wasn't there already a live action Demon City?
Yeah, but that was Demon City Shinjuku, not Onigoroshi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. Also, Sonic the Hedgehog 4 was greenlit before Sonic the Hedgehog 3 got released. Also, you saw the movie.
Transformers.
Did a fourth character show up that was hidden from the trailers?
No.
Ah!
Unfortunately, we guessed that wrong.
Wow. That thing
All
that
of
we
that
said
theory
wasn't gonna happen
crafting
didn't
gone
happen.
to waste. Come on,
Yeah.
Randy. How dare you?
I did awkwardly notice that they gave Sonic eyelashes in this movie.
Eyelash.
Yeah,
Because
he's got some.
was he like
harsh
Bugs
eyelashes.
Bunnying it, like going in a dress and kissing Elmer Fudd? Like,
No, not that far, but he did get some pretty harsh eyelashes.
So without saying who, did they lead up like what's going to be the next
They
movie?
did introduce new characters.
Okay,
at the
everybody
end
in
of credits.
the audience, close your eyes if you don't want to know. Randy, if it was Big the Cat, could you shake your head? Okay, good to know. Guess I'll wait for it to come out on DVD.
Well, if you said that this was Sonic Battle Adventure or whatever, does that mean that the fourth one is Shadow the Hedgehog with guns?
It's got Shadow's in it.
Yeah, with guns.
No.
At one point.
The game Shadow the Hedgehog, where they introduced the gun mechanic.
No, that'll
be really good.
That'll be the Paramount Plus TV series.
Unrated edition.
Is there?
No.
Wait, hold on. You can answer this one verbally because it would be the biggest scoop ever. Does Sonic ever look up at the moon and turn into a werehog?
Oh.
Does that get hinted? I think about this. Good.
Did not get hinted. No.
I think about this in the Marvel movies right now. They're planning to bring what's Captain America's actor's name? Chris Evans, right? They're planning to bring Chris Evans back as Captain America for the Captain America New World Order, or whatever the fuck the new movie's called.
They're not doing the plot line where he turns into a werewolf.
No, I get that, but I'm just saying.
Oh, okay, because Captain America does turn into a werewolf at one point.
Are they gonna do the where he's like Hail Hydra kind of thing?
I think I honestly might watch every single thing in the Marvel franchise if I knew on the horizon that there was going to be Captain Werewolf. A Captain Werewolf in America. Teen Wolf.
We got a lot of watch parties ahead of us.
Yeah, so no, but what I was gonna say is that when I was talking to somebody and they were telling me that they're bringing back Chris Evans as Captain America, and then they mentioned, but when they were trying to say that, they accidentally said Chris Hemsworth. So I interpreted it as they're bringing back Captain America and Chris Hemsworth as Thor, meaning because I haven't watched.
Now Thor should be Captain America.
No, but I haven't watched these movies, but I've seen on the periphery things about them. So I assumed that Natalie Portman took over as Thor, and so my friend I was talking to, I thought he was telling me they're bringing back original Captain America and original Thor, and I was like, fuck no, really? like literally what they did at Marvel was they had a great IP, just like fucking world-class IP with superheroes, right? Then they went super woke and nobody likes the comics anymore. And then they made movies that have been wildly successful because they're based on stories written like 50 fucking years ago or more, right? And that's why they're successful, because they base them on the golden age good stuff. And then they've just speed run their way into Riri Williams and Miles Morales and all that kind of shit, right? To just like jump ahead. Well, now that it's popular again, let's try the woke shit another time, right? So my point is that they're having to take a step back. They're kicking Anthony Mackie out of the role of Captain America, at least for one movie, right? For Chris Evans to come back for it, right? And also, again, they brought back Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom, right? Like they're scrambling to find some solution. So what I was trying to say is that Sonic the Hedgehog is like, all right, it's successful. Let's speed run into the shit, which is what it feels like they're doing, right? Like they went from Sonic to Sonic and Knuckles, now Sonic and Shadow, and then it's like, how can we ruin this, right?
Okay,
make him a woman and gay.
I will say, this movie seemed the most juvenile of all three of the movies. Okay,
Damn.
Which I didn't appreciate as 30-something in a theater, but
that really sucks because Shadow's like the most serious character, right?
Well, there definitely were. I think that's
salty.
maybe.
You're just salty that when Maria got killed or whatever, a sign went up that said, "Please don't clap." Right?
I think that might have been why they tried to go harder on the juvenile stuff, is because it was dealing with a lot more
more serious storylines.
Yeah, with her dying. But okay, I have to spoil one thing. One small thing. No, I won't spoil it.
Okay.
At the very end, at the very end of the movie, there is a character who disappears very abruptly in a very weird way, and I'll just leave it at that. I laughed because it was so shocking that I couldn't believe they just did that to that character. I was like, what just happened?
Shadow's trans now?
No. Anyway, so in terms of the fourth movie, and the characters that they introduced, it's not Silver. Okay. And I feel like if they did Silver the Hedgehog, the fourth movie would have been trash. The character that they teased in for the new movie gives me hope that they will at least be able to maintain trajectory with the fourth movie. So I have hope.
I'm trying to think of who it could be. Okay, just answer me this: is it a character from the games or a character from the comics?
Games.
Okay. I figured.
Biggs the cat.
If freaking like what's his name, like Nate the Weasel, or what is his name? Knack the Weasel. Like if those characters started to show up, I'd fucking lose my shit. And like this breaks all the canon. I'm here for it though.
You're here for the ring online.
No comic characters or the Saturday morning cartoon characters.
Oh, that'd be hilarious if the kid that has more screen time than Sonic in Sat AM or whatever was the character. Chris, is that his name?
I don't. No, there wasn't a real kid in the Sat AM.
No, but in one of the Sonic TV shows, they had a human kid that actually got more screen time in the show than Sonic did. So I was saying it'd be funny if that's the character that shows up. It's just that kid, right? I
don't remember that cartoon, but anyway, the other thing I wanted to say about this was this movie the first movie, Sonic 1, came out in 2020. It was like right before, just as COVID was hitting, right? And Detective Pikachu came out within a year. I think it was the June of the year of 19, of maybe something like that. And the box office was almost the same. Detective Pikachu did a little bit more, but it also cost a little bit more.
And now
it was from Sonic X. Is the one I was talking about.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
His name is Chris Thorndike. Christopher
Right.
Thorndike. Wow, what a name. You name him Chris, he's got no chance of not being a Thorndike, am I right?
I was thinking of the older cartoons, not the anime. But yeah. So they've done now the greenlit for 4 movies and a TV series, right? With the
Knuckles TV show.
Knuckles series. And I fully expect a Shadow series.
Yeah, I saw that Keanu Reeves and Idris Elba want a Shadow Knuckles series.
100%.
They also want to do a live action Cyberpunk.
Oh, like
Idris Elba and Keanu Reeves? Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Because they're both in the Cyberpunk.
Oh, not Edge Runners, just the game.
No, yeah, they want to do the game because Keanu Reeves and Idris Elba play characters in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would translate to live action a lot better.
Yeah. But so Footnum, you'd get your Shadow. It wouldn't be a movie where it's Shadow the Hedgehog the game, but it would be. I would assume they would do it as a TV series.
Whatever format they do, if I can see Shadow shooting guns on the big screen,
If I can see Shadow committing
he needs
genocide?
to have an AK-47.
No,
he needs to cock it like a shotgun.
Oh, come on! I was gonna say
I need to see Shadow.
MP5.
I need to see Shadow in his workshop sawing the end of the barrel
and building his own dragon breath rounds.
Yeah, building claymores. Yeah, dragon's breath. All right, so the game or the 4th movie is on track to debut in spring of 2027. Yikes! Like 2 fucking years. I hope it's worth it. I hope Jim Carrey doesn't quit acting again.
I saw a thing like the only reason he took this role again was because he was broke again.
That's what I was talking to Dan about that yesterday, and he's like, "Yeah, I think whenever a celebrity says that they've quit acting, it's because their bank account is full, and then when it's not full anymore, they're like, oh shit, time to get back to work."
Is that what Miyazaki was doing?
Back in the shadow
he had said, to be fair to him, he had said that he wasn't quitting. He was just
he just said that it would need to be a script that was brought down from the heavens by angels, written in gold ink, that was really important for the world to see, and it just so happened to be Sonic the Hedgehog 3.
And
there was
hold on, wait, you've seen the movie. Would you describe it as important for the human race, written in gold ink and delivered by angels worthy?
From what I heard, I don't know if it's true, but on TikTok, I heard that they printed out the script with gold writing for
That's
him.
the fastest way to get your lead actor to quit.
Was it the script or the contract?
I think it was the script, because that's what he said. The script would have to be written in gold.
Oh, okay.
Funny.
So I don't know if that's true. That might have just been a joke on TikTok.
That'd be hilarious. Yeah. And he has all of those scripts, and they're all imprinted in gold ink. And it becomes the most sought-after collector's item after Jim Carrey dies.
And the other thing I saw is on the press tour, he said that he really wanted to work with Keanu. Although with Keanu just doing the voice, I don't know how much they actually got to work together.
I doubt they actually ever really interacted outside of the red carpet.
Yeah.
I'd love to see him work with Keanu on Kick-Ass 3. That would be a movie I'd watch.
He's dead in Kick-Ass 2. So.
Yeah, he died in Kick-Ass 2.
But he could still be like the he got
Jedi shot in the head, didn't he?
Didn't he get his head popped open?
Yeah, by the Russian girl's thighs or whatever.
Yeah. Didn't she smack open his head?
But that doesn't mean he couldn't return as a ghost.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, yeah, let's bring Ghost into Kick-Ass. That's what that franchise needs.
All right. I mean, it definitely could have had the girl who played Katie Doma return and not leave him for stupid reasons that were plot irrelevant, so that it would be less awkward for the love story with him and Hit Girl that seemed to come out of left field.
And
anyway,
also the one friend who, what's his name?
He was in American Horror Story, so he didn't
Yeah,
reprise his role. Yeah, the
Yeah,
guy
but
who
it'd be
came
cool
in
if he
as
could
ass
come back.
kick.
It's awful.
Ass kicker.
Did the movie end there? It's like we finally kicked an ass.
It
succeeded.
ended
No,
with
like-
him making an Iron Man suit.
No, serious. Oh, right, yeah. So, what happens in Kick-Ass 2 is that eventually Todd and Marty, as friends from the first movie, end up becoming their own superheroes. And Todd like invents an elaborate backstory that's completely untrue. That's literally the backstory for
No, it was Marty.
Batman or
It was
whatever.
Marty. It was
Is that Marty?
Yeah. Todd's the other one. Todd's ass kicker.
Oh.
I was
Huh.
like, Marty? don't
I
know.
think he plays a
gay?
character named Todd in another movie that I saw recently. Anyway,
Yeah.
but it doesn't matter. The other guy, when he finally gets let in on the
Hot
club
Tub
of
Time
we're all
Machine?
superheroes.
We need to
Um,
add
he-
that to the watch party list.
Yes. Later on, when the other guy finally gets in on the thing, he buys an outfit to wear, and it's literally Kick-Ass's outfit, but with the colors reversed. And when it comes to coming up with a name, he can't think of one, so he calls himself Ass Kicker.
Ass kick.
So we've got Kick-Ass and Ass Kicker. they look like when you're playing Street Fighter, and player
Yeah, the
one
alternate
chooses
colors.
Ryu, and then player two also chooses Ryu. So Ryu has a different color gi on.
My favorite part of that was Marty calling him ass licker instead.
Yeah. Anyway, moving past this. So, quick update to this thing we talked about previously. We talked about Games for Diversity. So it says here, Games for Diversity tries to silence YouTubers for exposing Sweet Baby connections. This was the game that they had produced where you play as a drag queen and you save muscly underwear-laden men as like your princesses you're saving. And the game intentionally went out of its way to like censor profanity so that it wouldn't be rated too high and it would be accessible to children, because it seemed like the game was like the goal of the game was to get in the hands of children. And Master of the TDS and Writing Raven of the Gothic Therapy YouTube channel had sort of talked about this. Well, in response to that, Games for Diversity has issued a takedown of their video on grounds of privacy concerns, even though everything that they disclosed and showed in the video was publicly available on the website. Information publicly available on Games for Diversity's website. So anyway, that's the update there. Moving past this, and God, so every time I think we're going to catch up for lost time, we got another article here to read. Okay, Green Line. Adult Swim is ending the Toonami rewind block. Adult Swim's Toonami programming block announced on Thursday that it is retiring its Toonami rewind block at the end of the year. Toonami will continue to air on Saturday nights. Their Facebook page stated, quote, "We just wanted to say thank you to everyone who watched Toonami Rewind and let you know that it will be retiring at the end of the year, but Saturday night Toonami isn't going anywhere. Stay gold." So I guess Toonami Rewind was just them showing old shows they previously had shown, right?
That's my guess.
Since
Only
at the
Green Line
time-
would know. But he
Yep,
is sleeping.
I think Green Line was watching the shows as they were airing on Toonami Rewind. Like that's when he was watching Sailor Moon and all that.
He started basically manually watching Toonami of his own accord, acquiring the shows manually.
Acquiring the shows they were watching, yeah. Cool.
I
Anyway,
don't think I could go back to watching TV. Like,
me either.
No,
scheduled.
Dude,
even just reruns on them their own is enough for me to just not want to, let alone commercials and all that crap. And not being able to watch another episode after I finish the first one.
Yeah.
Lady Phoenix says, don't forget that Kick-Ass and Ass Kicker would end up both becoming Quicksilver. I
yeah,
don't
Yeah.
think so.
both
No.
both the actors.
The original
Quicksilver.
ass kicker. The original ass kicker was Quicksilver in the X-Men universe, and then Aaron Taylor Johnson was Quicksilver in the MCU.
Aaron Taylor Johnson played in the
Quicksilver
MCU?
in Age of Ultron. He was Quicksilver.
But the other one,
I never saw
the
that
other
one.
one, Yeah, the X-Men one
the one
did
from
better.
Days of Future Past, which is the one that everybody likes, was
Yeah.
played by
the original
Todd or
Ask-
whatever.
The original guy, Todd.
Yeah.
From
Yeah.
the first one.
Huh.
And he played it better, so they killed off Aaron Taylor Johnson's Quicksilver, and
They just killed them off in one movie.
I mean, the reason that they had two was because Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, I think, were like two characters that were joint licensed by Fox and Disney.
Yeah, the licensing was
whatever.
weird, so they both had claim to it.
Yeah.
But
So-
they kept
so
throwing
they-
much
So they had
on
to have different versions of the characters.
They
Right?
didn't
That
have
was
to
like-
have different versions of them, but
Can
It
you
was
Then they
just-
brought him
fucking
back.
imagine the mind fuck of all of a sudden, like just for example, just imagine you're watching the trailer for Captain America and Tom Holland's Spider-Man shows up, right? But you never see what Peter Parker looks like, right? Then you go to see the movie and he takes off his mask and it's fucking Tobey Maguire. Can you imagine how badly that would fuck you up?
All right, let's not linger too much on this. We got the
All right.
watch club, right?
Yeah, we
I just want to say
Um,
quickly, it was something like because those characters were introduced in a Spider-Man book, Sony owned them, or
Mhm.
because they were introduced, whatever book they were introduced, X-Men had a claim, but then because they were also part of the Avengers at one point, Marvel had a claim, and then there was a race to see who could use them first,
Mhm.
and not to because they would get ownership of them. Then it was just if they got popular on one side of the equation,
You cornered the market by being
basically.
there first.
Yeah.
Totally.
And so X-Men kind of cornered the market on Quicksilver.
So JT Vegas says Cartoon Network is dying. Seems that way. They did
All cable seems to be dying.
Yeah,
They
most of
did
cable.
recent-
Have we covered this article yet? Or are we just now talking about it?
You're just in
We
time.
were biding time.
Biting time. Yeah, because I was
Right.
talking to somebody and looked the other way. It's like, oh yeah, they're covering Rewind.
This is for you.
Okay, well,
Do you have something you want to say?
I do have something I want to say.
Cool,
If
let's
you've
go for
already
it.
read the article,
No,
but
no,
if you
go
haven't
ahead.
read the article,
I've
So-
read
We
enough.
have read it.
they
Or wait,
they mismanaged this, in my opinion, so hard. They had an opportunity to like ditch the current Toonami and just go with this and
Mhm.
just bank on nostalgia, and I think that would have been so much better. Instead, they were like, here's Sailor Moon. Also, we're rerunning Kai that Dragon Ball Z Kai that we've reran for
Mhm.
like 5 years. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
like,
They should have
I
reran the
wouldn't even-
original.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. They should have reran the
yeah, everybody was
original
like
instead of
banking
Kai.
on them to run the original Dragon Ball Z, but they didn't.
Nobody has nostalgia for Kai.
And then they were like, okay.
Duo does.
I assume it has something to do with the fact that they had the license for Kai and not OG Dragon Ball Z. So,
Yeah,
well,
but then they
keep in
probably
mind
the Falconer score.
they're able to get through the entirety of Dragon Ball Z Kai a lot quicker than Dragon
Yeah.
Ball Z. So
Yeah.
I imagine that's the real reason they do it.
That's
But
stupid.
and another weird thing is that the other two shows that are on the other one show that's on the block for this block.
Is it daily or is it weekly?
It's only
No,
on
it's just-
Fridays.
it's only a weekly,
Saturdays, isn't it?
only Friday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly. So if you do regular Dragon Ball Z, how many
Rewind,
weeks is that?
specifically.
Like,
Well, you
Was
could do
Friday.
2 episodes a week.
Regular Toonami Saturday night. But this was Friday. The rewind thing was Friday.
I feel like they should add the rewind to the start of the Tsunamis and take up before where
Yeah,
a
they
couple of
should've,
hours
but
before
they
Toonami
didn't because they're
starts.
dumb.
So they're showing Mashal is like their non-rewind.
Yeah.
Okay. I asked
And
ChatGPT
rerunning-
just now what anime is currently on Toonami, not the Toonami rewind block, and this is the answer it gave me: Mashal, Magic and Muscle, and Invincible Fight Girl, which is not an anime.
Yeah, which is
No.
not in.
They've had
Stupid
cartoons on
fucking-
it too.
I
It's
said
a car-
anime, not trash. ChatGPT.
Yeah, it's.
Wait,
not
is that a
great.
real thing or is that something ChatGPT just made up?
It's
No, it's a real thing.
show.
It's just
I'm
not
watching
anime. It's an
Toonami,
American
and
like
it's
piece
there.
of crap show. Like
Yeah, it's so bad.
It looks like that show that we covered that Disney decided to shelve the episode where the character came out as trans.
So I
recently.
went on Reddit. That may have been a mistake, but I went on Reddit and complained about like the state of Toonami and stuff. And I mentioned that Invincible Fight Girl felt like a write-off, and I mentioned that. And one guy in chat was like,
"How dare you? My favorite.
You say it's like a write-off. It's like
Black
okay,
people
man.
are involved in that
Is
show.
that like
It's against the law."
miraculous miracle ladybug
Miraculous
show?
Ladybug, Miraculous.
It's worse. Look up Invincible Fight Girl and on Google and just look at the first image and you'll be like, oh yeah, that's trash.
It doesn't look that great. Yeah, it's bad. So on the other hand, too, they had Naruto running, which was bizarre. It's like, wait, you have OG Naruto, but then that doesn't fit into the time slot that was originally established by Toonami. That came like years and years and years later.
Yeah, that was like midnight Toonami, not afternoon.
Why didn't they license Naruto Kai?
But okay, you have the rights to Naruto, is my assumption. So what would have made a lot more sense is that Toonami
Yu Yu Hakusho
in the 70s, well, Yu Yu Hakusho would have been fun too. But what would have made a lot more sense, and what they already fucking have, is air One Piece. They didn't air any of the early episodes of One Piece. They're just like, nah, Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, and Sailor Moon, that's fine. And it's like, I don't understand why you didn't try to get like Outlaw Star or Cowboy Bebop or like Gundam Wing, like
Trigun,
Batman the Animated Series. Like this didn't feel like a rewind. It felt like a mishmash of like other things that was just like, here's part of a nostalgic, run of Toonami when it's really all it was Sailor Moon. The Visit Sailor Moon specifically was all that Toonami rewind. Excuse me, I can't say that fucking word. Felt like it felt like an excuse to just air Sailor Moon. And the first season, mind you, they didn't bother airing R at all. They only got season 1. They're like, whatever. And so it doesn't make any sense.
Nostalgic season.
So, with that in mind, you're okay with them getting rid of it?
I'm disappointed, but yeah, I mean, I really would prefer if they just got rid of the Saturday night one and leaned into the rewind. Like they got the older shows back.
I don't know.
Like,
I just like I was gonna say earlier when we were talking about I couldn't go back to watching TV. Every once in a while, once in a very long time, I will be in a situation where I'm in a place where somebody is playing actual TV, and fuck me, commercials are the worst. I have forgotten how awful that was.
Yeah, you don't even get ads on YouTube, so this is like multiple layers of I can't even skip it.
Yeah, because
do they still have Boomerang
Premium? So
I think they also got rid of Boomerang recently, didn't they? From Cartoon Network. Didn't we cover that?
I think they got rid of that a while ago, but yeah.
Okay.
But it just sucks.
I was gonna say they should bring the retro Toonami to Boomerang because it's like old enough now. It's like
really.
And I think Boomerang didn't this is 20 years ago now that I had Boomerang, but did Boomerang have commercials? I think it didn't, right?
I don't know.
They might be bounce back.
I watch Toonami weekly, so I got used to commercials after a while. But Toonami Rewind just wasn't fun to watch aside from Sailor Moon. It was like, oh, okay, this is kind of fun. But then after having to put up with early episodes of Naruto and Kai for the billionth time, I'm like, okay, I lost interest, so I didn't keep watching it. And it was just...
Don't throw Ladybug under the rug just because one shit desperation enthusiast. Which dub of Sailor Moon did Toonami Rewind use? I think you just
dub, so the redub,
right? Okay.
Yes.
Cool. All right, let's get past this. I unfortunately added one more topic here. Crunchyroll explores shorter anime for shrinking attention spans in the TikTok generation.
Did we not cover this? I could have sworn we did.
No, we were gonna cover it 2 weeks ago, and then I pulled it out at the last second. So
and then random or them cried about it, and you were like, "Okay, fine, we'll remove it."
Something like that, maybe. Global anime. So I've been holding on to this for a while. This is from October 14th. It just hasn't been the right time to cover it. And it's getting to the point where I'm like, let's just get it over with before the year is up. Global anime streamer Crunchyroll is exploring the idea of shorter anime projects to suit the preferences of younger generations for short form content, such as that seen on TikTok, according to a new interview. Nikkei X Trend interviewed Crunchyroll COO Gita Repa-Praganda. The COO and the CEO are both. Where do you? Because he's being a loud ass bitch.
He's not a bitch. He's a character.
But he's being.
Oh,
I legitimately can't do this.
Cartoon Network is dying. We read that. Cartoon Network is slowly dying, guys. Have you not heard the news? What is the news that you are speaking of? Are you speaking of the fact that Cartoon Network is dying? Because we heard that one already.
Or are you
I'm
talking
confused.
about the rewind? Because you must have missed it when we covered it.
Or is there new news? New news that's newsing that we haven't heard of?
Okay, anyway, back to this. Nikkei X Trend interview. So the point here I just want to bring up is that the COO and president, I think he's CEO now, Rahul Pri. So they're both Indian. That's what I'm getting at. No wonder they want to expand their reach in India. About the latest trends concerning the anime industry. When the pair were asked how they believe anime will evolve in the future, Perini replied, most anime are 21 to 24 minutes long. Meanwhile, younger generations are used to watching short 2 to 4 minute videos, one after the other on TikTok. We need to think about how to tell anime stories differently than we traditionally have done. No, you fucking don't. Just get gag manga Biori. It's easy. There's plenty of short form anime that already exists. You don't have to tell the anime stories differently. You just need to get the different stories already told in that format.
Just shove them all in one episode. That's all you have to do. That's what they've been doing. But you know what's crazy? All of these HBO Max or whatever Netflix shows have like double length episodes. So it's like, are we really eroding the attention spans? Like,
and do kids in India use TikTok? Do they have because you're really focusing on the wrong goal here. You got too many targets. You're going to throw your darts and miss all of them because you're trying to do too many different ways, I should say. So they say the anime industry seeks to appeal to younger generations via shorter content. It's not the first time that Crunchyroll has signaled its intention to appeal to the younger generation's tendency to watch shorter content. Speaking again to Nikkei in August, Reba Pergada said that the platform was exploring short content like anime music videos, as well as promotional content through platforms like TikTok. Crunchyroll's Twitter account has notably ramped up its posting of scenes from anime episodes before inviting viewers to check out the series on this platform. Nevertheless, there was nothing this week in the news, was there? Like, you guys are writing an article about fuck all. Nevertheless, Crunchyroll's latest comments point towards going even further, potentially reducing the duration of some anime projects. The company, which grossed over $1 billion in 2023 from licensed goods, $1 billion. Hold on. I just got to know. If you have 15 million users and they're paying you $8 a month, and they're doing that for 12 months, you should be doing a lot better than $1 billion. It should be like almost 1.5 billion is what you should be at. Where was I? Grossed over $1 billion in 2023 from licensed goods. Is far from alone in this regard. Most recently, Masayuki Ozaki, president of Bandai Namco Pictures, left the company this month to establish a new anime studio, Creedom 8, specializing in shorter animation projects. Japan-based anime production studio Tokyo Epic announced this month that it will set up an anime distribution platform and a newly dedicated studio specifically for short-form content. Numerous NFT-based companies, such as Azuki, also use short anime as a launchpad to enter the space. Azuki partnered with anime legend Goro Taniguchi and Junichi Yamamoto. What about him?
Nothing. He did Code Geass directing, so I like.
For the anime earlier this year, branded content creators like intertrend have also seen success with anime shorts for Toyota. A well-known Studio Ghibli animator also pushes for short anime to address creative drought. While the Crunchyroll-led push for more diverse anime runtimes would likely be met with backlash from some fans, several industry professionals have previously voiced this necessity for other purposes. Shigeo Akahori, a well-known regular on Studio Ghibli films, highlighted the importance of short anime. I like how they let's bring up Ghibli. Oh, I guess it's Arrietty, right? That is technically Ghibli. I thought for some reason I looked at this and thought I was looking at Mary and the Witch's Flower, or whatever that was. Anyway, so highlight the importance of short anime attracting amateurs and animators who had ideas but had no place to put them to use, and addressing a creative drought. With many of the proponents for shorter anime having an eye on markets other than just Japan, those critical of certain aspects of the globalization of anime will likely find it concerning. Yomiuri reported late last year that Imagica, the parent company of Pokemon Studio OLM, reached a deal to produce light anime to bring down production costs. Man, what a tragic trend we're covering this podcast.
I miss heavy anime.
First? I do. I miss the heavy shit like Legend of Galactic Heroes.
No more floppy anime. Get the Viagra up in here.
Okay, you're right.
We need some hard anime.
All right. Attack on Titan's finale compilation films are going to screen in North America on February 10th. If you live in Finland, it'll be February 12th. Australia and New Zealand will be February 6th. Spain, February 13th. 20th for Denmark and the Netherlands. You can read the rest. Nobody cares. Right? All right. Moving on. Meanwhile, The Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim's co-writer Philippa Boyen says main goal in creating Hera was to make her feel real. Okay. Oh.
I'm a real boy.
That's not what I wanted.
Does she have a facial fuzz growing? Is that how real she is in this?
Well, let me read this to you. So she was giving an interview to The Nerdist and pressed by her host as to what she considered, quote, really important to feature in Hera's character. She responded, "We wanted her to feel real," strangely enough. I mean, you would want a character you made up out of thin air, practically, to feel real. That would be something you'd want to do. I mean, which is kind of a weird thing to say because she's an animated character. She's in a fantasy world, but Kenji Kamiyama, I don't know, he's some kind of magician. Somehow, he manages to make those characters feel real. I also have to give credit to Gaia Weiss, who voices her. We worked with Gaia over a span of 3 years, and genuinely, there's her DNA in that character. I can tell you a quick little story. Wise turned up to record one day. We were recording in London. I think we'd already laid down the first voice tracks, and then some animation had started coming through. And we'd come back to London, and now she was getting to revoice, and we had some new lines, etc. to picture. But she turned up, and she'd been knocked off her bike, and she had blood coming down her leg.
I could hear the blood in the vocal booth that day.
Did she get mugged or raped by a migrant? It's just such a weird thing to say. She turned out, yeah, she'd been knocked off her bike, and there's like blood streaming down her leg, right? And it was like a mother hen immediately, and she was like, no, it's fine, let's go. And I was like, oh my god, that's Hera. That's
Wow.
exactly what Princess Hera would do. Boyens would further highlight this goal of authenticity in response to being asked by Rusik as to whether or not Hera's constant espousal of her anti-marriage sentiments, such as her declaration of "I am a bride to no man," was ever intended to be taken as an indicator that the princess preferred the company of the fairer sex, to which Philippa Boyens would adamantly protest, no, honestly, legitimately, no. No, she's not a lesbian, is what she's saying. However, as we continue reading, and I think this is the interesting thing in terms of that, That is the beauty of what you can do with Professor Tolkien, because I think there's an accessibility to these characters that you can have, and you can try and make them as real as possible. But I can tell you, we did go and look back on some histories, medieval histories, to sort of make sure she was feeling authentic. And there are many times you can find women who refuse to marry. They did not want to marry. And some of them paid a price for that choice. There is actually quite a surprising number of historical women characters who said, nope, I'm not marrying any man. It's interesting. An interesting perspective, Boyens concluded. And I would say to that, I would say, why not? Maybe. But also, we can never know. So she says no. Legitimately, no. She ain't a lesbian, but maybe. Right? Like, it sounds to me like something that I've experienced with observing the LGBT community, especially when it comes with the trans pipeline, is that I have watched people I know get love bombed, like depressed individuals I know, get love bombed by the LGBTQ community. And so for the first time in their life, or at least in their modern grown adult life where shit is hard, all of a sudden they feel a perception of validation and love coming from a group. And so that suckers them in to that pipeline, right? And I think there's a lot, like when I was reading this, I couldn't help but think about all the press stuff coming out about the movie Wicked and how like Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo are like, they're doing all of these like press tour, like interviews with queer news outlets for some reason. And every one of them is talking about how like people are holding power in the songs from your movie, and they identify and hold strength in their queerness with your songs and stuff. And they're like, oh my God, it's so beautiful. I'm crying right now. Please help me. Right. And it's like, there's something about this, like, temptation, I think, for creators or like, you know, writers, people getting interviewed by the media, that as soon as somebody starts getting excited and giddy over gay shit, they're like, yeah. You know, like they just have to, the enthusiasm coming from the gay community is too intoxicating for them to not say, yes, please give me more. And I just feel like that's been happening a lot in Hollywood and other industries like that. So anyway,
well,
good.
The other thing is, if she's not a lesbian, she's asexual, so she's still LGBT, right?
We're all a part of that rainbow somewhere, right?
Also,
anyway,
like
good.
you're gonna come out and say like, oh yeah, we made her feel real, as if like anyone would ever say we made our main character feel fake. Like
fake
yeah.
AF.
or even like we made our main character feel like she's an anime
unreal
character.
Yeah.
No, an anime character. Like who
Our
would ever
last
say
20
that?
productions were pretty fake, but this
Yeah.
time we're going real. We've gone real, guys.
To be honest,
We wanted
she's
to
more
make
real
sure
than
that
any
you
other
knew. We wanted to make sure that you knew you're watching a CG cartoon.
Yeah,
So
I was
we
gonna
made
say,
our main character
when I watch
feel
this,
like a CG
she
cartoon.
better feel even more real than fucking Golem. You know what I mean?
You better feel more real than that Tenga.
So that real doll. So anyway, so she says that like, okay, so the character's not gay, but maybe in your head canon, if it brings me more money at the box office, sure, why not? Maybe. But anyway, Lord of the Rings War of the Rohirrim has bombed at the box office. The War of the Rohirrim drew just $4.5 million on 2,602 screens, including the international box office. The film grossed a little over $8 million in its opening weekend. The budget for this animated film was around $30 million. Factoring in marketing and theater cuts, War of the Rohirrim will need to earn more than $100 million to turn a profit. But instead, it is heading into homes after a 14-day theatrical window because it's doing so poorly that they are already putting it on Amazon Prime Video, Apple TV, Fandango at Home, and more.
Do you have to pay
14
for it?
days. Damn.
Presumably, yeah. So
No.
like
Uh,
Amazon
Oh.
Prime Video, you would pay for that. Apple TV, you pay for that.
Yeah.
Fandango at Home,
Well-
you probably pay for that.
movies at home kind of is, yeah, I can see that. They're still gonna make money off of it.
Oh yeah,
If it's
so-
Amazon Prime Video,
Yeah.
like you have to pay for the Prime service, but is it?
Well, no,
like,
no. This is
included-
movies with movies in theaters at home,
Mhm.
kind of thing.
So
If
the-
it's that, you have to pay like $20 to see it.
Yeah. So the point is that normally they would force you to go to the theaters, right? There would be exclusivity in order to get their box office numbers up. They're giving up on the box office numbers because the writing's on the wall. And now they're just saying, like, can we recoup the losses if we lower the bar to get in and just let you watch it at home? Like, because pretty soon the theaters are going to say, like, yeah, we're not going to show that movie anymore because nobody's buying tickets, right? Anyway,
I don't
moving
know.
past
If it's
this,
included into the Prime subscription,
It's
like
not gonna be. That's what I'm saying.
that'd be
it's
be
not-
crazy.
Even if you have, if it's the movie theaters at home thing, like they
Mhm.
have the red one on that
Mhm.
Chris Evans Christmas movie with the Dwayne
With
the
The
Rock,
Rock?
and yeah,
I definitely
and
wouldn't have
they-
described it as a Chris Evans Christmas movie.
Whatever,
With
you know
The
what I mean.
Rock is pretty fucking.
the Rock and Chris Evans and what's his name,
The guy J.K. Simmons.
J.K.
Okay.
Simmons, yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's on there, but but it's also in like theaters, but you have to pay $20 to watch it, even if you have Prime, regardless.
Cool Tucci. There is a UHD Blu-ray coming out for it. Yes, 4K
In a
Blu-ray for it.
steelbook too.
Yeah, so 14 days longer than Concord. No, I think 14 days. Didn't Concord also last for 2 weeks? Or was it less than 2 weeks? I don't know. Anyway,
I feel like it was less than 2 weeks, but
so
maybe, I don't know.
I do find it kind of funny that like right before podcast started, I kind of looked this up and saw this came out on today. Mamoru Hosoda's next anime film is releasing in winter 2025. And it's basically red-haired Hera from War of the Rohirrim, right? Somehow already feels more real.
Watch this one
than
makes
Hera,
more
though.
money, and watch this makes more money in the U.S. domestic box office than Lord of the Rings.
So the way it's described is that it's going to be full CG.
This film?
No, this is
Yeah.
gonna be done by his studio. What's
Studio
it called?
Chizu.
Yeah,
Well,
Chizu.
well, yeah, that's not the surprise, but he makes it described as if he's basically going to do a Ghibli movie, like, oh, it's going to be a female-led Chungus.
Isn't all of his basically Ghibli movies?
Aren't all of his movies?
No,
female
Summer
led?
Wars has what's his face as the main character. I'm just saying that
A guy?
he's,
Okay,
he's
sure.
selling this as if it's some sort of new idea, like, was it a strong princess who crosses time and space? It's like, wow, a strong princess. That's like half of the Ghibli movies, at least.
So, have we watched all of Hosoda's films for?
We haven't
No.
watched Belle as a Watch Club.
We did Girl Who Left Her Time. We haven't done Mirai. We did
Oh, we
Wolf
haven't
Children,
done
Summer
Mirai.
Wars, and Boy and the Beast, right?
Yeah, so we
Okay.
still need Mariah and Belle.
Yeah.
What about
I've seen-
Digimon?
I've seen
Yeah.
Belle. Yeah, we should do Digimon too.
We'll have to
I've
wait till I
seen-
get my.
I haven't seen Mirai, so I'm trying to say anyway. So I don't see anything here that says, okay, hold on. Hosoda also noted that he's aiming for a completely new look beyond 2D anime or Hollywood CG animation.
Yeah.
And that the
Beyond
story, hold on.
AI. That's what that. That's
yeah, I
what
was going
that
to say
means.
that's what I'm hearing, and that the story is based on a globally known classic. He described it as delving into life and death with action and romance elements while still being entertaining. The main character, pictured in the super teaser visual, is a strong princess who crosses time and space.
The way I read it is he's saying it's CG, but it's not going to look like garbage Hollywood CG.
Joan of Arc, space traveler, right? Time and space
Just-
traveling.
Don't make War Game or whatever that movie was called.
Our War
from
Game
Digimon.
again?
Yeah.
But
Don't
with
make it for
medieval.
a fourth fucking time, please. You
What?
did it
I agree.
the best The first time.
What,
You don't
he's
need
talking
it
about
a
the
fourth
Digimon
time.
movie that then got remade as Summer Wars, that then got remade as Bell.
Yes.
That
or
then
whatever,
got
yeah.
remade in Digimon 2020 again for some reason. But oh god, I just blanked on whatever I was gonna say. Oh yeah, I think the CG is gonna look like the CG world in Bell. That's my guess. And
I fully expect that. Yes, that's what I'm thinking he's gonna do. And to be fair, you know, like if Hosoda's goal is to produce visuals that you don't see outside of his films, he's succeeded. Like he's created some spectacular imagery that only really exists in his, you know, worlds that he builds. But is he better at doing that than
gonna look like the
Shinkai?
digital
No.
world.
Is he better at doing that than Miyazaki? No. Like he's third rate at best. He's had some great films that are sentimental and enjoyable, but other than Digimon, I don't really want to rewatch many of them that often. Although I was listening to the Wolf Children soundtrack today. Anyway, all right. So getting into anime news and speedrunning this bitch. Let me just ask you, how would you pronounce this?
Nausea?
Nausea, right? Or nausea, like Gnostic, right?
GNOSIA.
In
GNOSIA.
Japanese, it is GNOSIA. The G is definitely not silent in the katakana. GNOSIA.
Yeah. We have our first gooning adaptation.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
So it says here, the nausea lie, pretending to be human. They'll get in close, trick and deceive, and then eliminate one victim at a time. The crew of a drifting spaceship facing off against a mysterious and deadly threat known as the nausea. By the way, I should clarify. This is based on a visual novel, and this description is of the game. Just so we're clear, it's not the adaptation's description. So if it sounds like it's pitching you a game, it's because it is. The crew of a drifting spaceship facing off against a mysterious and deadly threat known as the nausea, and having no idea who among them is really the enemy, formulate a desperate plan for survival. So it's basically Among Us, the movie. The most suspicious among them, right, will be put into cold sleep one by one in an effort to rid the ship of nausea. Nausea is a sci-fi social deduction RPG in which you will engage in discussion with a variety of unique characters with the aim of identifying the nausea among the group. Players will have to use what information they can gather during the discussions to ascertain whom they think is nausea, and then vote to put them into cold sleep. Among Us. Am I wrong? Like that's what this game is.
If you play this game, will you become a CEO assassin?
Oh.
As you progress, your abilities will improve, but so will those of the crew.
So you know Roka that both of us acquired?
Yeah.
That's basically Among Us the anime as well.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, it's like all the 7 heroes got summoned, and one of them is like sus or whatever. Like one of them is not summoned because they're supposed to, they're supposed to be 7 or they're supposed to be 6?
I'm very suspicious of these underboobs. Yeah.
Very sus.
Very sus. Quite sus, if you ask me. Anyway. All right, Moon Passes. Champignon Witch anime adaptation announced. So this is getting an anime. The story of Champignon Witch follows the dark forest-dwelling Luna, who people fear is a black witch because poisonous mushrooms grow wherever she goes. As such, the townspeople call her the Mushroom Witch. However, despite never feeling any warmth from them, Luna begins to feel affection for them, ... question mark. It's a magical fantasy of love, adventure, and emotions. And you have done such a good job convincing me to not watch it with your lame synopsis. All right. Grisaia Phantom Trigger. So I saw this article and I scrolled down and I was like, oh, are they doing like the Prisma Ilia Fate Collide thing where they're all lollies now? And I'm like, that looks like Rika from freaking Higurashi. And then I scroll up and see, oh, it is. It's because it's an art collab with Higurashi. So yeah, there's the thing.
Still don't have the Kickstarter.
Nope, still don't have it. And also don't know why she's got like a hook hand, like a grabber. A little weird. Probably something that Grisaia would explain, but none of them look to be. I don't
Hookers.
know. Yeah, none of them are hookers. All right, moving past that. Okay, Takopi's Original Sin anime premieres in 2025. Yeah, this is weird. This is the anime that you have to look forward to this upcoming year. Cute little alien Takopi lands on Earth. What is his mission? To be taken to our leader? No. To spread happiness throughout the universe. The first person Takopi meets is a depressed fourth grader named Shizuka. Or is it?
No tentacle rape. No tentacle rape.
Shizuka is the Japanese word for quiet, by the way. Takopi is determined to do whatever it takes to make Shizuka smile again. Are you ready for this? But his misguided attempts to help her by using his advanced technology to turn back time only result in mayhem and death. You're depressed. Let me help. Oh no, everyone you know has died. What is the truth? Takopi can't remember. And what must the pink alien octopus with a heart of gold sacrifice to truly help Shizuka and her friends? Yeah, you got that to look forward to. Also, Me and Roboco has a Luffy-inspired character voiced by Mayumi Tanaka, who voices Luffy in the Japanese version of One Piece.
And a Luffy-inspired pose, too, apparently.
Strange as all hell, right? These look like titties with a bow.
Did she eat the gum fruit?
Yeah.
Who
all
ate
right.
the cum fruit?
No, Luffy.
Not this lady.
Luffy ate the made fruit.
Yeah. So
he actually can't eat two fruits. Okay, he's already eaten the gum fruit, and if he eats another one, he would die.
He yacked
Okay.
it up and he made
It's
it.
against
seems
the pirate
such
rules.
an easy way to assassinate like the strongest people, especially Luffy, because he's so hungry all the time and loves to eat. Right?
It actually is, because also the rule is it's like a single bite of any part of the fruit gives you the power.
A little zest from the other
So
fruit. You know,
50 people can have the rubber whatever gum curse if he just shared it.
No, it's the first person.
And so after that, you can have a delectable. Oh,
we were over this. They tried to do this science experiment where they extracted the essence of the fruit to try to mass produce it in the womb or whatever. Like they were trying to inject it or whatever. We talked about this anyway. So Everyday Host Club manga gets a short anime adaptation in April 2025. So I had a real journey with this one, trying to fathom what I'm looking at here, because number one, I mean this has a meaning, right? That's got a meaning. That means something.
That isn't the Japanese peace symbol.
Yeah,
right there.
So
also the tattoos.
To me, this conveys I'm gonna lick that pussy, right? But also her fingers say shit on
You assume that's a her?
And so that, I mean, dressed in a fucking fur coat with a pearl necklace. Yes, I would assume, and the painted nails and shit.
Girls don't get shit written on their fingers.
How do you know? When was the last time you talked
color
to a girl?
scheme? It's the color scheme, Reese. That's how you know. The pink and blue. That's how you know it's not.
I guess we're gonna have to wait and find out. Okay, we'll keep an eye out for Host. All right, but you've totally ruined the delivery of my jokes here. But if you are gonna be like, and you got shit written on your fingers, if you ask me, that indicates that you eat from behind, right? You lick all the way up.
God.
That's all I'm saying. This is JT loves Code Lyoko over here in Dragon.
What did his knuckles say?
Loser. I don't know. He's got an extra finger.
Piss.
Actually, loser would fit on 5 fingers, technically. All right, My Dress Up Darling anime sequel officially confirmed 2025 release. Hooray.
Yay.
Happiness. I hope there's more of that one girl
hold on.
I didn't expect to like as much as I did.
In lieu of that, we all need a celebratory.
Oh, you're right. Of course.
Yes, I'll praise the morning chesticles.
Just a reminder that the people over at Crunchyroll think that what we need is shorter anime that caters to the Indian audience, but we all really know what they need, and it's more of that.
It looks like this
Shorter-
season's gonna have a lot more blackface controversies.
Hold
coming
on,
up.
hold on. Shorter anime that would cater to the Indian audience is literally that GIF.
Indians in the audience.
Let
sound
country
off
know
if
your
that-
desires.
If that's accurate. All right.
Episode
Anyways.
1, that GIF. Episode 2, second plague of that GIF.
That GIF in a thong. Third episode. That GIF without a thong.
That GIF including goats.
Fourth episode. That GIF but with some fluids. All right. Also, My Hero Academia final season is going to premiere autumn of 2025. So I can't wait. Can't wait for the final episode where he works at McDonald's and then assassinates the CEO of a healthcare place. But also, My Hero Academia Vigilantes anime has been announced for April 2025 release. So April. So this is going to start airing the same time-ish or before.
April.
Canonically, it takes place before too, doesn't it?
Yeah, technically. I was expecting this to come out after.
Yeah, me too.
Season.
Like as a way to. But they're probably
Just
gonna run.
more
They're
time.
probably gonna run this for a couple seasons, though, right? They're gonna milk this.
I believe the manga is like only 15 volumes.
So you don't think they're gonna do it in one season, though, right? They'll at least stretch out the two.
Like they might speed run it in two, like in 2 quarters. So they might speed run it and be done before the final season is finished.
15 volumes of content in 2 cores?
That's why it said speed run.
That's
So-
like Violet
man, no.
Violet Evergarden.
No, dude. Crunchyroll wants TikTok.
What's the one with the redhead?
sized anime? They're gonna spread this out over 100 seasons.
Yeah.
They're all just
At,
like 2 to
at
3
most,
minutes.
I could see 4 quarters. At
Promise Neverland. There you go.
Well, they did. skip
You're
a
saying that they're
huge
going to
chunk
promise
of that.
Neverland this?
At
So-
most, I'd say 4 quarters. Like
So Reese,
Dude,
where are you
20
gonna put this in your collection?
after the end of the series is a spinoff.
The spin-off series is being produced by Studio Bones Film.
Film, a different.
Is that a subsidiary?
Is that because regular Studio Bones is going to be doing the other,
Yeah.
main series?
They still haven't put out the fucking Naruto episodes that they said were going to come out like fucking 3 years ago.
You know that was Studio Piero, right?
Oh, there you go.
He
Well,
brings
that
up a
might
good
be.
point, though. Whoever that was
Checkmate.
has not put it out.
There you go. That might explain why they're working on other stuff, because it's not that. Buddy, what are you doing?
I have a hair or something. It feels like a toothbrush bristle is stuck in my tooth.
Gross.
He'll
Yeah, we
mail
don't
it
need-
to you if
we
you
don't
But I
need
haven't.
close-ups
But I
subscribe to us
haven't
on
brushed my
OnlyFans.
teeth in quite some time, so that seems
Ew.
unlikely.
Didn't need that info.
He's going with the Asmongold with
Can you
maxing.
smell it?
Oh,
All right. Anyway, all right.
God.
Bandai Namco Filmworks unveils Mobile Suit Gundam. How would you pronounce that? GQ. There are 6 U's in this. Like this Gundam saw how you spell Mississippi and thought, oh, that's kind of catchy. Let's just do you. Like, so it's gonna be helmed by Neon
The
Genesis
X is
Evangelion
capital.
creator.
I think you pronounce the X as just X. So like GQX.
Oh, GQX. Sounds very Japanese. G.
Well, they have Gundam G, right? So now this is Gundam GQX.
My favorite part of it is that, like, shit, we're running out of. They kind of look like
That's Jay's at that point.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, this is what the Gundam is going to look like in this one, which is
They
even
have
the
to pronounce
people are
this
like,
in
"What
the
the
show."
fuck?" Oh my
Yeah.
god! Look at this adorable fist that looks like an elephant.
An elephant?
That's
No,
stealth.
you're thinking to yourself, "Oh my god, that looks adorable. How can I market it on Stealth Weeb?"
How can I make a head of that?
That was the next words out of my mouth, actually. So the actual like Zaku's and shit in this look really good in the trailer, like really
Because they're
fucking good.
2D.
Yeah, well, Studio Car is doing a good ass job.
But although I gotta be honest, I'm both excited and really terrified because it is the creator of Evangelion. I'm like, oh no.
You can tell by the design philosophy that's not your traditional Gundam designs.
So I've also got this to show you just because why not? Here's some extra stuff. It very weirdly, because Studio Kara is doing this, not Studio Trigger, but it very much feels like Gridman to me in terms of like the character design.
I feel like we're gonna get another Witch from Mercury Dyke bait. I mean Yuri bait. Same thing.
Where's the problem? All right, so then this is obviously a side by.
You mean the on again, off again, not lesbian relationship, right?
Yes.
The queer coding of the Mercurian, who's actually black.
I think this Gundam itself looks queer coded.
A little bit. All right, here you go.
I mean, they did
didn't upload it
use
'cause I'm a
the
fucking
like
idiot.
trans colors, just slightly skewed, right?
Dear God, this guy is finally going to admit the trans color conspiracy, but when it doesn't apply, god damn. All right, I got one more thing to show you. It's from this tweet. But
I mean, the
I'm
blue
waiting
is
for it
just
to
a darker
load.
blue, and the pink is just a darker pink. Come on.
I meant to even talk about. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Fuck me. I'm so stupid. Hold on one second. Gundam Sword News 24. Oh wait, no. I lied. It's from a later article coming up. Okay. Anyway, this is done. Just pretend like I didn't do anything.
Well, apparently the Zakus are the only thing that looks good because the rest is CG, I guess.
Well, I'll just say the actual music in the trailer slaps even harder than that Ava theme.
I was going to say, do you think that they will get the rights to Fly Me to the Moon? Right, that's the question.
Instead, it's going to be Fools Rush In by Sinatra. Anyway, moving past this. All right. We have a story here about the new NHK video report showing how generative AI use in anime and manga industry is going. So I'm going to just play the video. I think that'd be faster than trying to do this otherwise.
Now, manga and anime are a distinctive part of Japanese culture, loved by many around the world, but they require a tremendous amount of time-consuming, meticulous work. Now, some of that work is being taken on by generative AI, and the day may not be far off when artificial intelligence is a routine part of the production process.
Manga artist Kurata Yoshimi visits a Tokyo company that creates digital manga. The company is working with a South Korean firm to develop generative AI to help with production. Kurata is 70 years old. His first works debuted 46 years ago. He says his drawing speed is starting to slow and he is feeling unsteady.
As I grow older, I wonder how much longer I'll be able to keep drawing manga. I hope AI will help me maintain my physical strength.
Kurata prepares a rough draft. The staff prompts the AI with colors and scene descriptions. The AI touches up
That's
the draft
hilarious that they
and
showed
presents
that.
a colored version. Kurata adds further instructions, like increasing the brightness of the eyes. A staff member adjusts the prompts to create the effect. The AI learns from the works of individual artists and does not incorporate the works of others. In other words, it is tailored to Kurata's particular style.
Manga and anime
With the help of AI...
Here, we're going to do it this way so we can commentate a little bit easier. So you were saying this part is funny to you because it's stable diffusion?
Well, yeah, so
we can see the prompt.
Yeah. But long story short, there's a subset of stable diffusion that is trained on Danbaru tags, and this is like one girl that's Danbaru tag. Like all of these are Danbaru tags.
On Boru, but yeah.
Whatever you pronounce it.
No,
Okay. But then also things like break, that's like stable diffusion. And a lot of people were saying like there's going to be this whole new job of I'm a prompt engineer and I sell prompts, right? Like, oh, I'm going to go write a big prompt and it's going to be the thing that I sell. And, I'm going to offer like, here's all my starter prompts, right? And, oh, you want that prompt? That's $10 for that prompt.
Well, we can literally just type this in right here and recreate his manga panel.
Yeah, well, I mean, presumably it wouldn't be trained on his art, so it would look different, but it is still...
Shit. Well, I'll use the gangbang model. Let's see if it looks...
It is still funny to me that they were open enough to be like, yeah, here's the problem.
Yeah, and it's just like, what? This is all it takes? Right?
And scene descriptions. The AI touches up the draft and presents a colored version. Kurata adds further instructions, like increasing the brightness of the eyes. A staff member adjusts the prompts to create the effect. The AI learns from the works of individual artists and does not incorporate the works of others.
Sorry, just also brightening up the eyeballs would be quicker to just do it in Photoshop.
In Photoshop, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that
it would take you forever to
those
get
notes are for the team to do in Photoshop, not necessarily.
Probably.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
In other words, it is tailored to Kurata's particular style.
With the help of AI, I may be able to keep drawing manga for another 10 years instead of just 5. Perhaps I will be able to draw for the rest of my life. I'm really looking forward to the future.
If a machine does my drawing, I might be able to do it forever.
Uses several generative AI programs to improve efficiency. The studio only has 6 workers, so these programs are essential to keep up production. One of them adds movements to the characters.
This is the first position, and this is the final one.
Oh, they're already using this. Wow.
Require many drawings to bring the characters to life.
Sorry, what?
But
they're already using the tweening AI.
Yeah.
I'm pulling this guy up for just a second to see if Yoshimi Kurata, is this him? Yeah, I'm just trying to see what he's known for real quick, just so I have an idea.
Boku no
Shit
Pico.
ton of Doraemon. Shin-chan, Doraemon. Apparently he worked on Cowboy Bebop the movie, but only in like camera and electrical department, which confuses me because that seems like a weird thing to do on an animated film. Hold on, let me rewind this real quick. I want to see this. Nice.
And this is the final one.
Animated movies require many drawings.
Okay, so this, sorry, I looked away as you were saying that because I was pulling up his IMDb. So when I looked back, I saw this and thought that this is what they were doing to drive the thing, but he's actually talking about he's actually talking about these that he's pointing to. And then they're showing you frame animation of keyframes so that you understand what they're explaining.
Animated movies require many drawings to bring the characters to life. But using this program means only 2 pictures are needed, one at the beginning of the movement and one at the end. The staff feed in the instructions, telling the character to walk slowly to the left. With the
It's reproduced in a
following.
natural way.
AI fills in the gap.
Almost.
Afterward, they fix the rough parts and smooth out the movements.
Without AI, the work would take a minimum of 1 week to 10 days. Using AI, it's about 4 or 5 hours. It's amazing how much help it can be.
I like how they had to learn
Another
English
transforms
just
real
to use
movies
AI.
into animated ones. The director says that means
Oh my
the
God.
can focus on the creative
Please don't use that.
aspects and expand the
Oh,
range of what they do.
Yeah, hold on.
Aspects and
They use the tentacle rape.
What is that face? I
AI.
can't pause it on the right frame.
what they do.
Man.
We always make sure a human checks, retouches, or adds to the work.
My power.
As creators, we don't want to rely too heavily on generative AI. However, we believe AI can save significant time, so we can use that time for more creative things.
I mean, honestly, they asked it to do a pretty complex move there, considering what that program that they're using there is actually for. That's pretty impressive, to be honest.
Complex,
Yeah, it was
just walk forward.
No. I'm just saying that, like, normally what that's used for is 2 frames of water, and now the ripples are animated between the 2. Shit like that.
Oh,
like
no,
like
the new one.
A picture of a candle flame that, and then it's like now it's animated like the candle's, you know, lit or whatever.
No, the new model that I'm assuming they're using is meant to do this. It's meant to animate people. Now, have her sit down. That's the problem. Like, you know, you
Have
move,
her hands in the frame at all.
yeah, that's fine. You do any action, then you're gonna have shit happen.
Yeah, no,
And
seriously,
actually,
like, this is going to be
the
super
candle would
productive.
probably be annoying too.
Yeah, well,
like if you
be super
like
productive
trying to get
for
the smoke to
shittiest stuff.
Yeah, trying to get the smoke to do anything natural.
Mhm.
You know, have nothing pop out of the smoke. You know, that's the trick.
Right.
Like, don't make the candle, you know, wiggle, and a little bit of smoke, and the smoke disappear instead of turn into something.
Yeah, you know what the funniest part about this is that as shit as this looks, especially with the ugly ass blonde hair underneath the purple hair, this animation still looks better than most hentai. Like, that's where it's gonna really. That's where the real money's gonna be made. They're gonna start an OnlyFans for AI.
They've got back in. They've touched up too, right? So.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that was yawn.
Tired
Neurosama's whole website was made today using AI. Yeah, it happens. So anyway, we got more to show about the.
Hold on, JT said it sounds like Gundam GQC.
GQC, but the ending ends in an X. GQC, QC, Q. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, so back to this. So this is the video we just watched. I don't think we need to actually read that. We just move right past that onto the actual thing here, which is that Frontierworks Kaka Creation reveals Twins Hina Hima AI anime. Companies state anime will use supportive AI in its creation. So now let's take a look at that. Is it this one? Yeah. From Studio Kaka. I'm not sure why it sounds like Terminator 2 Judgment Day's theme has to be played right now. But it's a little aggressive.
That scene did take place in a park.
Yeah.
Right?
And behind her now is the nuclear explosion, lighting up the world red or orange. Now, look, I know you're trying to showcase how badass your product is, but maybe do a better job. Also, great.
Honestly, I don't even know if I don't know if any of this is AI, except maybe the background.
Yeah.
Like
It
her.
looks CGE.
I think that's just CG.
Yeah,
and then maybe the background's AI.
We're trying to determine. So we were looking before about the sketches that they were doing in that other thing, that little expose we were watching. So they would feed it the sketch. Now you can kind of see actually underneath her palm, her hair is like cutting through her hand. Right? Is that more indicative that this is AI, or more indicative?
That's more indicative that it's a CG, because the hand is probably clipping into the mesh of the hair.
Yeah, I don't know. This is very strange. But look, we can all acknowledge this looks like shit. But so did the first 3D anime. Right? So did the first time that we integrated any new technology into anything. Right? So a year from now...
So did the...
What's up?
I was just going to make... No, I can't do it.
Okay. Well, so a year from now is where this is going to start to really make a major difference. And I think what we're going to see, and just in the general sense of I use Photoshop on a daily basis for stuff. Photoshop now has AI. It now makes things that much easier, right? Like, I can't tell you how many times I have to recrop something because, for example, my boss will film a video in 9:16, and I'm supposed to send it in an email, but I got to use a 16:9 thumbnail. Boom. I generated the edges. Easy. Done. Right? It takes 2 seconds now. Previously, I'd have to fudge it a little bit, and it'd be a very difficult, right? Just very difficult to have to do it, to waste unnecessary time. So right now we're looking at a projection of, we're going to make anime with AI from now on. Oh yeah. We're just going to type in a prompt and boom, there's your anime, right? I don't think that is the end game of AI integration into anime. Instead, what we're going to see is, we will see that. Don't get me wrong. It's kind of like when you create AI music. Like, for example, like those TikToks you'll see where people have the footage of like the Minecraft parkour, and then they'll just have like a text, like a fake Reddit text conversation or something, or comments on a Reddit post or something, and they have a guy singing it instead of just like an AI voice saying it, because it's slightly more attention grabbing and makes it slightly harder to click away than just doing it the other way, right? And so right now you look at that and think, okay, well, that's like shit AI music that you just copied and pasted, and you didn't give it any direction just because it's fast and you can do it quickly, right? But then over time, we're going to see actual musicians find ways to use AI to generate something out of thin air that popped into their mind, and that inspires them to take that and sample it and make songs out of it. And then you get something with human-driven creativity that starts to get real catchy. Like, the gold is there, you just got to mine it, right? In order for it to become something of value, right? Like AI would be almost like saying, like, you've got the gold ore, and the artist who mines out the value out of it and then turns it into some jewelry can sell that, right? Versus just, people are looking at it like, type in prompt, hit enter, pay me now. I think that very quickly we're going to find that doesn't actually work, right? That people are going to not want to buy lowest tier, spent 2 seconds on it. But for the people who are already hard workers, who put in the work, creatively, those people are going to take AI and make their work like a million times multiply on what their output was and produce even better shit, right? That allows them to increase the production without a drop in quality on everything they would have been producing anyway. And therefore, now you get 2 shows a year from that person or that team instead of 1 show a year or something like that, right? I think that's what we're going to end up seeing as time goes on. So right now, this looks like shit, but eventually, this is going to be, the stepping stone that gets it to looking fucking amazing. Yeah, I just want to point out here, if the one on the left is the input image and the one on the right is the AI image, first of all, her face is a completely different shape, but I digress on that. Let's look at this frame by frame for it. So we were talking about this before the podcast started, but let's look at it real quick. And it looks okay. Like there's nothing that stands out as awful about it. I mean, it's a little bit of an unnatural movement because it just seems like they threw a couple sketches at it and sort of stitched them together. Unnatural movements of, from this pose to this pose, kind of thing. But what's funny about it is that occasionally, if you go frame by frame, which is a little bit difficult to do, admittedly, you get some weirdness like this. Like, what exactly is happening there? Or
it's transcending through her
That's
hair.
the worst one.
That's the one.
That
right?
one's going through her head, right?
That's the thumbnail right there.
She's a fister, all right.
And her legs also cross-legged while she's squatted.
That one is her leg is now in a knot. I just want to say though. Good.
Oh, I was gonna say, old animation had crazy like in between frames, right? So I think it can work as long as they pay attention to the keyframes and make sure the keyframes are clean. I think you could get away with the in-betweens being a little janky.
Yeah, and it's not like this shit wasn't already happening in anime when it was hand drawn, as evidenced by the Haruhi Suzumiya, where the right leg becomes the left leg.
Breaks her leg.
So just saying, it's not like this wasn't already happening. I do believe they fixed this for the Blu-ray because all that's really happening here that they need to fix this is to put this leg on the layer in front of the other one. And then this makes sense logically, right? Anyway. All right. So back to the video here. I just want to point out how much better that looks than what the Corridor guys did with the rock, paper, scissors anime. Right? Like that looks way better. I mean, they trained their shit on Kawajiri, so it's a very different kind of art style for sure. But this looks almost passable. Like if you just needed a quick shot, like a very brief quick shot, like you have a picture of keys and a person's hand grabs them, that could take all day for one animator to do, whereas it could take 30 seconds, and then you could hand those frames to the animator and have them stylize it a little bit, and then maybe they spend 6 hours on it instead of 12. You know what I mean?
The hardest thing that I maybe their model like does this well, but
in my
Hold
experience,
on.
trying to
Luigi says, "What if the internet goes down? Uh-oh, AI has failed once again, except it doesn't because you don't need it.
It's
Internet for
offline.
stable diffusion. Good job."
In my experience, trying to generate an image with a clean background, like if you want to do a key of a just a green solid key, in my experience using Stable Diffusion, maybe this has gotten better with the newer models, but it has never been very good at just creating that clean background. So it would always take some time to cut the artwork out from the background.
So this is something that I've been dealing with right now, and I think this is actually pretty. This is like insane. God damn the encoding on this. This isn't. Oh god, this is insanely good considering that it's not even a very well lit green screen. I got a weirdness going on with that finger in the back, that pinky. It's not even a very well lit green screen, and you've got the shadow casting right on it, and the shadow is not coming through in the AI. Right, like at all, and it's doing a real good job keeping a solid green color so that you can key that out. Eventually, AI is going to get programmed in a transparency layer, and fucking forget it once that happens. Like that.
I mean, isn't there already the clipping mask function?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like once they perfect that, and you're able to individually produce each layer you need, or your AI is able to like recognize, you know, the composition you're trying to present, and you could give it like a Photoshop document instead of a Photoshop image. You give them the whole document, and then it can independently determine what things are based on what you named them in the layers, right? As your source input. So you individually have things labeled in the layers, and then you, in your prompt, you describe and talk about those things, and then the AI generates based on where it knows that is in your comp, and it uses that to determine what exactly you're asking it to do versus guessing, which is what AI is mostly doing. Like, this is going to get so goddamn incredible in the next couple of months.
When the creases come in and out of existence, that's kind of the biggest jank of AI, really.
Yeah, but again, that is, oh no, like it's really easy to look at this. Like, so what you're kind of talking about here is the way that the shadow shifts in the hand in an unnatural way.
That too, but like even just the lines of the creases of the hand.
And the lines as well, yeah. So that
the bigger issue is when the pinky just appears.
Right, that's an issue that will get solved over time. Yeah, like so right now the pinky is inside the finger next to it, and it's gonna pop out like that. Yeah, 100%. That's a thing. But that's one of those things where, and this is again, if you could upload the Photoshop document and individually had stuff on there, or in this case, you've got your hand and you're just doing this thing in front of a green screen, but then you paint this finger blue, this finger orange, this finger yellow, this finger red, then the detail and understanding of what it's looking at gets that much better. It's never going to make those mistakes again. Right. And eventually it won't even need to be painted. Right. You're going to be able to do it like fucking phenomenally. And the thing that I find the most incredible is, and I'm scared of this because I absolutely see the potential for, you know, falling for the devil's trick here, is Neuralink. Imagine being able to, like, you know, when you're like, as a kid, there were so many times where I could envision a dragon and it looks so fucking cool in my mind. But as soon as I touch pen to paper, it's like, why does it look like blood? You know what I mean? And it's like, imagine being able to get that thing you're envisioning in your mind and boom, it's on your paper. You know what I mean? And like AI assisted right there. And like exactly what you're thinking creatively, you're translating in real time into an image rather than.
The problem is, I don't think that often it can be translated. I think it's like a trick that your brain is playing on you.
In the sense
kind
that,
of like
What do you mean? Like that when you're picturing it being really cool, you're not actually picturing the full, composition. You're just picturing aspects of it. Like, for example,
Yeah.
you thinking of the scales, and I agree with that. But I'm saying that can still be directed through the AI into an image, and then you can like, for example, right now there is a Adobe updated something for Illustrator where you can give it a shape, a form made in Illustrator, and select it and just say, yeah, rotate it. And it'll fucking rotate your character in three-dimensional
space. That's not in
space.
Illustrator yet.
What was that in? After Effects?
No, it was a demonstration that they did for Illustrator of an extension that they're working on for a possible future feature.
Yeah. So the
but it's not in Illustrator right now.
You're right. It's not in Illustrator. They showcased a tool that they're developing. But the point is that if AI is capable of comprehending that, imagine you being able to picture and interact with the AI as it's generating stuff in real time, like as fast as your eyes update, the frame rate you can see, basically. And you're conveying mentally the concept of this section right here, twisting and lifting up. Then you've got basically a full rendered movie happening, like your thoughts are projected onto the screen in front of you. Like that is a scary reality, that we're looking at in the future. Anyway, I think we finished. The one thing they definitely should have used AI for this was a different song. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, let's remove that from the studio and that.
Nicole Tsuchi said, "Remember the sliced bread or the
first
light
sliced
bulb?
bread or the first light bulb?" Yes.
Yeah. This is what I was trying to say. Like, I was trying to make a joke when he was going on that rant. Like, oh yeah, when our forefathers came across the ocean on their old wooden boats, they were making shit. The anime was shitty back then, but it got better.
Let's see. I'm curious. What? Do they have a date for this? The staff who normally work on Netflix originals are included. Bloody Chainsaw Girl? What? A One Cut of the Dead cinematography, Takeshi Sone? Huh. That was a decent movie, One Cut of the Dead. We should watch that for a watch party. Anyway, okay. The film premiered. Wait, what? They're not talking about the same thing here. Anyway, well, here. Released in spring 2025. Cool. That's coming up. Nice. All right. Anyway, Jujutsu Kaisen's manga is getting a 16-page epilogue. New epilogue.
A new 16-page epilogue on top of the one that already exists.
Cool. In the final 30th volume.
My head canon is that they get a really poor reception of the ending, so they always have some addendum of like, yeah,
just kidding. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
This guy looks like he might be catering to an Indian audience, if you ask me. He's got like that. No, like the multiple arms and the stomach. Isn't that like an Indian god? Like one of their 6,000 gods has like the multiple arms, but also
Bansava.
Yeah, well,
why you gotta show spoilers?
I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
The character has 4 arms.
Yeah, sorry that that's a spoiler for you.
They literally talk about it in like the first episode.
Yeah, I don't know.
Spoilers. Oh my god.
They're like the four-tailed fox spirit within you.
Have you read the manga, Reese?
I literally have. Hold on.
You have or you haven't?
I have volume 24.
I don't care if you have it. Have you read it?
No, I have 24 from the library. I have not read 24 yet.
Okay, out of 30, so he's almost there.
So the answer is I've read some of it,
I've read
All right.
most-
So you don't know what that spoiler was that was just on that cover of that manga then?
Oh God, can I read this, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank
Read
you.
about the parts.
Yes. So now that my segue has been ruined, even though I didn't have a good one to begin with. Meanwhile, the Western comics industry. What is the line from Star Wars? I can't imagine a place filled with more scum and villainy, or whatever.
I think it's
close
actually
enough.
that one.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Anyway, yeah. So meanwhile, DC to celebrate April Fool's Day 2025 with Harley Quinn Fartacular, silent but deadly one shot.
At least it's a one shot.
Cue the dog coming in and taking a massive fart.
Fuck me, dude. Like, I joke about the bat stables, and it's like they're incrementally inching to that realm, I think. Fuck me.
They also spelled butt wrong.
That's
intentional.
So, I guess DC's actually taking a literal transformation into ass.
Yes. So, like, if a character is attractive conventionally, we can't fucking have that. But if it promotes a degenerate fetish, oh yeah, give that to the kids.
This looks like the deviant art crap that you'd see for deviant art crap for degenerate deviant art shit.
So you're saying before there was the Tumblr art style of like the LGBT fat queer lesbian women drawings like Validate had, you had those same people who hadn't quite discovered their queerness but still had gross degenerate fetishes and drew like the morbidly obese characters of Phineas and Ferb on DeviantArt.
Yes, the person that drew this looks like they drew expansion porn and furry porn.
Oh god.
I bet you if we pull up Ted Brandt and Ro Stein,
oh no,
we may in fact find exactly what you've described. Yeah.
Let's find out.
So
next time.
I'm pretty sure we're all familiar with the era we grew up in where for some reason they marketed gross things to kids like slime and snot and all this crap. I do not miss that era.
No, not one bit.
I don't want to bring that era back if I can help it.
I did like Gak as a kid.
No, I don't mind. See, the thing about slime is it wasn't necessarily gross, but he's talking about when you have like the toys where like you push the thing in and like the nose goes like with like slime and shit.
That's what Gakman was.
Oh, okay. Well, and then also like the Garbage Pail Kids. And
well, I'm just saying the sheer saturation of it. It was literally like a trend. It's more the culture rather than specifically Gak, man.
Well, it was.
Did you ever? I remember an Ivan Ooze toy where you put the purple ooze into it and it's like plunged it in out and it comes out of the ears and mouth and nose or something.
Yeah. Honestly,
you're describing Gakman.
Toy manufacturers literally
Ivan Ooze.
They came out with a gimmick and they just like ran with it in every way they could and then just recycled it over and over again. And kids love this shit, right?
Well, the thing was girls liked Bratz dolls and these cringe weird looking dolls, and then boys just like gross things apparently.
That's
the weird stuff was when they would dump the slime on like people at like the Nickelodeon Awards show. That was weird.
Basically, probably just colored water.
Did you guys have the game show Uh-Oh?
No.
No, I've never heard of it.
No? There's in Canada there was this kids game show called Uh-Oh where it was like I think it was mostly trivia, although there was one obstacle course type of thing if I remember correctly. Anyway, and they would win prizes. But if you lost, you got stuck in this tube where they would dump slime all over you. Yeah, so that was that. I guess that was a thing when we were younger.
Mm. Cool TT says, I never had nor wanted any of those gross toys. Luigi says, sniffing farts is enjoyed by pedophiles. No joke. Pedo is fart in Spanish. Oh. Well, okay then.
So, what's that Keanu Reeves poster going to say now? Speed pedo?
Oh. I need like a pair of tweezers or something to get whatever the fuck this hair is in my. Anyway,
use
right.
soft brush toothbrushes from now on.
So Stellar Blade is getting a holiday themed update this month.
Oh, she's
the gift that keeps on
Santa
giving.
Outfit?
Uh-huh.
I don't like those glasses.
I hate those glasses.
It looks like someone shattered her face.
Yeah.
Are you able to manually select which glasses pair you want, or is it a full outfit?
I don't know. I think you can manually switch between different pairs of glasses because I have the pre-order bonus glasses, and I can choose to take those on or off without removing the rest of the outfit.
Nice.
Okay, so they update like the town Zion with different Christmassy themes, and
I want the sexy Santa outfit.
the Santa dress for Eve is designed as an adorable and festive appearance. The I'm No Santa costume for Adam has a humorous twist, complete with a look with Santa girl hairstyle.
Does he have a dick in his box on front?
Does 2B get a Santa outfit too?
I wish. Can I have the 2B look with the Santa outfit?
It's a double collab holiday thing.
All right, moving past this. Intergalactic has surpassed Concord's YouTube dislikes record, if you can believe it. No images, or just that image. Okay, here you go.
I think that's easy to believe because
Fucking
more people
goddamn.
care about Intergalactic.
Yeah. That's horrible. Look at that. Holy shit.
Like people,
last time we covered this, it
Concord.
was 50K to 95K. Now it's 89K to 215K.
Well, also that's made up, but people saw Concord and was like, it's shit, but no one was like offended by it. It was just like, it's like, well, maybe there were some people offended by it.
Nobody was expecting it, and then
it was
expecting it to be good, right?
Yeah, it was like whatever.
With Naughty Dog, you're like, God, I hope they write I hope they write their ship after Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Shit, you know.
Because there's also the fans of Uncharted.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, Jack and Daxter, I think those fans have moved on, but the Uncharted fans, I'm sure, are out there and like, you know, anticipating a new game, and then, you know, they're given that game.
Why does this need to be said? Male characters can wear sexy Santa Claus clothes. The short pants just need to be designed.
What do you mean short pants? Santa has never had short pants. He lives in the goddamn North Pole. What planet do you live on?
Immersion broken. If I pulled up Stable Diffusion right now and typed in "sexy Santa," I bet you I could get an AI produced image. And you'd be like, "Yeah, that's a sexy male character is sexy Santa." I bet you I could do that right now.
Sexy Santa in short pants.
I'm just expecting hairy, fat-ass Santa wearing short pants with nothing on top other than suspenders and a hat.
Why are you picturing that?
His grundle.
That's what I'm. That when you say like, it's just like ew. It's like no.
Apparently, I'm not logged in on Twitter. Shit.
Oh yeah, they made, for everyone who doesn't know this, they made Grok free for everyone.
Grok.
Can't make porn now.
On Grok?
I thought it could.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, I don't think you've tried enough.
I thought Grok was uncensored.
I'm just saying, for work, I made a lot of images of Fauci, so. Sexy male Santa in short shorts.
No, short pants.
Make an image of a male sexy Santa.
At this
in
rate, we're
church.
gonna have to
There you
cut
go.
in the watch club early.
Yeah, pretty much. In other news, while that's loading, Balatro, that game that won Indie Game of the Year at the Game Awards, Balatro's creator responds after Peggy rates indie deck builder 18 plus for, quote, prominent gambling imagery. Says he, quote, should add microtransactions / loot boxes / real gambling to lower that rating to 3+ like EA Sports FC. Yeah, so this game is just a card game, right? And because it's a card game, they're like, oh, it's gambling. Is that right?
Yeah.
So for years, they just let these microtransaction, like, what is it, FIFA style stuff go untouched. And now they're like, whoa, you have got poker, you got solitaire going on there, buddy. Whoa.
Make the shorts shorter.
Shorter.
I like the Among Us cards.
Yeah. Nintendo released a Clubhouse Games Switch game that has like Texas Hold'em and like all these different card games on it. Straight up like gambling for Texas Hold'em. It's rated E.
There's also Mario 64 DS when you're in the Luigi Casino. I played poker all the time.
To be fair, I don't know what that would be rated for the Peggy system, but have to imagine they gave Nintendo the benefit of the doubt on those ones.
I hope you're ready to admit you're gay because these are some sexy ass Santa Clauses.
Can we finish the story and do the sexy Santa mid story?
So, Peggy's info, it says the game has received the Peggy 18, which restricts availability to adults only and is not suitable for persons under 18 years of age. The rating has been given because it features prominent gambling imagery. This game teaches, by way of images, information and gameplay, skills and knowledge that are used in poker. Damn. Anyway, moving past this. Borderlands 4 narrative director suggests Gearbox sequel will cut back on toilet humor and wacky writing. Says the idea of a gun called Hawk 2A or Hawk 2A made him want to put my hand down the sink grinder. Yeah. Good to see. They're not immune to the cringe they're inducing on us.
My brother started playing Borderlands because his friend wanted him to play it, and he was talking about all the dated references. So it's going to be the, like, oh, the localizers put in these stupid terms that age within a year throughout the whole game, I guess.
Luigi. I'll show you guys that later. All right, moving past this. All right, so now an article we're going to read. Crush 40 vocalist sues Sega for ownership rights, compensation related to Sonic Adventure 2 theme song Live and Learn. Still wants to maintain their long-standing beautiful relationship. Do you think Sega's hanging on to the edge of tomorrow? The movie?
Honestly, I could see Sega working out a deal with him.
Look, they need to make more Shadow the Hedgehog soundtrack songs. Those were banger.
Oh, yes. Okay. So while fans across the globe are no doubt looking forward to hearing Live and Learn ring in during the Hedgehog's latest live-action adventure, question, is it in the movie?
Yes.
It is. Okay. The same is unlikely to be said for its singer and lyric writer, Johnny Joeli, as the Crush 40 vocalist has recently filed a lawsuit with Sega of America over the ownership and licensing rights to iconic Sonic Adventure 2's theme song. Filed at the U.S. District Court of Southern California on December 5th, Joeli's lawsuit centers on the singer's refutation of the fact that despite his own work on the track, Sega has claimed sole ownership of both Live and Learn's master recording and musical composition. Sega asserts they own Live and Learn based off of a 2001 lyric agreement where plaintiff was paid $3,000 to write lyrics for an as-yet untitled song that would be included in Sonic Adventure 2, argues Joelle's lawyers. Joelle, we're going to just start spelling it differently now, ended up arranging, producing, recording, and performing vocals on Live and Learn, which was produced out of his home studio in California using his own equipment without the supervision, control, or involvement of Sega. The assertion that they somehow own 100% of both the master recording and musical composition is without basis. According to the singer's legal team, his work on the track extended far beyond just the writing of its lyrics, as Sega of America and Sonic Adventure 2 composer Jun Senoue allegedly sent instrumental demos back to Joelle to review and revise, after which they worked together to create the song's master recording. Jun Senoue re-recorded portions under Joelle's direction in Japan, while Joelle worked without any supervision, direction, or control by Sega in California, states the lawsuit. Sega was not directly involved in the creation of the master recording itself and did not exert any creative control and supervision over the recording process. To this end, the lawsuit affirms that the song's use in Sonic Adventure 2, wherein it blares over Sonic and Shadow's final battle against the Battle Lizard, no, it doesn't. It plays in the first goddamn level right here.
Are you talking about the movie?
No. You're talking about Sonic Adventure 2. What's the song for the Bio Lizard stage?
Anyway.
Escape from the City is played during that level that you're looking at, not Live and Learn.
Okay. The final song. Oh, shit, man. Supporting Me is the one that plays during the Bio Lizards thing. This is after you defeat, or I guess maybe during the cutscene when you go Super Sonic and Super Shadow. Anyway, setting that aside, it plays over the song Shadow's final battle against the Bio Lizard was the only instance for its use for which he was aware and had consented, with the singer only learning of its continued appearance on various Sega-related soundtracks thanks to a conversation with a fan earlier this year. How many soundtracks does it end up on? The unauthorized uses, said Joelle, include the track's appearance in 7 non-Sonic Adventure 2 related Sonic the Hedgehog games, 3 Yakuza games, 4 Super Smash Bros. Games, 3 Phantasy Star games, and the Fist of the North Star Legends Revived mobile game. Why?
Damn.
Why the fuck is it in all those games?
Smash Bros makes sense because it's like each character usually gets...
How come Kenshiro is not rolling around at the speed of sound with Escape from the City stuff? Why aren't we using that song in all these other games too?
I want to see Kenshiro do a Sonic/Naruto run.
In further bolstering his case, Joelle claims that in numerous communications with Sega and its representatives, it was explicitly noted that the developer did not have any claim to the song, with a supposed message from the company attorney Atia Riasat sent in regards to his participation in the ongoing Sega Symphony Music Tour reading. Please note that these are your materials prior to this agreement and not Sega's, and we have no rights to these materials. Not sure why any lawyer would ever say that. Another Sega lawyer, Richard Lev, is also said to have repeatedly asserted in an April 2024 letter that Joelle was entitled to 50% of Sega's profits from the use and license of Live and Learn because it was considered a joint work. Damn. I don't know how you quantify how much that being in the movie entitles you to. Yeah, so he does have some standing here, I guess, because in the soundtrack, none of the Knuckles raps are in it. And apparently the guy who wrote all the Knuckles themed songs, like Pumpkin Hill, even got paid. So they had like a whole fight, and they took that shit off the soundtrack before it went into stores. I own that soundtrack. It's fucking great. So I guess he's probably got. I mean, you could class action this bitch at this point. So he's seeking proper credit restitution and $500,000 each, or $1 million total in damages for both Sega's breaching of his contract and their unjust enrichment as a result. Asked for comment on his lawsuit by Polygon's Nicole Carpenter, Joely reluctantly affirmed, "I have no comment other than my desire to maintain the preservation of a long-standing, beautiful relationship with Sega." I'm pretty sure that's out the window now.
Yeah, I don't think you start a lawsuit if you were able to work things out.
Hey, I know I just sued you for millions of dollars, but we can still be friends, right?
That's exactly. Listen, buddy, we're best friends. We've known each other our entire lives, and I want to continue to be best friends. But for that to happen, you're going to need to give me $1 million right now and admit you stole from me on something nobody remembers from 20 years ago. And then we can continue to be best friends, which is really all I want. I don't even really want the $1 million, but if I don't get the $1 million, we can't continue to be best friends. Similar lawsuits have occurred before with the Sonic IP. Across 2009 and 2013, then former Archie comics writer and artist Ken Penders successfully argued in court that he owned the rights to several characters he created for Archie's Sonic the Hedgehog comic. Archie only had a photocopy of his contract and couldn't provide the original as more concrete proof. Though not mentioned in the lawsuit, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 will feature the song, and its appearance was signed off on by Joely himself. "I have indeed signed a deal with Paramount for song placement. How they will use it is strictly up to them," he told video game news outlet Aftermath earlier this year. "Paramount now has the legal right to use Live and Learn in any manner they feel necessary." Wonder how much he got for that. Do you think his $500,000 request is because that's how much he got from Paramount?
The real question is, how much did he get paid, and does Sony care that he got paid for the song? Like, if they think they owned 100% of it, and he's going after like selling rights to
I'm
the
not
song.
following. How is Sony thinking they have the rights to it?
Not Sony, Sega.
Sega? Okay. Oh, you mean regarding Paramount? Like, is Sega going to countersue that Paramount should have paid them for it instead?
Yeah.
That's going to be great. Okay. Was Hawk from Lupin sexy Santa? Oh. Well, according to Grok.
From Goemon's Blood Spray.
Yeah, I was going to say. According to Grok. According to Grok, here you go.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
Here's our sexy Santas. Right? Oh, God, that's horrible. I can't do it. He's getting progressively younger. There you go. There you go, Luigi. I made sure to give you nipples. Actually, I didn't even ask for those. Make the shorts shorter. And also sew this into his body.
You should ask Grok if that's appropriate.
Oh, no.
Is that Jack Black?
Right. There is like a weirdness to, like, at first, if you look at it only out of the corner of your eye, you're like, oh shit, Jack Black. And then you look at it like, that ain't Jack Black at all. Yeah, so there you go, Luigi. There's your sexy Santa. I said even shorter, barely existing. And then there you go. There's Hawk. Doesn't that look like Hawk?
That's the Russian. That's the Russian Punisher.
There you go, Luigi, and the cool 2T you asked for it. All right, now in other news, and in order to cleanse our palate, because I think we all need one after that. Here you go. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth director asks players to avoid offensive or inappropriate mods.
Whoa.
Also,
nice. Oh yeah.
You might want to scroll low.
It's all right.
I don't think babies breastfeed on asses. Just saying.
Yeah, you're a lot late with that baby
Babies
too.
with shit written on their hands, dude. All right, so anyway, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth director Naoki Hamaguchi recently shared his thoughts on PC mods and the PC modding community in a recent interview, echoing similar sentiments from other Square Enix developers. Much like his Square Enix colleague Yoshi P, who produced Final Fantasy XVI, Naoki Hamaguchi appears to have similar mindset regarding PC mods deemed offensive or inappropriate. Here's what Hamaguchi said when asked if fans can expect Final Fantasy VII Rebirth to be mod-friendly when it comes out on PC. Quote, while the team has no plans for official in-game mod support, we respect the creativity of the modding community and welcome their creations, though we ask modders not to create or install anything offensive or inappropriate. What was that mod place that you were talking about last podcast?
Based mods.
Based mods, and all the mods have the N-word in the title.
Well, not all, but I mean, I saw a surprising amount of them. You should just pull up a tab off screen and see what you see on
Final
the front
Fantasy VII Rebirth mod. Tifa calls only refers to Barrett by the N-word. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is going to make its way to PC on January 23rd, 2025. And last in games news, Bloober Team's Silent Hill and Silent Hill 3 remakes reportedly in development. I am not convinced.
Looking forward to it?
I mean, I am legitimately looking forward to it if it is true. This is definitely an AI image over here. But I am looking forward to it. But I don't know that it's true in terms of both games being developed simultaneously, which is what they're going to allege here. So Konami is seemingly fully capitalizing on the new golden goose it has secured. As an insider suggests, the conglomerate now wants the Silent Hill franchise to be big. Now? What? After all these years? Now is the time for it to be big? Not 20 years ago? God damn you, Konami. I can't wait till you decide.
With their pachinko machines. They want to get back into gaming.
I can't wait till you decide that Castlevania and Metal Gear Solid need to be big. Holy shit. Now, a leak from a couple of months ago has surfaced that suggests the Bloober Team is already brewing the Silent Hill 3 remake. And another theory also indicates that the Silent Hill remake will launch before it, meaning Silent Hill 1, right? Why it matters. Bloober Team is seemingly already working on Silent Hill 1 and 3 remakes. As the insider and a notable fan theory suggested, the studio is confirmed to be working on multiple unannounced projects. Okay. So here's the English translation of this tweet. Rumor, Silent Hill 3 remake development underway. Codename, Project H. Why would they call it Project H?
Hill?
Because her name is Heather, right? It would follow the style of the remake of 2. It will have a greater focus on survival horror.
It's going to star Hitler?
Imagine, fuck, man. We're in the comments. People are talking about AI games, and there's legitimately an AI engine now where you give it an image, and it'll build you a AAA level quality game out of it. And I will absolutely play Auschwitz.
AAA might be an exaggeration.
Silent Auschwitz.
Wow.
Anyway, so
Auschwitz.
It's gonna follow the style of the remake of 2. It will have a greater focus on survival horror, contrary with a more solid narrative, whatever the fuck that means. Konami wants the Silent Hill IP to be big. Okay, so you're thinking, okay, yeah, it's Project H. It's got to be Silent Hill 3, right? Okay, let's keep reading here. As claimed by the insider, Silent Hill 3 is the studio's upcoming codename Project H. It follows the style of Silent Hill 2 remake, but it will allegedly greatly focus on survival horror instead of a more solid narrative. Not sure what you mean by that.
I thought survival horror implied narrative with it, but
I don't know what that means. And it said like contrary with a more solid narrative. I think that means that doesn't mean as opposed to. It means in in conjunction with is, I think, how they're meant to have said that. But I don't speak Spanish. I don't know what that means up here, right? But
it's gonna be a live service game where other players can come in and play as Pyramid Head.
It's
Pyramid
just
Head
gonna be
won't be in it.
Nathan Drake collection, where it's gonna be like only cutscenes and a periodic quick time event or whatever.
So it says here, a compelling fan theory on Reddit also implies that Bloober Team's upcoming codenamed Project G is rumored to be the remake of the original Silent Hill. If we go by alphabetical order, they are possibly related. Here's the problem, though. Okay, yeah, this is Project H. That's Silent Hill 3 because it's Heather. Except that Silent Hill 1 is Harry. So they might be talking about the same game. Like, there's no reason to outright assume it's going to be Silent Hill 3. Like, there's no real reason to gather that. And not to mention, there's Silent Hill F. Like, we're talking about Project H, Project G. There's legitimately one called F coming out that's already been announced.
Is that where you finally get to F your wife?
Then there's the other one that's also on the way out. That's name escapes me. The one that takes place maybe actually F might be the one that takes place in Japan instead.
How can Silent Hill be in Japan?
Magic.
It's a specific spot in America.
All in all, it is best to take these rumors with a grain of salt, as Bloober Team has not confirmed that any other Silent Hill remakes are in development. However, the developers are certainly happy to develop more remakes. Yeah. So I wait with bated breath. I hope they release more. I think it would be very fun to experience them from a more modern gaming perspective. Again, there were a lot of things for the Silent Hill 2 remake that I really enjoyed. There were just a couple things that I didn't quite love. But yeah. I also think you could make Silent Hill 1 and 3 as one game. And I would pay twice as much for it. Like, I'd be, because they doubled the length of Silent Hill 2. And that is actually one of the areas where I don't quite like it. I feel like it fucks up the pacing a little bit, but I'd be okay with less padding, but bundling both games together and just costing twice as
for
much.
For a continuous experience.
Yeah. Well, just because Silent Hill 3 is the sequel to Silent Hill 1. Right. Mm-hmm. So I feel like you could do it or whatever, but I don't know. I'd be okay with it either way.
Maybe the reason they're saying they're developing for 1 and 3 is because they'll have the same like base engine and assets. So doing the third one after makes logical sense.
It actually makes sense for them to do 3 or 4 because you revisit a bunch of areas from Silent Hill 2 in Silent Hill 3. So like much of the assets they just built will be able to be reused. The difference though is in Silent Hill 1, you're in a completely different part of the map. Let me pull something up.
We don't need a visual.
I got it.
It's
right
okay.
Here.
Did you just skip release news, or did I?
I'm in it. No, I just opened it.
That's more tabs than 4 or 5.
Here it is. Okay, open with.
After release news, I think we should do the watch club.
Sure. All right. So South Vale of Silent Hill. This is where Silent Hill 2 takes place. And I think you end up going across into, I think right here is where the Lakeview Hotel is, right? Silent Hill 1 takes place up here. And then Silent Hill 3 ends up at the Lakeside Amusement Park. So you end up going through a bunch of areas from Silent Hill 2 and then make your way up to the amusement park.
They should make something called Silent World where they merge all the games together and it's open world. Choose your own horror.
Yeah, I think that would completely miss the point of the game. All right.
Fortnite, so you drop in with the battle pyramid head.
In release news, Media OCD has announced that they have acquired a license for and will be releasing a Blu-ray of Nobody's Boy Remy. and they're going to be releasing this under the Ruined Childhood line that they started. So there you go.
That was the thing that they alluded to of like, oh, we got something, it's older and it's got like 50 episodes or whatever you said that no one's ever heard of.
Just me.
Luckily, a couple of us have heard of it, but I don't think that's enough to financially compensate them. But hey,
I'm really thrilled that this is coming out on Blu-ray because it means that Savakis will probably finally sell his copy of Nobody's Boy Remy to me. Right? Anyway, moving past this, Reese, what do we got here? Anything new or nothing new? Good job, Muty Boy. Does any of these look new? I think
Whatever the fuck that thing is.
Crimson is new. Do we do The World Is Still Beautiful? I think we looked at Code White last podcast.
That thing in the top left there looked new.
Photon?
Stop fucking muting me, Randy.
Stop making noise. I don't even think
I haven't made any noise in ages.
I don't even think I muted you.
You definitely haven't made any noise in ages because you're muted.
I thought I was talking to you this whole fucking time.
I didn't mute you, buddy.
No.
I stopped muting you and I started fucking with the echo and the reduced mic background noise.
Well, somebody muted me.
Yeah, you did.
You sure?
All right. Anyway, Reese, is there anything new here that
gaslighting aside?
3 things: Ragnar Crimson.
Got it.
Next Door Down,
These
Instant
two?
Death, and The World Is Still Beautiful.
Cool. That's the ones I clicked on. Nice.
Those are the only 3.
Magna Crimson Complete Series Blu-ray Collector's Edition Steelbook. Has anybody watched this? Does it fill your heart with erections?
Nope, never seen it.
All right, great. I love asking questions that are so hard to answer. Great. Moving past it. Cool.
What
the world is
go back.
still... Oh, God damn it.
Sorry. What's up with his fucking pinky? It's like...
Yeah, it's twisting in.
He skipped Pinky Day in the gym.
How do you do that with your hand?
It's just to be dynamic.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, The World Is Still Beautiful.
Is this one still sub only?
Yep.
Wow. Good job, Sentai.
Good job putting her here and here in the same exact fucking pose. All right. Also, my instant death ability is overpowered. How about your I dislocate my shoulder to do this ability? He's like nonchalant, like, oh yeah, get fucked. You know, like anyway, there you go.
Yeah, the foreshortening is not working out too well.
Her skirt shortening is working on me. I like that. All right, anyway.
She's 13.
What?
She's also
I don't know
not
how
right.
old she is.
They're all high schoolers.
Uh-oh.
It's okay. They're elementary schoolers.
Hold on.
They're all in kindergarten.
The only noise Reese makes is her hissing.
What?
So Luigi the
Oh
Bell
boy.
is
Misgendered again.
I guess I'm a her now?
Reese, you
stop
are putting your
hissing.
pronouns in
Stop
your
hissing, Reese.
He said hissing, not kissing. Hissing. Sex and age do not matter because they are fictional characters. Oh, so that's why you liked this. It's a fictional character. It's not gay, bro. Like... All right. Anyway,
That's
so
right. No, foodies are not gay. They're fiction.
Is this gay? No, it's just fiction, bro.
The Fuda can't hurt you if it doesn't exist.
All right. Anyway, so Robert's Anime Corner Store put out this update here, and they mentioned, quote, "We have pulled our remaining inventory of the 2 Every You I've loved before plus To Me and the One Who Loved You movies Blue." Is that the same?
No wonder
Is that all one title?
No,
Is that
hold on. To Every You I've Loved Before is a movie, and To Me, the One Who Loved You is also a movie.
Okay. See, I'm like, where does the first movie end and the second movie begin?
That's where the plus comes in line.
That should be an ampersand, if at best.
Really, they should be quoted.
Yes, quoted or italicized or some shit to emphasize that
it's a double feature because they're both kind of connected.
Okay, so it's one box set that has both those movies. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yes.
I still think
I would pull it based on the name alone, though.
Anyway, so they say that this Blu-ray has been they've pulled their remaining inventory and they've disabled ordering for it because apparently there was a printing error with some of the sets, in which the movies are on the opposite discs. The content on each disc is fine. The issue is just that the printed disc labels are swapped. It says, to my knowledge, neither Crunchyroll nor Sony has made any sort of official statement about this or offered any sort of remedy as of yet. Might be wrong, but they've been pretty busy, right? So, but they have pulled the discs from distribution and have informed major retailers to stop selling them. Hopefully, they will do a repress and offer some sort of exchange program. I just don't have any more information regarding this at the time. So, if you care about
store, pull from Amazon,
check your sets. Public service announcement. There you go. All right. Fuck. Green line.
Green
I
line,
hope you're ready.
Are you awake?
So you guys have made a good choice. After this, we will do the watch club, and then we will speed through our remaining.
Yes, I have been summoned for what exactly?
Crunchyroll employees reveal merchandise sales are struggling after Right Stuff acquisition due to Sony's decision to drop racier adult manga and toys.
What? Oh my gosh! Who could have predicted this? Me.
So I'm going to quick read this. According to a new report, though Crunchyroll purchased online anime merchandise retailer Right Stuff with the objective of strengthening their own operations, the acquisition has since proven less than profitable thanks to their parent company Sony's ongoing turn to Puritanism. The dominoes that led to this outcome first began to fall in August 2021 when, after roughly 2 years of negotiations and a full-blown antitrust probe from the U.S. Justice Department, Sony completed their purchase of Crunchyroll from then-parent company AT&T for an impressive total of 1.175 billion dollars. God damn it. It's such a huge number, it seems like it would be written as yen. A year later, Crunchyroll announced that, in service of bolstering their e-commerce offerings, they had acquired the aforementioned Right Stuff. And though they told customers that they would continue to provide the same wide variety of products that they had been offering for 35 years, this assurance came with a notable caveat, as the combined entities subsequently announced that as part of their new Right Stuff plus Crunchyroll unification, we will be phasing out the erotica genre content and products.
What a thumbnail to use.
Yeah.
And
Come on.
we were talking shit about the AI art.
They
This is a stylistic choice, I'm sure.
This is from Science Saru. In motion, this
They
probably
wanted it
looks
to
awesome.
look like AI.
Also,
they want it to look like ass and not sexy.
This is the show that Greenenberg or whatever his name was didn't want to promote. From there, September 2023 saw Sony officially collapse Right Stuff's retail operations into Crunchyroll proper, thus making their online storefronts one and the same. And while Sony ostensibly saw their decision to drop said risque merchandise as a way to entice wider audiences of non-anime fans into shopping with Crunchyroll, it seems the entire endeavor has ultimately backfired on them. This outcome was first brought to public attention on December 20th, courtesy of Bloomberg's article that we read, who themselves had reportedly learned the relevant information via personal interviews conducted with 18 current and former Crunchyroll employees. Per their sources, and again, this is all recap, the Sony-owned anime streaming service is currently struggling to both retain paying customers with their monthly customer turnover rate sitting upwards of 8.5% and capture the attention of viewers with a cited survey of over 4,000 Americans conducted earlier this year by the online gaming entertainment site Polygon, noting that 76% of Gen Z watch their shows on Netflix and 58% on Crunchyroll. These sources also informed the pair of reporters that Crunchyroll's purchase of rights up was meant to help their identity crisis, as executives had also hoped merchandising would help retain subscribers and boost revenue. What a great choice. Viewers could binge on manga, comics, comic books between anime seasons instead of pausing their monthly fee or purchasing collectible figures of their favorite anime characters, they explained. They hoped is what that should say. After taking over the anime merchandise retailer Right Stuff for an undisclosed sum in 2022, Crunchyroll's online store was poised to offer manga, DVDs, and toys. Unfortunately, 3 former employees admitted that instead, the business has shrunk since the acquisition, with various reasons said to have contributed to this result. Yeah, notably that I don't buy nearly as much anymore from fucking Crunchyroll. Sony asked Crunchyroll to pull the racier adult manga and toys that formed about 5% of Right Stuff's revenue. As of writing, neither Sony nor Crunchyroll have offered any specific comment on either the financial costs of their puritanism nor any of the other revelations found within the article from Bloomberg, with the only official communications from either being a standard PR statement given in response to Bloomberg's request for comment. Quote, there has never been a more exciting time to be an anime fan, especially if you're an Indian, right? And we are strategically feeding a pipeline of anime content and experiences that fuels that fandom, deepens the love of anime, and exposes more audiences to the medium, wrote the anime distributor. The Crunchyroll business is outperforming our financial expectations, and the company is well positioned to continue to grow along with the rising global demand for anime. Can't wait for that crash. All right, Greenline, did that spur any thoughts you wanted to share?
Look like Cookie Butt.
Yeah. Can't look away.
Any thoughts? No. I mean, we already talked about
Water's
it earlier.
wet.
Water is wet. I mean, we should have known, or at least I should have known when they got rid of all their bullshit.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
It's like, I mean, I thought I was gonna lose out money when I bought the one figure from my stuff, and then they transferred over. I was like, fuck.
Cool 2T says, Reese, you need to wear shorts, not skirts, so you don't get misgendered.
You also need to move your microphone away from whatever the fuck is
My
going on.
microphone's in my freaking laptop lid. I can't really move it.
Well, that's probably where it's coming from.
Okay.
Because you can't
Anyway.
move it. Also,
your
you
microphone
can't
is
see if he's wearing shorts or not, so fair enough. That's why he couldn't
your
tell.
microphone is in your laptop.
Yeah, he's using a built-in mic.
I thought you had a separate microphone.
Depends
Well,
on where
I
you're
do.
streaming from.
I do, but I don't use it. I barely use it. But it'd actually be closer to me than my one in my laptop.
Okay, so we're gonna get you. We're gonna get you so that Randy
headset.
can. Yeah, we're gonna get you a headset with one of those little dead cats on it that like breaks out the wind volume noise and all that stuff. You're gonna sound so clear that the rest of us are gonna sound shitty from now on, and then you're just gonna mute all of us, and we're gonna move past this topic and into the watch club so that this doesn't have to go on for eternity. So let's talk about Oshinoko.
So where do we start?
All right.
We start with the backdrop, obviously.
We start with the first episode.
The first feature
90
length.
minute, yeah.
Yeah, I had to watch it in 2 sessions because like it was late at night and I'm like, I guess I could get a start on this, and I'm like, oh, I feel like I've been here a while, and it was 20 minutes and it's like there's an hour left.
So I would just like to say that having only seen season 1, I definitely feel as though they are building up to something with the backstory. But quite frankly, I do not feel like there is any need for the twins to have been reincarnated and not just abnormally smart.
I'd say they're like fandom, I guess, is kind of what pushed the two I.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing is that could easily have been handled by just having the idol have kids that love her as their mom, and because she's their mom, they become obsessed with her, and they are, involved in some manner to what she does for work and grow attached to it and see her as the pinnacle and whatever. Like I'm just saying that I don't really feel like there's a need for them to have been reincarnated. That just seems a little bit like it jumps the shark.
Oddly enough, I feel like it's a slightly better implementation of reincarnation than how like most of the isekai, because there was one particular thing that I was like, okay, that actually works out pretty well. Like that he's got this acceleration and stuff. I can't remember what the specific example was that I liked about the reincarnation.
So I'll say this. I like Aqua. I like the way that he's portrayed and like the thought process and like the determination. But what I am experiencing is not even close to the satisfaction of experiencing it in Erased when the main character gets sent back to his childhood and like solves his own murder or whatever.
Well, he solved his own murder right away.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of like Erased rules in that regard.
Time out. Among the hosts, who here has read or seen past season 1?
Not me.
I looked a little bit up on the wiki, but that's cheating, and I wouldn't consider that watching past season 1.
Randy,
I have a better idea. Who has seen past? Say I. If not, you haven't.
I have.
I don't know. Are you just saying the name of the main character from the to harken back to the I thing?
Yes. I have seen season 2. I have read up through season 2 just because that's all the end of season 2. Just because that's all that's been released over here in the English volumes. I have seen some spoilers from season 3, and there's like a character that's introduced at the very end of season 2 that makes it sound like the
Fuck, there's a third season? I thought it was going to end in season 2.
No, there's a third. Season 2 only goes to right? There's a third season. Like season 2 only goes to volume 8. There's 16 volumes.
Oh fuck! Really? Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm hoping season 3 is going to be a 2-core season.
And season
There's
2 is
16
how many episodes?
volumes, and you thought that My Hero anime or manga that had 14 volumes was going to be done in one season?
In a 2-core season, if they speed run, because this is a very dialogue heavy show. My Hero Academia is a very action show. So those pages fly by very quickly.
Yeah, the pages in a show like that are more about like movement and stuff and like fancy drawings.
Stuff that can happen in a blink of an eye on animation.
Yeah, versus a
audiobook.
slice of life where the characters are mostly talking and there's not a lot of like dramatic action happening that takes 10 panels to show one movement or whatever. Is what I think he's getting at. But regardless, that jokes aside, because that was a funny callback. I just like I don't see the necessity of making the characters reincarnated, except for the dynamic it created at first when the audience realizes who Ruby is.
What I was
fucking weird.
Well, time out. What I was trying to say was, it sounds like they were brought back for a reason.
Okay.
That's not yet revealed.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying at the beginning, is that I feel like I can see them setting something up because the mystery is who's the dad, right? And that's how they're kind of going with it, is that they're going to point out, you know, like that's the driving force behind it. I just feel like you could have that driving force without the characters being reincarnated. You know what I mean? Like I just don't see that.
I think they just have to wait till they're a bit older before she gets murdered. to
So
be a bit more.
the only
Whoa!
thing.
Spoilers.
What?
We haven't
the
got
first
to the end of episode 1 yet in our talk. Can't just throw that out there.
Let's I didn't really give a shit that I died in episode 1.
Were you expecting it though?
I mean, I didn't not expect it. Like, it just one of those things like, oh, okay.
I was spoiled on it. I knew it was coming, even though periodically while watching the first episode, I kind of forgot. But here's a hot take that I have that everybody's gonna flip out over. I actually didn't like anything hardly past season or episode 1. Excuse me. I found myself very bored after episode 1.
Actually, like
in the way that you said that you don't see it being necessary to being reincarnation, I felt it was also unnecessary. That's even a murder plot to some extent. You could have just been the experience of like, oh, I get to relive my life as a popular pop star idol's child. And you could have still had like a successful show, but they had to put in the double whammy, the double jeopardy.
The murder and mystery, right? Which is like what they're doing, like a murder mystery sort of thing. So there are parts of it.
The killer kills himself and they know who it is. It kind of neuters the motivation, so you don't have as much of a drive.
Well, I mean, the motivation is who put the killer had an accomplice. And they're trying to figure out
who gave him all the info, who gave him the address.
It's not quite as strong as your typical, like, who's the killer? And also, are they out there and about to kill me? I mean, I guess you could make a case that that's still kind of what's happening, but it doesn't feel that way.
There's a few things I'd like to address. I'll just say that one of the characters I really like in it is their like surrogate mom.
Miyako, best girl in the series. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, like she is so wholesome. And then I remember that when they were kids, they convinced her that they were possessed by gods and that they gave her a mandate
like
that she has to be the best mom in the world to them.
That's what I loved about the beginning. I thought it was freaking hilarious.
I like how they used the glow sticks to create that glow aura behind them.
Yeah, so I just want to say that, like, at the beginning of the series, when they're still like toddlers, I feel like the reincarnation thing, like, they got some mileage out of it. But after the moment that I dies, it doesn't matter anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it literally just does not matter anymore. That they're reincarnated.
I remember one of the parts I liked about the reincarnation is that you have the awkward boner of she's my mom now, but she was like my first love that I was gooning over. And it's such a weird, because now she's dead. It's like, how the hell do you even take it? At what point do you even consider her your mom and the other girl your sister? Like, and then I was saying,
at what point, like,
Ruby,
the other thing is that. Sorry, go ahead.
Ruby has now lived. She's exceeded her life in this life to the previous life as well.
Yeah.
So, one thing that I kind of dislike about the reincarnation aspect of it is that in isekai, a common problem that I feel like isekai does is, and this is going back to the idea of a lot of shows you watch, you're like, this didn't really need to be an isekai.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
A lot of isekai could just be a fantasy series.
Could just be a fantasy series, right? So, for example, in ReZero, like, very quickly it becomes like Subaru doesn't have any desire to go home, right? At least with Shield Hero, now Fumi kind of like at least pays lip service to like his goal is to go home, which then creates the significance behind him choosing to stay with Raftalia, right? Like, that at least builds up to a payoff. Whereas there's just so many isekais where the main character gets over it so quick and then starts dressing like everybody else to the point where you don't even like it. You honestly have to remind her, oh yeah, that's right. He's not from here. Yeah, it was an isekai. So when it comes to this, it's like Aqua's original life, like he never talks or thinks about, anything from his original life, right? And like when I get stabbed, my first thought was like, well, I wasn't expecting that, but I also like it wasn't surprising. But I feel like Aqua should have been able to do something as a goddamn surgeon, right? Like I get it. She was stabbed in a place where like you probably bleed out pretty quick at the rate.
You said like the abdominal aorta or something.
Yeah, but it's like I just feel like he
The
could have done
abdominal
something.
areola.
Like I thought that there would be more coming out of that. Like for example,
I would like
Bad,
it if he did that currently, like as a teen, if there was something that popped up and they're like, wow, you seem to know something about this.
Totally. Absolutely. Like, so for example, in Breaking Bad, when I first started watching that show, there's a scene pretty early on where he uses his knowledge as a chemist when he's meeting with that drug lord, and he throws the crystal or whatever that he makes in his lab, and you see a shot from outside of the building, and it just like the windows like bust out, and there's like an explosion caused by chemistry. And I was like, well, fuck yeah, I'm game for this. Never happens again the rest of the series, but that's the kind of thing where it's like the character, who they were, their backstory, like I want to see that tie in more. So him being a doctor, I mean, he's a gynecologist, right? So I guess he's
not a surgeon doctor. He's a birth doctor.
Yeah. So I mean, I can understand. I can understand that would have less use cases on a daily basis or whatever.
Can we address how he wasn't like the hyper coomer that we expected him to be? Like after finding out, oh, I'm gonna have to give birth to her, he like quickly brushed that aside and just like was sane and like prepared to be a mature adult. And then when he was born, it was like, oh, I gotta cover up her titties and stuff instead of like, yeah, baby.
So my interpretation of, I don't remember his name as a doctor, but we'll just call him Aqua, right? My interpretation of Aqua was that he wasn't really like in love with I. Like that felt kind of forced to me. My interpretation with Aqua was that he had an attachment to Ruby in her previous life, and that he kept his memory of Ruby alive by becoming a fan of I. Like, so he's actually like surrogating I or Ruby with I, right? That's kind of what I was.
But now that would be incest.
Right. But I'm just saying, like, that's
that's one of the many problems of this show. I think
they have too many double whammies that like mess up every possibility.
That's a problem with the show. I'm like, that's like the forbidden romance, like that improves
right. So that's actually a feature, not a bug, is what you're saying.
As much as anything else it is. So kind of coming back to the main point here, like I don't feel like they need to be reincarnated, but I can sit back for the ride. You were asking like, how did I feel like about like I dying in the first episode? Didn't really care. Weirdly, the episode that hit me the hardest was the arc about the girl who tried to jump off the bridge. And it wasn't specifically
I felt like that was such a random, like, divergent thing. Obviously, they're building her up as a character later on, but at the time, it felt so irrelevant to like. We're time's ticking down, honey. Yeah. We're spending a lot of time.
It wasn't specifically her jumping off the bridge that messed me up. It was all the shit happening behind the scenes with the producers on the show that made what happened to, and like her being attacked online by the people who watched the show, like just made me think wrestler. Of Hana Kimura killing herself over that same shit when she was on Terrace House, right? And I was like, fuck, man, like it brought me back to like this really happened, right? This isn't just like a trope that they're playing off because it's like, a common thing in media. It's like, no, this happened in real life, and this girl got bullied into killing herself over something as stupid as what happened in the episode. In fact, even stupider. Because what happens in Oshinoko is that
was an accident. It was a legitimate accident.
Complete accident. She slaps the girl or whatever and her face gets scratched or whatever, right? But in the case of Hana Kimura, she literally flips the hat off of the guy she's talking to. And the producers had asked her to slap him, just like what happened in Oshinoko. But she couldn't bring herself to do it. So all she did was flip his hat off of his head instead. And that was enough to get the reaction that caused her to kill herself.
Yeah, imagine what slapping would have done.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, that brought up like feelings in me that I felt legitimately awful during that arc, because I was thinking of our coverage of that when we were covering it, and how much it must have sucked to live those last moments of your life feeling like that because of the way people can be, and that was the thing
about you can finish whatever you were saying.
I was just saying that was the thing that touched me the most watching season 1, and it wasn't even the show itself. It was some other unrelated thing tangentially similar to the show that was actually driving all the feeling,
So what I was going to say is that the reason that I overall like Kaguya, which is his other work, I guess, more than this, is because this it delves into these like darker subject matters and stuff that periodically come in the picture and just kind of feel, I guess you could say, uncomfortable and stuff. And the thing I was saying to Greenlight is that I was really uncomfortable with the premise of like, yeah, I'm 16 and about to give birth, and I don't know who the dad is and all this stuff. I'm like,
I thought
what?
Because of the
bruh.
Yeah, I thought because of the stuff that I watch, I thought the producer was the dad at first.
That too. And my second theory was that the guy that Aqua went over to be his quote unquote father or whatever, even though he's technically not even really. I don't know what's going on. He's still living with the chick lady. But anyway, he was my second guess. I don't know who that is.
I had a hard time getting through it in the first place. It was flip floppy, like it was this happy-go-lucky comedy, and then it's like dark and depressing, fucking.
And I think the biggest part about it is what's it called? Oh God, did it just elude my brain? Oh,
real quick, that was the other thing that hit me, was that one line when Aqua goes to the director and asks him to raise him. Will you be my dad or whatever? I was like,
would you consider?
Will you raise me?
Would you consider raising me?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Man. Yeah, and that guy's my other favorite character in the show. Like the mom and that guy were both. Yeah.
What'd you think of Suicide Girl's eye power?
Like when she like channels eye and gets the ability
that made it very clear that that's just like representing the a charm of the character. It's not a literal like skin of the character.
100%.
Obsession.
Well, I felt like that was a really good way to convey that she is to the characters in the show,
right?
Like that she's exuding the essence of eye, and I just thought it was a good way of capitalizing on what they did with her eyes.
There's something to notice about that, because there's white ones and black ones.
The BBC ones,
the star,
the false prophets,
the color of the star. It shines or it's black.
When Aqua has his like evil mastermind.
So that's when he's lying, and then the white ones when it's truthful. Thanks for spoiling, Reese. Anyway, hold up. I remember the thing to wrap up. My thought of that is that a big allure of this is supposed to be like the murder mystery and the motivation, which I still technically am like wondering about, obviously. But like I said, the first thing was, if it was the murderer, that would be more like imminent and compelling to like tangentially like, oh, there was some sus stuff. But the second part is because of the like uncomfortable like manner of like things surrounding like say just I's situation as a whole, I kind of don't want to know more about the mystery. The more we uncover, the more I feel. That might just be me, but that's why I vastly kind of prefer Kaguya so far, because it's lighthearted and can just sit back and have a good time.
That's what I was referring to when I kind of just preferred episode 1. It's like I enjoyed the comedy of the show.
I was expecting like the majority of episode 1 with the kids, with the mom like trying to go through show business. I was expecting that to be the entire show. To be honest,
same.
Like going
but then
in,
I remember the
going
spoiler
in
that I
mostly blind.
found
other than
online.
That's what I'm saying. Like, minus the murder mystery, it could have been a complete package.
So yeah, one thing that so my favorite supporting cast are the mom and the director guy, but weirdly of the main cast, Kana I think is my favorite of the main cast, the red-haired girl.
Yeah, probably.
I feel like I feel like
how she was
she
like all
holds
over Aqua.
What? Don't you like the muscly guy? He's the
Pion?
best character.
I love how the English
I-
voice did the same as the Japanese.
I was so happy there was actually like a purpose behind the voice changing suddenly. I'm like, that's not Andrew Love or whatever his name. I could tell it was Andrew Love doing the first one, but I was just like, that's not him. Did they decide someone had a higher voice naturally and was easier for that guy? But no, there's utility to it. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I thought that was a nice touch, right? And I feel it. One of the issues I have with the show, and it's a minor issue, like I'm just kind of tolerating it, I guess, is that it comes across like a soap opera.
I think that's intentional.
Of course, yeah, but it's like not only are they playing like reality TV style soap opera kind of stuff, but also soap opera shit is happening in the show where, for example, when he dresses up as what's his name? Pichon? What's his name?
Pion.
When he dresses up in the outfit in order to cheer up Kana.
Yeah.
That creates a dynamic where all of a sudden she realizes that it was actually Aqua, and she starts to develop feelings, which makes her even more jealous over the other stuff, and just
Akane.
They're building up a lot of they're building up tension that I feel like is meant to pay off later in a similar way to what we were talking about a moment ago, which now I can't remember, about like the build up with the payoff. Oh, and Naofumi saying, like that he paid lip service at least to wanting to go home. That was his goal, was to leave. And then the payoff is he chooses not to, right? I feel like they're building up some stuff with all the drama that they're tightening around the cast. And I just hope that pays off, because when it comes to a soap opera, like my wife tells me all the time, like she'll be watching like a Korean drama or whatever, and she'll at times just randomly skip 3 episodes ahead because so much bullshit happens. Like in every single Korean drama she watches, somebody gets a mysterious illness and gets hospitalized. Just like random shit that happens in every fucking thing, So anyway, I will say I feel like the show has a lot going for it, and I can see why it was so popular. It's just not what I was expecting, And
I can't see why it got as popular as
thing.
it did. I don't think it's bad, and there's stuff to be uncovered that could be really good, but I don't see why it blasted to the top of Mal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think recency bias, but for me, it jumped the shark. Like I said, episode 1, maybe episode 2. I was like, I wasn't feeling any of this except for like the funny scenes with the YouTuber.
Can we just say how overly like on point that intro was of like, oh, if only I could be reincarnated as the daughter or son of an idol.
That's
it's like
being reincarnated as a celebrity's child.
Cough, roll credits. Cough, roll the intro. Yeah,
lay it on thicker, would you?
Does it bother you guys at all that Ruby and Aqua are twins, and yet Aqua died significantly later?
Yeah, it bothers me. Like, was the one girl like
it's
Ruby,
the Angel Beats effect.
Like, She was sitting in limbo for like what? Like
well, see, this is where things could get interesting.
So Reese,
if she's
that
not
explanation better explain it well.
Maybe she had a second life already, and
that's what I was going to say. Like I think it would be hilarious if that ever gets addressed and they realize who she is and stuff, and then you find out that what actually happened is she got reincarnated previously, but then Truck Kun hits her. And that's why she ends up getting reincarnated again. I think that would be the funniest way to
it would be funny, but it's not gonna be it.
Damn.
Like I said before, there's a character. We meet a character at the end of season 2, and it basically implies that this is all by design.
Spoiler, Reese.
Well,
just throw the spoilers out.
It's implied. It has.
I'm hoping that somehow makes it not feel just forced or whatever.
I honestly, watching the show, I never even thought about the whole reason. I took the show for what it was giving me, and so I didn't even think about these kind of instances. I was like, oh, that makes sense now, I guess.
It turns out it was actually a sim game the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna wake up in the hospital and find out that he dreamt the whole thing on his smoke break.
And after I watched the series with my mom, and I watched it after watching season 2. And there's a scene at the end, and not just like looking at the script for whatever they're going to do next, but there's one thing in the last episode, it clicked on me. Oh, okay, that's what that's alluding to.
You just can't help yourself, Reese. God damn.
I'm not telling you what it is.
This isn't season 2 Watch Club. It's season 1 Watch Club.
But I'm just saying, there's stuff in here.
So I'm just saying, there's something at the very end of season 2 that you haven't watched yet.
At the end of season 1.
That now you're gonna. You said there's a character that's introduced at the end of season 2.
Because I wanted to give something that to try and.
So now all throughout season 2, I'm going to be sitting there. Who's the character that?
So I'm gonna say the reason I did that was to give something for AC to understand where I'm trying to come from. That this is all by design.
Okay.
And then rewatching season 1 after season 2, there's something at the end of the last episode of season 1 that I noticed that actually had significance because I'd already seen season 2.
It is such a shame that the audience doesn't get to see when people get muted. Reese, for the audience's sake, Reese fully just did. I'm gonna let you finish, but Beyonce deserves you.
I wasn't even talking. You'd be able to see my mouth moving.
You were yeah. See, the thing is that we could.
So, I had a micro.
I saw him mute me. The last thing I said, it went through.
You're still with mid sentence when
you were mid sentence. Your mouth was still moving.
Okay, maybe you cut me off by last word.
Yeah, practically last word, but it was still pretty funny.
So I can't remember one micro thing, but I do have one other, I guess, bigger thing that was kind of math with me. So they're establishing this whole idea of you lie with love or whatever, lie for love and all this stuff. So they established that idol culture is like about lying and stuff. And personally, I hate idol culture, but to their credit, they basically go of their way to show that idol business is AIDS. So that's why Aqua's like, I don't want Ruby getting into all that idol stuff, but she does anyway. But whatever, that's gotta move forward for the plot. But the thing that I find annoying is that they, much like the double whammy of the entire plot, they have like this double whammy of the meanings of like, oh yes, you need to lie, but oh man, isn't lying awful? And then at the end of the day, they're showing how hard like being an idol can be. But at the end of it, I kind of don't sympathize because it's like, bitch, you're continuing to push through and be an idol. Like, if it's so hard that you can just get out of this business and not have to deal with like scummy executives or whatever. I don't know, man. I might be crazy.
Dude, you could go back to medical school and just fly right through it. You know?
Right?
I like how they brought up, oh, you got a 70? That's pretty high. It was like, and it's like, that's the trend.
Graduated SAT or whatever in Tokyo Med
school or whatever.
Yeah. So one character we haven't talked about yet is the YouTuber girl who's pretending to be younger than she is.
Mencho, she's like 25 or something.
35 or something. Yeah, like that.
No, 25.
No. I was going to say it wasn't 35.
She's pretending to be 17, and she's, you know, like a good 7 years older than that, 8 years older, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, what are your thoughts on that character?
I think her integration makes a lot of sense because having someone that's like semi-viral online is a good marketing and all that.
I will say this. One thing that I really kind of dig about the show is it has a Pompo the Cinephile flair to it, and that they kind of
wasn't like
behind the scenes kind of
fudging things.
Like they just kind of explain, you know, like the internal politics of you know how things work, and like, you know, this actor is this type, so they give her lots of screen time, and these ones are meant to just be supporting, and they kind of break it down in a way that's just kind of like, it's like everybody already knows this stuff, but it's just like there's something about like describing and putting words and giving a name to the phenomenon that you've already experienced that makes it feel more impactful. Right? Like once you create a word to describe something that previously you understood and grasped the concept for, but didn't have, you know, like that to steal
like
that.
Figuring out what tonsil stones are.
Well, no, I was gonna say like to steal. I think it was like podcast 31 or whatever, where we watched. Fuck, why is it gonna escape? What's the one with the spin drive and the it was like the first show that Funimation was part of the
Akudama Drive?
No. It's something Q whatever. Anyway, the episode we where we watched it, we titled the episode Rendering the Abstract Concrete. And Dimension W.
Dimension W.
Yeah. So that concept though of rendering the abstract concrete, that's the thing I want to bring up, is the idea that there's something really satisfying about concepts that you innately understand but have a hard time discussing because there isn't terminology for it. Once you're gifted that terminology, all of it just makes life so much better. Right. And so that's one of the aspects I really like about the show, is that it has that Pompo the Cinephile kind of aspect of telling you about like the different dynamics between actors and why certain directors behave the way that they do and how they choose things. And, you know, like the production aspect of things, and, you know, all that's like really fascinating and interesting. And it kind of like good.
I was just going to say, and I don't think there was anything that really brought me out of it thinking, no, that's ridiculous. They would never do that so far anyways.
Yeah, and that's just something like it's I wouldn't say it's like the main draw of the show, but it's like a refreshing thing where I felt like that kind of kept me going on the show, because I didn't think like it wasn't something I couldn't put down. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't dying every time the show ended. I wasn't dying to jump into the next episode, but when I was watching each episode, I felt like I was getting enough out of it that I was entertained and informed, you know, by the little snippets of information and stuff. So I don't know. Overall, I guess I'm trying to say that the show is watchable. Like we've watched a ton of shit lately, especially that I feel like I almost just wish I hadn't watched, you know. And this I wouldn't consider that show. Like I'm glad I watched it.
How can you say that you regret watching Elves?
That's not what I'm talking about. I might be thinking of Jingle All the Way. Yeah, that was some shit. That movie did not. That movie should have stayed the gem it was in my head. You know, like,
oh, no.
Unfortunately, rewatching that was not very fun.
Oh, I remembered another instance where I thought the reincarnation thing worked a bit better than an isekai. It's when he'd had his first acting gig. I was thinking, actually, that's kind of neat because he would understand how to act way better than a normal child and all that stuff. So he could have that acceleration, and then he could become a breakout actor, even though he's just a doctor dude, right? So I thought that could have had a lot of potential, but then at a certain point, it was like, yeah, clearly it was just because, you know, I was a child actor and stuff. But technically right now he's actually still killing it with the like acting and all that. So I guess maybe that'll continue to grow favor. Which, by the way, I like the dynamic where Ruby is actively trying to be successful and famous, whereas Aqua is not trying to do that, but their success rates are inverted, where he's pretty successful and she is like barely getting off the ground.
Well, in certain instances, I would argue that he's trying to be successful for his own means, like so he can get in with.
He is, but it's not like, oh, my dream, I want to do that. He's just continuing to be successful.
He still wants something to be successful, so he can reach his goal.
He still wants to be successful, so he still stays in those circles.
Yeah,
sure, but it's not like he set out like that's his oh, this is my dream, I want to be. He even made comments like he has no interest in that type of thing. That's what I'm saying. Whereas Ruby is like all over it. She wants to be famous, wants to be an idol, and she's like, come on, mom, help me.
Well, the difference is that Ruby, that is her dream, whereas Aqua, it's just it's a means to an end.
I know. I'm just saying I like the dynamic. How he's all like, oh,
he's not even trying. He's more successful than she is.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying. I like that dynamic where Ruby's actively oh yes, I want fame and success, but it's barely getting off the ground. I mean, at the end they start
because Aqua's he hinders her being an idol from the very beginning. He calls the agency that set out that contest or whatever. It's
I just remembered something. I was actually weirdly kind of let down how in her past life she was always sick and stuff, so she was oh, I don't know how to dance and all this stuff, and they glossed over her she just suddenly was yeah, I'm great at dancing, in the next episode after time skip, rather than showing some sort of her getting the ropes and then I don't know, having some sort of emotional scene of I can do it.
Second life.
Yeah, because her mom, because I was you can dance.
This goes to the second life theory. She had a second life. She became a dancer. She died, and then this is now her third life.
But she would have gotten over that.
She would have remembered that though. I just remembered the micro point. It bothered me how it's they're clearly artificially extending the length until they figure out who each other is. So they could have easily been bro, so what did you do in your past life? Oh yeah, I was a gynecologist and I gave birth to I. Or wait. I gave birth.
I don't think that's how that works out.
No, I don't think you can give self-birth. Yeah, I agree. But you know what I'm saying? It's just clearly they're doing that for some sort of
hey, you remind me, Ruby, you remind me of this one girl I knew, back when.
I'm not going to tell you what the girl was like or anything.
Yeah, I liked how he actually said her name her old name in.
Yeah, he did that one time, and she's basically sleep drunk, being oh, that's funny.
And that's where we realized that that's who she is, literally in the first episode.
I like how, at least for the viewer's sake, they're not beating around the bush. They're showing the flashbacks and everything. That's at least good because they're not insulting you and being oh, who could it be? Who could it be?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Overall, though, yeah. Well, the thing about I is that despite all the weird circumstances leading up to her popping out those babies, I feel if it was just a chill slice of life, I did feel happiness and joy for her having her children successfully and when she was enjoying their company and stuff. So that's why it was like disappointing that the murder happened, which I saw a meme that had like her bloodied up and stuff. So sadly, I was like, what? Oh,
Well,
so
that's
I was
what
kind of spoiled.
AC's like, is it child friendly? And I'm like, not the first episode. But I think the rest of the series was okay.
I don't know about the.
I mean, there's the
stuff,
suicide stuff.
That's true. But so I went to look on IMDb for whether or not like what the parent guide rating was, and like it didn't bring up the main thing in episode 1 where she's like covered in blood.
They didn't mention that at all in there. It was like the biggest thing in the series, and it's not.
I didn't want to spoil the violence and blood and gore.
And
they have a separate section. They literally have a section that contains spoilers for that. So it's like, no, that's not a thing. They literally do.
And Reese, you were saying that they had extra stuff that didn't even happen in the show.
Yeah, there's other stuff like what the fuck? Where did this come from?
Blasted Claus has returned.
He is on mute.
Do you think he gave that toilet the golden shower it deserved?
No. What? I went outside and my wife's like, the dog is sick. You need to go to the vet. And I'm like,
yes.
No, let him die.
It's time. It's finally time.
All right. Anyway, I was following that whole conversation until the part where my wife needed to talk to me about the dog dying because I was listening on my phone. But I feel like are we ready to be moving past Watch Club?
Yeah, I'm ready to be moving to bed.
I liked it.
Same.
I liked the shooting show. I liked
I didn't, but yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll probably watch season 2 and onward probably for a Watch Club in the future. But I'm thrilled that we get a little break from it and we get to watch Attack on Titan.
A little break
for the next 6 months.
Not a colossal break.
Shingeki no Chojin, right?
What a Chojin thing to do.
That's gotta be the first Watch Club title to commemorate the start.
Shingeki no Chojin.
So we 100% are going to start the Attack on Titan-a-thon.
How far are you in it, AC?
I got the footage off of this hard drive and I put it in my Dropbox folder so that I could watch it tonight.
Are you starting season 1?
Yep.
So you haven't even started watching yet?
No, but I'm well. Okay, so the podcast tonight is a little bit of a disaster because I am in a mad dash to launch yet another company. So it's sort of hard to explain. I don't really want to go into all the details right now. But
you need to make a company that makes companies because that's
a company that makes money. It would be good. No.
I'll settle for one that just makes money.
That doesn't die on arrival.
It's hard to explain without it going way too long-winded. But basically, the company I just started has an opportunity to partner with another company, and we're doing that. But the exchange of doing that is that I am helping this other company relaunch something that they used to have as a web platform by building it myself. And then I get a cut of their profits and I get to promote my company on their platform. So it's just kind of like it's an extension of that, but it's just been a lot of work. So I didn't really get any time at all to prep for this show except for today. And then I need to have like all the company shit done before the 26th. So and I had a big business meeting with our partners and stuff yesterday. It's just been a whole big thing. So setting that aside, that's the reason I haven't started on Attack on Titan, though I have been aching to. And hopefully we'll be able to start soon. And Randy, please get up. Stop sucking that D. Your lips will get stuck to it in the cold. Go indoors, young man.
I'm not that flexible. I don't think that can happen.
When he heard me say your lips will get stuck, he thought I was talking about the webbing. Anyway, if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, you could send us a super chat. I found a function in the chat when I went to the bathroom. Before I went to go
shoot! That's what I was going to mention. I don't know if Reese or Vietnam or Randy mentioned this for Oshinoko, but there's like a couple shirts in there that I think we can use.
There's a lot. I'm pretty sure it's the primordial shirt of that channel. That was like one of the first submissions, but we did miss a bunch. There was only like one.
I have taken screenshots, like shit tons of screenshots of all the times stuff has come up. I just need, look, if things go well with this partnership, I can quit my job even sooner, the current job I have, because this partnership will require even less full-time like subscribers to this new business than the one that I am also doing, right? In order for me to be able to quit my job. So if I get there and my time belongs to me again, Stealth Weeb is I'm going to get something out probably at least once a month, maybe even once every other week. But that'll be a thing to deal with in that time. So currently you can't buy anything because the payment gateways aren't set up properly, but you can buy something from the OCA podcast store. I recommend the Agla shirt, which for some reason is not very colorful on the mock-up, but looks fucking great on the actual shirt.
You should add that to the title of the shirt so that it's evident.
Well, what I should do is Photoshop the color back into it, which is something I plan to do in the future, but just don't have time right now. Anyway, let's get into some stuff here. If you guys want to dip, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. If you want to not dip, that's also okay. I'd be cool with that because
like Flacidius, I shall fall.
Merry Christmas to all.
Yes,
but I am going
Christmas.
to bed.
All right, take care. So there is a $5,100 Black Myth Wukong life-size bust on the way. Wow. Where did the other arm go? Anyway, that's a thing. Thank you, Mirage, for sharing that. Also, I just have an opportunity now to show you this. This is a poster that the Chinese used for a match of soccer match between China and Japan. Super Saiyan Goku versus Wukong. Sun Wukong, right? Cup Noodles now sells a squid fork with its instant ramen. Who wouldn't want to eat off of a squid?
Yeah.
Anyway, well, there's a lot more images in here than I thought. Let's talk now about the fish-shaped soy sauce bottle hand cream.
Like how
that is a very uncomfortable mistake to make when you reach for the soy sauce and you put it in your delicious ramen or whatever, and it's hand cream, right?
How do you store this? Like, is the tail flat? Is the cap? Because you can't really put it on the upside down and set it on the cap. You practically just have to lay it down.
Yeah. It has like a clip thing, right? A cap.
Well, yeah, I know, but setting it vertically on the cap, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think.
I guess you just lay it down. Sideways.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, who knows? I guess. Yeah. Look at that! Wow, 100 secs. Thank you, Seb.
Holy crap!
Seb didn't notice the part where I came back. When I was in the bathroom, I noticed that there's an option to set a goal for super chats. I'm like, oh, nobody's super chatting because I didn't give them a goal. One super chat. What's the reward? AC comes back. That's what I was like, yeah, let's see what happens. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you for that $9.
Yes, $9. That's more than we needed. Appreciate it because I said it to.
I like when Santa gives us sex.
I love it when Santa gives me sex. You know what? Thank you, Seth.
Oh, the
sex. By the way, I would like to make a shirt that says "I'm a sex worker," written SEKS, and it has your profile picture from the Discord. If that would be something that would be agreeable to you, just let me know. All right. Anyway, so moving past this, we've also got the Evangelion and McDonald's Japan launch first ever collaboration with transforming figures.
It's a shame Randy can't be here for this.
Get in the
Oh my God! Come on!
Yes.
Get in the damn golden arches, Shinji.
Get in the podcast, Randy.
Get in the burger, Shinji.
You know an anime has hit the visual design bullseye when not only its characters, creatures, and mecha are memorable, but when even its font instantly signals the series. So when McDonald's Japan put out a tweet announcing preview, fans instantly knew that a collaboration with Evangelion was on the way.
I'm not good at pegging Japanese fonts.
Yeah. And yes, there's an animated promotion for the collaboration featuring the anime series A-list voice cast reprising their roles. Here you are. Since we're already, oh wait, I'm on the wrong brand. We're already copyright claimed for using this song earlier in the podcast. I thought this was the right time to do it.
これは汎用マクドナルド型変形ロボットさあ行くわよマクドナルド発進シンクロ率 100% フィールド展開パティを最大限開放してビッグマック初号機マックフライポテト2号機マックシェイク0号機思ったより大きいわマクドナルド限定奇跡のエヴァンゲリオンアプリで抽選販売だ迷わず応募してくれ当たるかなわからない当てるのよタランタンタンタン
You thought it was lunch, but it was just a.
Shinji, get in the big mecha.
As you can see in the video, Ava units 0001 and 02 are now transforming robots, though not transformers, who convert from a classic 3-item combo meal into, as Masato announces, Big Mac Testa type of Hanshin McFrench Fry production model. And the McShake prototype. Dimensions for the individual figures haven't been released, but considering the size of the box they come bundled in, as well as the preview images of them being carried on a tray, they look pretty big, perhaps even 1-to-1 scale compared to the actual McDonald's menu items.
Those are giant. Jeez.
You love to see it. All right. Anyway, I don't think we need to read the rest of this, but I will show you another image here from the Crunchyroll article.
In the late 90s, maybe early 2000s. Oh, what are those?
It's the AT field and the fry of Longinus.
And that comes with it?
Yeah. How did they leave that out of the Sora news article? Earlier, when I panicked about Ava, and I was like, "Oh fuck! Wait, stall! Wait, hold on, Evangelion." Or I was like Gundam, Sony 24. It's because I was thinking of the font thing that was from that other. I'm like, "Oh no, that's from the McDonald's one, not the Gundam one." Anyway, fry of Longinus. That's fucking funny. Okay.
All
right.
In the late 90s, early 2000s, McDonald's did a Happy Meal line that had like spy gadgets that would turn into like various McDonald's things. Like they had a scope thing that turned into a little drink, and they had a fry that turned into like a walkie-talkie telephone thing. And they had the they didn't have a burger, but they had the burger like box turned into like a camera. Those were the best McDonald's toys that were like not, well, I don't know. I really like any toy that had like a changing thing too. So I kind of like the Halloween ones where they like had the little costumes too. But anyway, they were one of the best anyway. And these Transformer things remind me of those toys. So I wish that they were in America. I don't really want to part with $200 on their eBay price right now to get it, but if they could be acquired, if they could be acquired for a reasonable price, I would totally buy them.
Yeah. So Seb says my profile picture from Discord is from Kimagori Orange Road, and it's a super obscure reference to the Swedish dub of Orange Road. The dude from the coffee shop asks the main girl if the coffee tastes as good as the main character, and then he winks. So the main character in Kimagori Orange Road, I think he's a twin. I think the two main, the girl and the guy are twins or something. They both share my birthday, November 15th. So I don't know. I feel like I feel extra emboldened to make this merch now. Although I'm probably going to repaint your profile image to be a little bit more, hand done so that it'll be more Swedish looking. I'll have to it'll be an amalgamation of that and this. Because that guy's clearly a sex worker, right? Anyway, all right. So, makers of Desai to brew a sake in space and sell 100 milliliters for 100 million yen. To boldly brew where no one has brewed before. So I just want to share a couple things here. It's going to cost you $637,000 for the bottle. The entire cost of what is to be called Desai Moon Space Brewing will be donated to the Japanese space program. And Desai also hopes to one day brew sake on the moon using water recently discovered there. That's funny, right? So yeah, they're sending it up to the International Space Station in a special brewing device that they developed for this mission so that they could brew it over a 15-day brewing period. In other news, the Charlotte Hornets gave a fan a PS5, but then they took it away to give him a jersey. That's brutal.
That's not nice.
It's also not a Hornet. What the fuck is that? Why is it blue and purple? So the Charlotte Hornets played an NBA game against the Philadelphia 76ers in the early hours of Monday morning. What? In the morning? What? And wanted to do something special for the Christmas season. I don't know why, but I was under the impression basketball games always took place at night. This is why they chose a child to jump on the court with the mascot who would also receive a gift, but it ended up in controversy on social media. Apparently, the child was given a PS5, but his joy at the gift was short-lived. The mascot and the organizers, when the camera stopped rolling, took the console away from him and gave him a team shirt instead. A gift that ended up on social media. Alexi Phillips, a Hornets fan, told this station the story, noting that he took his 13-year-old nephew to the game without expecting what was going to happen. At the beginning of the game, a member of the team staff approached them and asked if they wanted to go down to the court with the mascot. You guys want to see a cheap sports organization? In this video, my best friend and his nephew got called onto the court for a special segment where they gift the kid a PS5 publicly with cameras off. They took it away and gave him a jersey. Damn. Anyway, she was reading his letter to Santa or whatever. Like, I want a PlayStation PS5. It's like she thought it was like postscript. She kept reading. You want 5 PlayStations? Anyway, the video shows the boy approaching Hugo, the Hornets mascot, who is dressed as Santa Claus. There he reads a supposed letter from the boy in which he asks for a PlayStation 5 to practice his shooting in NBA 2K25. Then a dancer brought the gift, a PS5, that the boy opens and celebrates with all his excitement. He didn't even look that excited, to be honest. However, this did not last long, as when the event was over and the camera stopped rolling, another staff member took the gift away from him, giving him a team jersey in return. It was very awkward because the staff member had to make it clear that he was not joking. The Hornets apologized, gave him a PS5 and a VIP ticket. Luckily, this problem that happened last Monday has ended well for the boy. The Hornets, in response to all the commotion generated, ended up giving the boy a PlayStation 5 as promised, as well as a VIP experience. This is literally Jingle All the Way happening on the court. Finally, everything has been easily resolved, but the tense situation has already escalated and reached media in different countries, as well as exploding on social networks. Damn. What the fuck? Pornhub reveals our darkest fetishes. Which characters in video games are what the fuck? Okay. That's a weird thing to put right at the bottom of this article about a child getting a PS5. All right. The police are called to investigate a suspicious Santa in Wakayama. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for perhaps the greatest byline I've ever read? Santa Claus came to town, and police are called in to find out if he's naughty or nice.
Oh, okay.
It's Christmas time again in Japan, which means children everywhere are anxiously awaiting the arrival of Kris Kringle and his bag of toys for all the good girls and boys. It's all enough to make anyone suddenly get filled with the Christmas spirit and go out to spread some cheer.
Oh God, they're waiting for Santa in a sack just to get spread with cheer.
I hope it's
You're
not.
gonna have to spread those cheeks, little boy, before you can.
However, cheer in general has been in short order in recent years, so whenever it presents itself, people aren't so quick to take it at face value. That's precisely why on the 18th of December, police in the town of Yuasa in Wakayama Prefecture were called out to investigate a young man dressed as Santa Claus who was spotted handing out treats in front of Yuasa Municipal Elementary School. What was I'm like, what could it be? It's like, oh no, he's giving out Viagra. That'd be the weirdest thing I can imagine a pedo Santa doing. The rogue Santa was first seen at approximately 4 p.m. on the 17th of December and reported to police by the town's Board of Education. The following day, police located the man and questioned him. As a result, they sent out an email announcing that the suspicious Santa was acting purely out of goodwill, but reminded residents to remain vigilant to ensure public safety. We happen to know the real Santa, but he wasn't involved in this incident. Oh. The incident attracted attention on social media and quickly spread around the country. Many comments online applauded taking action against strangers handing food out to children, while others lamented that society has come to a place where we have to drop a dime on Santa. Quote, that's not goodwill. It's potentially dangerous and a nuisance to others. There are people who pass off illegal drugs as candy. Do they? Really? Since when? I don't think that's ever happened. Drugs are expensive. In this day and age,
like, who the fuck's giving drugs to kids? That shit's expensive.
Yeah.
What a waste. I'd rather spend it on myself, damn it. I'm not wasting it on the damn kids.
That's why I was saying, like, the most nefarious thing I could think of is you're giving all the kids Viagra or something, right? In this day and age, even Santa is suspect. even if he is sincere, he should know better these days. There have been a lot of strange incidents recently, so people are on guard. This is the most depressing news story I've heard in a while. Did we forget about drug gummies? Cannabis gummies are regulated as narcotics. I'm sure that's what the kids got. Definitely, for sure. If you want to hand out candy, get permission from the school first. It's always interesting how people are quick to assume it would be illegal drugs like weed mixed in with the snacks. As if most drug fiends are sitting on a mountain of the stuff and have no problem giving it away for free rather than keeping it for themselves. I mean, even if the intent is simply to poison or intoxicate kids for some sick thrill, there are way easier ways to do that than procuring illicit narcotics in Japan. But the point stands that there could have been anything in that food, from the guy's boogers to antifreeze. Okay. So as sad a reflection on society as it is, it's hard to argue with putting a stop to this guy's impromptu generosity. The last comment said it best that anyone who genuinely wants to play Santa should just go through the proper channels first. Having dealt with schools and PTA groups, I'm sure they would be more than happy to set up a Santa event in front of the school with a willing volunteer. Heck, they'd probably even provide the food themselves. Let's practice safe Santa out there.
That sounded so wrong.
Let's practice safe Santa sex.
Right. PSA, if you get an item that is worth more than your ticket, quickly run it to your car. Yes. Was Santa handing out adult-only chips? Oh, right. The ones that killed those kids or hospitalized those children. All right. So after that, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wonderful articles to read. Japanese politician threatens to send bears to people. Wants Looney Tunes style anti-bear bombs. This can't disappoint. That's too funny of a title. Governor doesn't specify whether his desired bear fighting drones would drop anvils or some other less cartoony payload. It's common for politicians to make promises about what they're going to provide their constituents with: prosperity, safety, or, in the case of Norihisa Satake, governor of Japan's northern Akita prefecture, his offer/threat to provide people with bears. Let's back up a step. Early in the morning on November 30th, a bear broke into a supermarket in Akita City, attacking an employee who suffered injuries to the head and face. After the store was evacuated and sealed off, live capture cage traps were set up on December 1st, and the following day, the bear was caught, tranquilized, and culled by electric shock. Since then, the Akita prefectural government has received 56 phone calls about the incident, with 24 of them expressing disagreement with killing the animal. When the subject of the phone complaints came up during a prefectural assembly budget committee meeting on Tuesday, the governor was asked how he would reply to the complaints, to which the 77-year-old politician answered, "If I received a phone call complaining about that, I would go into full intimidation mode and say to the person, 'Tell me your address, because I'm going to ship a bear to you. If you're worried about them, I'll send one to your house. Do that,' and they'll hang up." Adding, "There's no need to talk with someone who won't understand." Fuck me, man. This guy's based. The Japanese women chose the bear too. Oh, since then, the Akita prefectural government has received 56 phone calls about the incident, with 24 of them expressing disagreement with killing the animal. Oh, wait, I already read that part. No need to talk to someone who won't understand. Okay. The Japanese language has many words for you, but Satake chose to go with omae. As in, omae wa mo shinderu. Yeah. The one of the ruder ones that's used when talking about someone who's beneath you. Bear attacks have become an increasing concern in rural parts of Japan in recent years, with dwindling numbers of hunters coinciding with more frequent attacks. However, it's also true that when bears aren't attacking people, they tend to look really cute. And they're occasionally, improper use of there from a Story News 24 article. And there are occasionally playful sides. Proper use of there, actually. Nice. And their occasionally playful sides often earn them even more sympathy, especially from residents of communities where wild animal attacks are unlikely. Many of the complaint calls the Akita government received came from outside the prefecture, reportedly. Wow. The supermarket incident comes just a few months after an Akita public awareness poster about the dangers of wild bear encounters drew reactions that the illustrated creature was too cute to properly convey the safety risks they represent. That's funny. The question of what to do with wild animals that enter human spaces, especially those that have attacked people, is a complex one. Most likely with no single absolutely correct answer. For Satake's preferred solution, though, he thinks it'd be great if someone developed some new bear fighting weapons for him. It's like bear spray, like fucking Batman. Continuing the Ursine discussion at the assembly meeting, Satake spoke on the difficulties of having hunters use rifles to cull bears in populated areas where stray bullets could injure people. Quote, we could do things like have unmanned drones drop objects from above, or have the bears eat small explosive devices that we could detonate remotely once they're inside the bear's stomachs. That's diabolical. That's like he got the idea from the pager explosions that the Israelis did on the Hamas, right? I like the idea that they're like, okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna put grenades inside of a bee's hive, so that when the bear goes in for the honey, he pulls out a grenade and blows his hands off, right? It's unclear whether Satake didn't also suggest painting pictures of tunnels on brick walls for bears to run into because the committee had to get back to discussing budget matters, or if it's just that the governor hasn't watched those Looney Tunes episodes yet. That's pretty fucking good. All right. Toyama father pleads innocent to sexual assault of teenage daughter. What defense do you think he used?
There was no mistake. It was me.
No. False. I'm guessing, because I already read the article, that his excuse was it was all consensual. No. The Toyama Prefecture, a Toyama Prefecture man accused of sexually assaulting his teenage daughter pled not guilty at the first hearing in the Toyama District Court. According to the report, 53-year-old Koji Diamond is accused of attempted sexual assault in 2016 for taking advantage of his daughter, Riho Fukuyama, 24 years old, who was 16 at the time, when she was unable to resist and having sex with her. At the first trial held, she was 16, bro. At the first trial held at the Toyama District Court on December 16, 2024, Diamond claimed innocence, saying, there is no doubt that we had sexual intercourse, but I did not scold her beyond the scope of discipline. Yeah, bro, I raped her. It was just punishment. Like, what the fuck? She was not in a state where she could not resist. Fuck me, man. One of these days, I hope Discotech releases a court drama. Like a live action, like Law and Order SVU style, but like a Japanese one. So I can see the kind of shit that Japanese people are seeing on TV that happens in courtrooms. so that I can understand why they would think these defenses would work. You know what I mean? Like, they are the stupidest defenses to plead not guilty to. In the opening statement, the prosecution pointed out that defendant Diamond would sometimes hit the victim in the cheek and use abusive language. The victim became frightened as he would touch her physically. The victim was unable to resist defendant Diamond. Fukuyama, who reported the incident using her real name, said in an interview, quote, "I'm terrified right now. I hope that I can at least hear an apology or words of remorse from my father. I hope that this will serve as a guidepost for creating a society where no one has to live through the same hell that I did." I'm actually a little bit skeptical of her claims now, because she didn't say, I hope I can at least see him rot in hell. You know, Chad Governor gave the correct response to man versus bear question. Ban the guns, you get the bears. We are not blood related. Oh, that was what you thought they were going to say. Do Japanese don't get lawyers? Seems that way, right? Yes. I don't need it to be an anime. I want it to be like a live action drama. There's a bunch of old Japanese like cop shows that I am dying to watch, and I hope Discotheque will put out on Blu-ray. 16 is a bit old to start. Yeah. Well, are you implying that there may have been some instances beforehand? Because very possible. And I hope that justice is served, just so we're 100% clear. Meanwhile, let's read about the inmate who had a miracle baby after getting pregnant in prison through an air vent. What do you think of that? That's something. Immaculate conception right before Christmas. It's a sign. Second coming of Christ. All right. A couple of inmate lovebirds have claimed they conceived and gave birth to a child after the ingenious method. Fuck. Genius method of getting pregnant was carried out while in prison. God damn. IQ level 200 over here, the way they did it. So unbelievable. Diabolical even. An accused murderer claims she conceived the child with a fellow inmate without any physical contact in a Florida jail. The pair allegedly passed semen through air conditioning vents using plastic wrap and bed sheets. Daisy Link, 29, who is being held at the Turner Guilford Knight Correctional Center for allegedly killing her husband last year, gave birth to a baby girl this June, claiming it belonged to inmate Joan DePaz. Is that Juan? Well, I don't know how to pronounce that. Who's 23. The unconventional conception reportedly began after Link and DePaz struck up a romance through conversation via their cell's vents. Oh no. He's rocking the Hitler stash. Baby Hitler was conceived. Look at this mustache. Holy fuck. Being in isolation for so long, you begin to spend hours and hours talking to this person, you know, to the point where it's almost as if you're in the same room with them, Link told the publication. Life always ends away. DePaz, keen on fatherhood, supposedly sent his semen to Link, who said, I put the semen in saran wrap every day, like 5 times a day for a month straight, according to the same report. Why? Why did you... Were you just putting it there until you were ovulating? Was that the idea? 5 times a day. Jeez. You could practically bathe in it by the time you were ovulating. The two had realized their cells were attached by an air vent. DePaz said, I told her a way that one of my friends had shown me through the vent. because the vent is like a L shape, really. It drops right into my vent from her room. So she could throw a pen into the vent and it'll land right into my vent. Link explained how she had then got pregnant with deep deposit semen, which the bloke would roll up with saran wrap every day. He would kind of roll the semen up, almost like a cigarette. Sushi, semen sushi. And he would attach it to the line that we had in the vent, and I would pull it through. From there, I had placed it inside of the yeast infection applicators. I had placed it inside of there, and then from there, I administered it. Okay. Currently, Link's family is looking after the infant, whom Link has called a blessing and a miracle baby.
Miracle.
DePaz likened Link to the Virgin Mary, denying any physical interaction. Both inmates are still in custody, awaiting their trials. Wow, is that it? Goddamn.
They're perfect for each other.
The mustache, though, come on. Do they let you keep a mustache like that in prison? That's fucking funny. All right. It is wintertime, and there's a very dangerous epidemic going on called winter penis. Doctors warn of rise in bizarre winter penis, which causes organ to shrink by up to 50%. Here is how to avoid it.
I mean, I thought that was just the damn fucking temperature. Like, that was the normal reaction, right? Like,
yeah, apparently you've been diseased your whole fucking life. This is
apparently so.
Life-threatening. Life-threatening. Small penis syndrome could kill you. Doctors have warned British men that they may be about to suffer difficulties in the bedroom due to a weather-related affliction known as winter penis. Listen, babe, it ain't me. It's winter penis. Look outside. It's snowing. You can't blame me. The phenomenon describes how male genitals shrink when the temperature drops as a result of restricted blood flow to the area. Not only does this lead to a size reduction of up to 50%, the reduced blood flow to the area can make it more challenging for a man to maintain an erection. Dr. Donald Grant, a general practitioner and senior clinical advisor to the independent pharmacy, explained that the problem happens because the body prioritizes blood flow to more important parts of the body in the cold, such as internal organs. Give me winter appendix. I need my penis, right? While most men who experience, I like how it's in quotes, winter penis, right? We'll find it only occurs briefly and occasionally. It can be far worse for those with underlying erectile dysfunction. Some 4.3 million men in the UK are thought to suffer with erectile dysfunction, according to the Urology Foundation. Men who already suffer from ED could find their condition more difficult to manage when weather begins to deteriorate. Dr. Grant said winter penis is a perfectly natural reaction the body undergoes to protect the organ from frigid weather and can affect men of all ages. This is what they warned about in season 1 of Game of Thrones. Did they? Winter is coming. Yeah. Babe, winter is coming. Better get all that action in now. You know? Keep your hands and feet warm because of the capillaries. That can be why you may see short pants / miniskirts being worn during even cold seasons. Listen, man, I can't keep satiating your desires like this. Winter penis is the body's temporary response to the drop in temperatures, which cause the penis and testicles to shrink in size. Yeah. The testicles shrink so they remain as close to the body as possible to stay warm. winter penis also has a simple fix. Once you warm up, the size of the organ will return to normal as body stops adapting to better survive the cold. Wow! Not a single person has needed to know the cure because they endured one time being slightly cold, right? And they saw Seinfeld. I was in the pool. You know?
Oh no. And all this winter penis, and it's all. What do the women get? All they get is hard nipples like diamonds.
Vagina.
Which does what? It only improves it, right? Yeah, that's winter vagina is the best.
Yet you would be reading the article about body parts which get clothed. Okay. All right. Men get hard nipples too. Greenlight doesn't know anything.
Yeah, Luigi. Don't I know?
My nipples are hard just thinking about it.
I was gonna say, you know who else has hard nipples, but he doesn't have hard. He does. Santa don't have hard nipples. Make the nipples hard. Oh no. All right. Excerpt warned that just because the winter penis exists, men shouldn't dismiss consistent changes in the size and function of their penis. So if they're consistent, don't dismiss it. What? Dr. Grant recommended any man experiencing a longer-term change in the shape of their genitals, including the testes or the blood flow to their member, to seek advice from their general practitioner as a precaution. Additionally, any man suffering from erectile dysfunction should seek out help, as a range of treatments and medications can help address the problem. This fucker is just trying to trick gullible men into going to their doctor. Oh no. That is not what I asked for. Look what you've done, Luigi. I did not request that. First of all, can't see hard nipples. The jury's still out on that one. Come on. Come on. Look what you've done, Luigi. I'm going back to the safe. This is important because not only is sexual function a key aspect of people's well-being, but ED can also sometimes be an indicator of serious health problems like cardiovascular disease. Winter penis shouldn't be confused with frostbite, a serious medical condition where the tissue is exposed to extremely cold temperatures. With frostbite, the affected area begins to feel cold and painful as blood withdraws from the area to protect internal body temperature. If exposure to cold continues, the sensation of pins and needles can happen before the area finally numbs over as tissue freezes, damaging it. Have you ever felt pins and needles in your wiener? Because I don't.
My wiener is tingling.
My wiener. Better warm it up.
My hands are too cold. Will you help me warm it up? Maybe you're
if exposure to cold continues, the sensation of pins and needles can happen before the area finally numbs over as tissue freezes, damaging it. In extreme cases, the tissue can be lost as a result, requiring amputation. Oh no. Frostbite of the penis is rare compared to other parts of the body, such as the ears or fingers, as the genitals are more likely to be wrapped in clothing if someone is caught outdoors. The NHS says those who suffer frostbite, most commonly climbers, skiers, and homeless, should be taken to warm environments urgently. Oh, thanks for letting me know that. Damn. All right. I'm glad I didn't leave that as the last article, because talk about shit we already knew. But what's this? Man's penis turns to bone? Docs want to use shockwaves to break it down. I like the idea that he literally just got a boner, and they're like, "Oh, we can't have that." Shock, you know. All right. 60-year-old man's penis solidified. Damn, constantly boned. It was a different kind of boner. A man's routine visit to the doctor turned into a nightmare after physicians discovered that his penis was turning to bone. How? How does this come up? Like, all right, drop your pants. I'm going to check your prostate. Oh, I was just giving him the old reach around during the prostate exam, and why didn't you know it? His penis was a bone. Like, how does this happen? The unnamed patient, who was in his 60s, had reported to the doctor's office for a trauma of the knee, per the study. During the visit, he also alerted medics of pain in his penis. By the way, doc, while you're checking out my knee trauma, would you check out this dick? Upon examination, physicians didn't find any prostate swelling, unusual discharge of any of the usual markers of phallic agony. Phallic agony, name of my sex tape. So they conducted an X-ray to look for possible pelvic fractures, according to Live Science. The images revealed a hard truth. The patient had extensive plaque-like calcification along the length of his manhood. Doctors diagnosed the poor soul with penile ossification, in which calcium salts amass in the organ's tissues, forming an extraskeletal structure much like a bone. With this diagnosis, the patient became one of just 40 patients to be diagnosed with the condition. Despite this anomaly down under, the man declined further examination or treatment of the penile petrification, which is generally remedied via topical medicines, injections, or oral painkillers. Why would painkillers do something about it? I don't understand. The condition can also be treated through shockwave therapy, where doctors use sonic pulses to break down the calcified mass. I think shockwave is also used now to stimulate stem cells, actually. The patient's abrupt departure left the cause of his calcified phallus unclear. However, medics believe he could have suffered from Peyronie's disease. Yeah, that again. A condition that caused the penis to inflame and form scar tissue. The hardened plaque reduces flexibility and can cause the phallus to curve during an erection or appear shorter when erect. Shorter than it normally does when it's erect, or like you get erect and your dick gets shorter.
Well, that's what they call the inverse erection.
Is this the whole grower versus shower thing? This can lead to erectile dysfunction and pain during erections. Other possible causes include metabolic disorders, late-stage kidney disease, repeated trauma to the penis, and even sexually transmitted diseases like gonorrhea and syphilis. Damn. Damn. Hang on there, Doc. I've got to consider the upside. The hard truth. All right. Well, unfortunately, that was the end. Surely there's something better, but I don't know what it is. So we're just going to end the show here. Merry Christmas to me and my 100 sex. Where's my... What do we just use the Christmas intro? Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request your prayers, as things could turn around quickly for the podcast if my new business venture takes off. which will jumpstart my other business venture, which will,
and hopefully we'll have less time to talk about penises,
or even more time.
Yeah,
we could have more time. Even. Yeah. Anyway, so hopefully things start to turn around a little bit, just because it's been a mad dash this year on things, and I'm fucking exhausted. Quite frankly, I could use a week off and not feel like my entire world is going to come to an end because I haven't had a week off in a very long time. So anyway, with that in mind, I hope for all of you to have a wonderful
Merry Christmas Eve.
Yep, and Christmas in general, since we'll probably see you after Christmas. And
whatever holiday you celebrate at this time of year.
If you don't celebrate Christmas, I distrust you.
And your big nose.
Oh, shit. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Whoa. Goodbye. Really awkward that said Fuhrer Bradley after that comment. Not gonna lie.